Chapter 161, Production Workshop. Bang. A gigantic bone hammer ruthlessly smashed into the discarded golem's right side. The discarded golem could not withstand it, and its cracked upper body disintegrated. However, its lower body still remained. Every breath, each of its iron-made legs twitched and sparked. Finally defeated it. Zhongji spat out, a moment after verifying the golem no longer possessed a threat. It was just a transportation golem. Why was it so powerful? It's mainly because we cannot use battle key. If we had it, just Lord Zhongji alone would be enough to deal with it. Next time, pay attention to how many explosive arrowheads are used. I could barely breathe in this narrow space. Everyone discussed profusely as they grimly stared at the remains. Jia Sha was just a priest. He was not good at close-quarters combat. Despite him providing shielding to the fighters, it was inferior to battle key. The 5 iron-level Templar Guardian Knights worked together, yet they couldn't stop the discarded golem's charge. In the end, Zhen Ren and Zhongji stopped the golem by force, because their strength was greater. Although it was a victory, a haze shrouded everyone's heart. They understood the tower spirit's words. This was only a transportation golem, a discarded one at that. Yet with its strength, it forced everyone to use the weapons in the storehouse. If it were a guardian golem or another common defensive measure, how would the fight have gone? Continue forward. Besides going forward, we have nowhere else to go. The enemy does not dispatch standard golems. This proves this place is extremely empty. The tower spirit also seems to be heavily damaged. Its mind is in disorder. When we came in, and even when we were opening all the alchemy munitions, it didn't react. Its voluntary announcement made us aware of the fact that there are no guardian golems, and that this golem is a maintained discarded golem. I can already see the dawn of victory. My master is the god of light and victory. He shall guide us towards victory. Jia She shouted loudly. Everyone's morale stabilized and no longer dropped. Without the discarded golem obstructing them, the next passageway didn't have any hindrances. Based on Triple Blade's method, everyone entered a wooden box. The boxes were comparatively light, as they were pushed by the giant Zhongji and some others through the passageway. Each of the boxes had someone inside, enabling them to cleverly avoid the mechanisms. The alchemy factory's tower spirit shouldn't have let us exploit this loophole. Speed up a little. We need to snatch time. Father, don't abandon me. With pain, worry, and fear on his face, the giant approached Zhen Ren as he watched the number of people around him grow smaller. The passageway's height was suitable for an ordinary person, but for the giant, he was forced to lower his head and bend his waist. Zhen Ren patted the giant's thigh. Be at ease. I will never abandon you. We will leave together. The giant was still a little worried and remained close to Zhen Ren. In the end, the alchemy cannon was dragged out, allowing Zhen Ren and the giant to enter its box together. From the opposite side, Zhongji, the 5 Templar Guardian Knights, and everyone else pulled on hemp rope with all of their strength, gradually dragging the box with Zhen Ren and the giant through the passage. In this part of the passage, there were 3 junctions. Don't worry, let me investigate. Jia Sha began to use the extreme eye spell. With the 5 Guardian Templar Knights, He picked the leftmost passage first and casted the extreme eye spell, producing blood-red light. Going this way will severely injure me. Jia She's heart immediately flashed. He and the Guardian Templar Knights walked to the middle passage. Under the extreme eye spell, their field of view turned dull gray, then completely dark. Jia She's heart shook. If I walk along this path, I will die. Following the set pattern, Jia She examined third passage. It seems there will be a fierce battle here, however, it isn't an issue for me and the Templar Guardian Knights. Without hesitation, Jia She selected the third passage. Even if War Merchant had a situation, the Tower Spirit was a problem. This legend-level alchemy factory was still a dragon's den or a tiger cave. The extreme eye spell became exceedingly crucial. Without Jia She showing the way, Zhen Jin and the others would have rushed in confused, with a complete wipeout likely to occur. And so, everyone gradually made their way through the alchemy factory. Occasionally, there was a fierce battle, trap, or machine that would kill 2 to 3 people. As the survivors got closer to the alchemy factory's center, the greater the battles and problems. All of the Guardian Templar Knights were wounded, while Zhen Jin's group lost more than a dozen people. If Jia She didn't possess a divine spell that could heal because of their injuries, only half of the wounded would have survived. In addition, the wounded would greatly encumber their comrades. 2 days, 3 days. Although there was no daylight, Jia She had a divine spell that could calculate time. Zhen Jin's worry continued to grow stronger. During the last several fights, the intensity of the battle nearly forced him to transform and use the Bloodcore. Zhen Jin sank into hesitation. Perhaps he could hide his transformations from everyone else, but not from Jia She. If there is an occasion for confession, should I be forthcoming? Thus, during a fight, I no longer need to bind my limbs. However, will Jia She understand me? Will I be forgiven? Should I trust him? But if this continues, it will be a real danger. If I am overly cautious and decide not to use the core, causing damage to myself, it will be excessively pedantic and stupid. Several times, Zhen Jin wanted to confess to Jia She and explain the causes and effects of the core. But in the end, he gave up. He didn't even have the courage to tell Zidai. So I still have fear and cowardice in my heart. Zhen Jin laughed bitterly. Another fork in the road, but this time there were 5 passages. After using the extreme eye spell 8 times, Jia She gritted his teeth and pointed to the most central passage. This way! These days, he was becoming increasingly haggard. The closer they got to the alchemy factory's center, the heavier the monolith pressure pressed down on Jia She's heart. He could sense that the extreme eye spell's effects were being suppressed. The closer to the control hub they got, the more obvious the suppression. This greatly increased the burden on him, forcing him to rest more frequently. Perhaps my decision was wrong. No matter what War Merchant's situation is, a person like me can't handle him. Jia She felt he was walking on a precipice. If he was even a little careless, he would die in the abyss. But in a flash, the perplexion in his eyes quickly disappeared and filled with fire again. No! This opportunity only happens once in a blue moon. If I give up and cower, I will regret it for my entire life. Riches and honor are stored inside infinite risks. If I capture War Merchant, my contribution will promote me to a bishop. No, maybe even a cardinal. At that time, I will be imbued with divine power and reach the gold level or even the saint level. I will master stronger divine spells. I will return to that bishop and watch him salute me at his own accord. Then I will smile and ask him, "Who do you think was right, me or you?" My lords, I have an astonishing discovery. Triple Blade returned from his reconnaissance, interrupting Jia Shah's thought. Because the extreme eye spell was restricted, the survivors began to dispatch elites to scout and find a path. After a short period of time, everyone traveled through a passage and arrived at a destroyed door. Someone destroyed this already? It requires fierce battle key to break through by force. But this place prohibits battle key and magic. At most, it prohibits the low levels. Look at the marks. This is at least gold level battle key. It's the saint level. Jayashe's eyes opened. He had used a divine spell to obtain the answer. At least 3 saints forcibly broke through here. It was very clear these saints were War Merchant's enemy. Who were they? Which power were they from? Why were they War Merchant's enemy? The answers to these questions were unknown. Behind the gate was a production workshop. This should be the area where alchemy arrows are produced. Triple Blade guessed, "Be careful, there are still defensive measures here." Standing next to the destroyed door, everyone looked at where Triple Blade was pointing and saw in the corner several ballistae moving in the corner. These ballistae were on rotating platforms and seemed capable of spinning at high speeds. The production workshop was severely damaged. Much of the alchemy machinery was destroyed, along with many worker and guardian golems. Everything was broken and disorderly. In the battlefield ruins, if one carefully examined it, one could see the minute fragments of alchemy arrows. Everyone's heart immediately had a deduction. At least 3 saint-level enemies broke through the door. In the production workshop, large quantities of guardian and worker golems fought them fiercely while the ballista constantly shot. But ultimately, the small squadron of saints destroyed nearly everything here and swaggered off. They left behind the ballistae because they didn't care about them. "Have you been inside?" Jaya Shah asked Triple Blade. Triple Blade immediately shook his head. "Not yet. Without battle key protecting my body, facing those alchemy arrows is too dangerous." "A safe choice." Jia Shah nodded. "I will shield you." "I refuse." Before Jia Shah finished, Triple Blade interrupted him. Jia Shah stared blankly. "I refuse." Triple Blade lifted his jacket and exposed his wounded abdomen. "This wound hasn't recovered yet. It will encumber my speed. Perhaps these ballistae cannot handle saint-level characters, but I'm not certain if I can escape unscathed." Jia Shah smiled slightly. "I was negligent. I shall heal you at once." "Alas, I am only a priest, not a bishop. I consume divine power too fiercely, while the divine spells I use every day are limited." Triple Blade also smiled. "I completely understand you, Lord Priest. Therefore, you can see that the 5 Guardian Templar Knights have always been doing fine. They're also iron-level cultivators. Make them go. They are the most suitable. I agree. Zhang Yi added on. The smile on Jia Shei's face gradually vanished. Chapter 162. Exterminators. In a flash, it had been 4 days since the survivors arrived in the underground alchemy factory. This unusual magician tower was very big. The survivors hadn't traveled far during those 4 days. Each byway needed a divine spell to determine the correct path. Every passage needed to be investigated for traps, machines, or other hazards. Everything depended on Jia Sha alone. It was a considerable burden on Jia Sha. Every time his situation deteriorated, he could only rest. Without his protective shields, blessings, and other divine spells, no one's fleshy body could vie with a transportation golem. The closer they got to the alchemy factory control hub, the bigger the problems. Loss of personnel was unavoidable. Triple Blade's mercenary corps suffered the most losses. This seemed normal to Jia Sha. Half-breeds were treated like this, so much so that when he healed with divine spells, he preferred treating Zhen Jin and those of pure human blood. Of course, it was a fact that Jia Sha's divine spells and divine power were limited. But Triple Blade and Zhang Yi were naturally unsatisfied. Seeing his commands defied, Jia Shei's smile vanished. He then quietly looked at Triple Blade and Zhang Yi and released an incorporeal pressure. But Zhang Yi and Triple Blade had no fear. They looked at Jia Sha square in the face without wavering. The Templar Guardian Knights grimly stepped forward, some grasping their weapons. The small ballistia models in the alchemy workshop were something they had never seen. Nothing was known about how fast they fired or the might of the alchemy arrows they shot. In addition, there might be some functional golems hidden in the wreckage. These things needed to be probed out. This was the work of cannon fodder, and something that had always fallen to Zhang Ji's and Triple Blade's people. This was normal. When many feudal lords went to war, they would hire mercenary corps to serve as cannon fodder. But as the implicated party, Triple Blade and Zhang Yi undoubtedly didn't want to do that. In the deadlocked situation and subtle atmosphere, Jia Sha's gaze shifted towards Zhen Jin. Zhen Jin smiled. You had better use Heavenly Messenger. Jia Shei's face went blank, while some of the Templar Guardian Knights pushed their brows. Heavenly Messenger looked like a bird, but it wasn't created from magic. Rather, it was a bird that lived in the heavens. Jia Shei's summoning spell was strictly defined as an otherworldly summoning spell, where an otherworldly object comes to its master's world. Since entering the alchemy factory, most of the investigating work was done by Heavenly Messenger. However, sacrificing Heavenly Messenger too many times was disadvantageous to GSA. The next moment, Priest Jia Sha deeply gazed at Zhen Jin with worry, then sighed. Heavenly Messenger has been sacrificed too many times. If I summon it again, it will be more difficult to get a response, while simultaneously using up a lot of divine power. Currently, using Heavenly Messenger uses almost as much divine power as the Extreme Eye spell. It isn't cost-effective. If I use up too much divine power, I will need to rest more frequently, slowing us all down. It has already been 4 days. Perhaps War Merchant is in the middle of recuperation, and all of the obstructions we met are to buy him time. Naturally, we need to make the attack faster. But Zhen Ren shook his head. He was very firm, even when confronting a priest that shared his beliefs. We embarked together and were shipwrecked together. We are all comrades. Every life is valuable, and we should save as many as possible. If in the future we fight war merchant in hand-to-hand combat, every military strength is very important. Zhang Ji, Triple Blade, and some others gazed at him. The fact that Zhen Ren was still on their side was somewhat beyond their expectations. Jie Shi stared blankly, but soon after his expression alleviated into a smile. Your words are reasonable. Maybe my heart was too pressured and caused some misunderstandings among everyone. Since this is the case, Heavenly Messenger shall continue to be used to probe out the situation. Wait a moment, everyone. This time, ZD suddenly opened her mouth. She pointed at the workshop's ceiling. Look there. Do you have an investigation magic spell you can use? With rapt attention, everyone gazed up. The ceiling had been destroyed, not deliberately, but from the fighting. In the shattered ceiling, all kinds of magical formation lines were visible. Jaya Shah shook his head. I don't have a great understanding of magical formations. He was a priest. To gain strength, he only needed to pray and prove his piousness while contributing to his sect and God. Comparatively, although ZD was only at the iron level, her understanding of magical formations was above Jia Shah's. Zidai continued, I have seen this magical formation before. If it was undamaged and activated, it would show a true field of view. It would eliminate all invisibility, disguises, and other methods of that nature. After this was said, Zhen Ren, Jia Sha, Kang, Xu, Zongyi, and the others couldn't help but show their pondering. Zidai, since this magical formation was created and concealed by War Merchant, if it were not destroyed, no outsiders could find it. In that case, it proves this workshop needed it. I think, no matter whether it is the small ballistae or golems, both of them need a true field of view. If not, they will be unable to discover camouflaged enemies. Good discovery, Miss Zidai. It seems I can try the invisibility spell. Jia Shi nodded. Divine spell, Heavenly Messenger. Divine spell, invisibility. A silver-level invisibility spell not only made something invisible to sight, the thing was also invisible to the senses of smell and touch. Sure enough, the invisible heavenly messenger flew around the workshop and returned safely. Now, we need a brave warrior to enter the workshop, approach the ballistae while invisible, and destroy them, said Jia Shah. A brief spell of silence. If the invisibility spell was used, the body couldn't be shielded. If the ballistae hit the person in question, they would almost certainly die. Triple Blade and the others didn't budge. It was clear they didn't want to do this task. Sisu, come here, Jia Shah suddenly said. Sisu blankly stared and looked embarrassed. But with Jia Shi's eyes on him, he still nodded and agreed. Jaya Shah smiled. With deep intent, he looked around him until finally stopping on Exisu. Mr. Exisuo, your contribution shall not be overlooked. I believe you need this. Zisu nodded repeatedly. I understand, Lord Priest. Altogether, there will be 4 people, 3 are still needed. We will fill 2 of them with Xiangdan and Cheze. Jia Shah spoke, causing 2 Guardian Templar Knights to step out. Xiang Dun had a large stature and was taller than Zhang Ji. In his hand, he held a shield that was half the height of a human. Cheza was a middle-aged man. He had an aquiline nose and a sword in each hand. "We still need one more warrior," Tia Shah shouted. "May I?" "Lord Priest." Baya volunteered at his own accord. Jia She looked at Baya and gently nodded his head. "Of course you can, courageous youngster. It is clear you possess some of the knightly spirit." After the 4 individuals were selected, Jia Shah used the invisibility spell on them. The rest stayed outside the door temporarily and tensely gazed at the production workshop. They could not see the 4 people, but not long after, they witnessed the 4 ballistae being destroyed. Perhaps the ballistae originally had rigorous defensive measures that might have killed the 4 while they were destroying the ballistae. The 4 retreated smoothly. Baoya and Exisu had excitement on their faces. The 2 Templar Guardian Knights followed standard tranquility. "Nice job." Everyone admired them. Jia She cancelled the invisibility spell on Heavenly Messenger and had it fly around the workshop. Nothing happened. It seems safe. Jia She cancelled his summon spell, sending Heavenly Messenger back to its original plane of existence. Everyone walked in a line. They began to plunder the workshop. There were golem fragments everywhere, some melted into glass, some were covered in frost, and some were pulverized. From them, some of the 3 saints' methods could be distinguished. Warning. Warning. Intruders discovered in Production Workshop 8. Intruders discovered in Production Workshop 8. As the people searched, the tower spirit's voice suddenly came through. Everyone was ready to face a great enemy. One after the other, everyone exited back through the door. Jia Shah then used a series of shields to protect the Guardian Templar Knights, Zhen Jin, Zhang Yi, and some others. Destroyed ballista system detected, no Guardian golems detected, initializing the release of the cleaner. Soon after, everyone saw mechanisms raise the walls of the production workshop, exposing a few passages. The passages were very narrow. They were as big as a small pile of books. Everyone tensely waited for a spell. But after 10 breaths, nothing appeared from the passages. "Damn it!" I jumped in fear. It seems these exterminators have been destroyed too. But at that moment, an enormous warning suddenly rose in Zhen Jin's heart. He jumped back at once as a strand of hair was cut from his head. Meanwhile, the heartily laughing comrade's entire head was cut into 2. Because of the splashing blood, his murderer's silhouette appeared a little before disappearing from everyone's field of view. "What is that thing?" It looked like a frisbee. "Be careful, these exterminators are invisible." Many people shouted with panic and subconsciously curled into balls. They had just used invisibility to destroy the ballistae. Now they were suffering the attacks of invisible enemies. Not knowing their foes' positions, many people began to shoot recklessly. Jia She promptly used a divine spell repeatedly, finally sniffing out the invisible exterminators. Under everyone's counterattack, the 4 exterminators were destroyed, their smashed fragments falling to the ground. This attack killed 3 people and seriously injured Quishan. The attackers resembled a 3-bladed fan. The fan blades were very sharp and could easily remove a man's head. Scared and on edge, everyone entered the workshop again, fearing the tower spirit's voice would appear again. But during their entire rest, nothing had happened. These fans, even if I transformed the scorpion carapace, it would be difficult to resist. If I didn't transform and these exterminators successfully ambushed me, I would have died. Taking advantage of others not paying attention to him, Zhen Ren tested the fans. The result was not optimistic. It seems I must tell Jiasha of my transformations. Zhen Ren sighed. Chapter 163, Magma Battlefield. Since the new ship couldn't sail, heading towards the island's control hub for a final fight was the only thing Zhen Ren and the others could do. Meeting someone like Jiasha who could use divine spells and his group made Zhen Ren feel fortunate. These days, anything related to Zhen Ren being a divine scion knight as well as the crazy beastification incident were naturally known by Jiasha. But Jiasha never questioned Zhen Ren about his divine scion knight status. It seemed to signal benevolence. After the miserable fight in the ruins, the beastification was an immense hidden danger everyone was fearful of. Jiasha's actions were extremely crucial. Without him, none of them would have advanced through the alchemy factory. Zhen Ren knew he had to tell Jiasha ahead of time, or else if he was forced to transform in the future, Jiasha would misunderstand his beastification, and he would suffer the attacks of his comrades, a terrible fate. Even if he wasn't attacked, it would be difficult to avoid suspicion from Jiasha and the others if Zhen Ren suddenly transformed. Our biggest enemy currently is War Merchant. If we cannot cooperate in good faith and have internal suspensions and apprehensions, we cannot use our full strength and our hands will be tied. That is stupid. I don't want to see my comrades harmed because I cannot use my full strength. I don't want to feel remorse. Holding these opinions and emotions, Zhen Ren went alone and found Jiasha using a heavy tone. Lord Priest, I want to confess something. Filled with deep thought, Jiasha smiled at him. Young Templar Knight, did you know? I'd been waiting for this moment for a long time. Priest, I am guilty. Zhen Ren creased his brows and revealed a pained expression. Everyone is guilty. Jiasha shook his head. His gentle tone contained encouragement and consolement. You are courageous to confront your own sins. This will lead you on a sagacious path. Zhen Ren nodded. The confession began. With a heavy mood, the young knight half knelt on the ground and faced Jiasha. Zhen Ren said, Since waking up on this island, my master never responded to my prayers. Without battle key, I could only rely on my master. But my master never responded to me. I could not help but feel frustrated, disappointed, and even resentful. I am guilty. Jiasha nodded. Zhen Ren continued, I didn't think the problem lay with me. Rather, it the special island environment and war merchants' methods that disconnected me from connecting with my master. I underestimated my master's power and actually considered him weak. I blamed the outside world for my problems and didn't genuinely reflect upon myself. I am guilty. Jiasha sighed. Child, by recognizing and confessing this, you have already eliminated half of your sins. Zhen Jin's brows tensed as he painfully grinded his teeth. When I saw you pray every day, Lord Priest, and be imbued with divine power, I realized this island does not prohibit divine spells. But I didn't dare confront the truth. My weakness didn't allow me to perform an in-depth investigation on myself. I misread my master, I underestimated my master, and I even fooled my master. Many times, in order to improve morale, I used my master's name and falsely pretended to be a divine Saiyan knight. From start to finish, I was never one. I never received a response from my master. My sins are very serious. Jiashe nodded. He was unexpectedly unsurprised. Child, my master's wayward lamb, you are a pitiful and venerated person. I meet you with happiness and gratitude because you seek to return to your original path. Anything else? Continue speaking, good child. My master's vision is omniscient. Maybe he has been watching you all along, but you didn't understand what he was looking for. Jiashe caressed Zhen Jin's hair. He used a divine spell to placate Zhen Jin's painful and heavy state of mind. Zhen Jin felt his spirit warm. The pure white light that bathed his body made him feel like an exhausted man finally returning to his family. The young knight deeply breathed and opened his mouth. He wanted to declare secret that he could personally control his transformations, however the words seemed to stop in his throat. He deeply breathed and opened his mouth again, but he still couldn't say anything. Zhen Jin's breathing became more hurried and slightly chaotic. There seemed to be a mountain crushing his heart, making the holy light around him seem flimsy. There's an important situation. At this time, Zidai's voice suddenly appeared in the distance. Soon after, a Templar Guardian Knight responded, "Please stop, President Zidi. The Lord Priest is presiding over Lord Zhen Jin's confession." The interruption eliminated the courage Zhen Jin drummed with great difficulty. The pressure overwhelmed his heart. He could only deeply sigh. "Nothing else, Lord Priest." That was everything I wanted to confess. Jiashe stopped in place and looked down at the kneeling Zhen. After a moment of silence, he said, "Good, I understand." Afterwards, he lowered his head, gripped the holy insignia with both hands, and chanted softly, "Master, great heavenly Emperor Shangming, my God. Thou art the God of hope, thou art the God of victory, thou art the God of light. At this moment, I have Templar Knight Zhen Jin before thee, only thou knows his heart. I am powerless to change Zhen Jin, only thou can. I beseech thou to help Zhen Jin understand what caused him to leave thee. I beseech thee to enable Zhen Jin's convictions and provoke the longing for reconciliation in him. I beseech thee to make him loathe sin. I beseech thee to do everything required to shatter his cowardice and prejudice. However, I also beseech thee to be gentle. During Zhen Jin's life, I beseech thee to encourage him to return to thy side." After saying these things, Jiashe held out his hand and helped Zhen Jin stand. "Child, you must have faith in yourself. Even more important, we must have faith in our Master. His benevolence is greater than the ocean and the blue dome of heaven." From beginning to end, Jiashe's attitude was gentle. He looked like an old father. His words had deep meaning, and Zhen Jin's recent hesitation was very obvious. Zhen Jin nodded, and the two people left the corner together. Blocked by the Templar Guardian Knight, Zidi's face was grave when she saw Zhen Jin and Jia Shay coming over. The scouts have returned. The situation ahead is very different. Zidi detailed the frightening information, causing Jia Sha and Zhen Jin to look at each other in dismay. Not long after, everyone came to the entrance of a ruin. It was clear an intense battle had happened here. Previously, as Zhen Jin and the others passed through a few workshops, the destruction they saw grew worse. Finally, here, the metal passage completely vanished, replaced by a huge cave mouth. Despite not entering the cave yet, the astonishing heat inside assaulted their senses. The scouts were cautious and hadn't entered the cave yet. Jia Shay, Zhen Jin, and the others discussed for a while after using a divine spell. Then the scouts returned again with information, shaking as they incoherently babbled. Everyone stealthily infiltrated the cave. Inside was a massive battlefield that was nearly the side of a township. Dark red light was everywhere. The floor and ceiling were bumpy. Nothing was level. There were golem fragments visible everywhere, and there were blood stains left behind from the ambushing saint-level people. Everywhere, there were traces of battle. Nearly half of the battlefield had transformed into magma. Because of the rumbling magma, there was a dark red light and a terrifying heat present. Without the divine spell, elemental protection, an ordinary person could not breathe here. The other half was walkable and full of golems. So many guardian golems. There is also a big one. After everyone avoided a boulder by hiding in the divine spell shelter, they sized everything up with grave expression. Since seeing them in the first workshop, the survivors finally encountered unshattered guardian golems. The golem was at least twice as strong as a transportation golem. To destroy the guardian golem, everyone needed to use all of their strength. 10 guardian golems could be seen standing on the battlefield. The most attractive thing in everyone's line of sight was an enormous monster. It was also a golem. However, it did not have a humanoid shape. It had a dragon head, a pig's body, elephant legs, and a python tail. Some guardian golems stood in place while others were constantly moving about. There didn't seem to be any patterns to their patrol routes. The monstrous golem was 6 meters tall. It constantly opened its mouth and devoured the golem fragments on the ground. In its mouth, the golem fragments were mashed into smaller pieces. The battle that happened here exceeded the limits of our imagination. There should have been an alchemy factory defensive position, but all the installations were destroyed, beaten into the abyss and even into the magma. How dreadful! There are golem fragments everywhere. Untold numbers of golems have died here. Have you noticed some of the fragments are special? They look like gold. They should be from a golem that is bigger than the magic beast golem. Currently, we still haven't encountered one. Who won in the end? I feel like the saint-level people did. It is also possible they died in battle and their bodies were taken away. These guardian golems are still moving while that big one is clearly cleaning the battlefield. War Merchant could make and sell that alchemy cannon. This proves making batches of gold-level equipment is completely within his abilities. From this, we can speculate making batches of gold-level golems is extremely possible for him. Although those at the saint level were strong, if there were many gold-level enemies, they could still form an immense threat to them. How do we get across? The guardian golems all have a true field of view. Everyone felt awkward. This is impossible to get through. If we forcefully charge in, just 3 guardian golems can land us in a crisis. We should take a detour and walk around. Most of the people approved of this proposal. But Jia Sha, Zhen Ren, Zhongyi, and a few others hesitated. It's a little strange. Zhongyi said, "There are so many defenses here, why weren't some transferred to annihilate us?" The tower spirit already discovered our intrusion. Do you know what's strange? The Guardian Templar Knight Exiang Dun curled his lip. The tower spirit is clearly somewhat broken. Lord Priest, how about using the Extreme Eye spell again? Zhen Jin suggested. Jia Sha nodded and quietly activated the divine spell. After a moment, his complexion turned deathly pale. I can only see magma, and the dark red magma assaulting our senses. We had better retreat and find an alternative path. Xiang Dun also suggested. Just as Jia Sha was about to nod, a sound suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. From the manga, an intense dragon roar disseminated. At the same time, hundreds of gigantic golden light beams shot out from the magma. The shadow of a huge dragon appeared in the magma. That is, a flame dragon king. Zhen Jin's and the others' heart quaked. Chapter 164, Seizing an Opportunity. The Flame Dragon King, Yan Shan. This was a famous, well-known, and powerful expert of the Shangming Empire. Like many dukes and earls, there were many statues of it in every major city. As a result, Zhen Jin and the others recognized it. Yan Shan was a flame dragon with legend-level strength. It was also Great Duke Quan Fa's mount. It seems, not only was War Merchant confronted by a small squad of saints, but also a legend-level dragon. Yan Shan is no ordinary dragon, with its great strength. It was named the Flame Dragon King. It's no wonder War Merchant is in such a state. Hold on, it's sealed! Yan Shan's weak reflection struggled in the magma. It constantly roared, however, whenever it did so, an immense translucent alchemy magic formation appeared on the magma's surface. The alchemy formation seemed to be the seal that suppressed Yan Shan in the magma. Yan Shan's attempts to break out failed repeatedly. He could only roar and roll in the magma. Every time the Flame Dragon King collided with the formation, it would cause immense shaking that vibrated everything underground. Zhen Jin and the others lost their balance while broken rocks fell from the cave walls and ceiling. Everyone turned pale. After ZD recognized it, she suddenly realized, this alchemy formation is linked to the entire alchemy factory. In order to seal the Flame Dragon King, it transmits the force of every collision to the outside. I finally know why there were earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. The Flame Dragon King wants to break through the seal. This resulted in the island being shaken and destroyed. The volcano and earthquakes were the results of its battle against the seal. Everyone's complexion changed, and Heiwan was stunned. If even the Flame Dragon King can be sealed, how strong is War Merchant? No one knows. The top 10 most wanted are those with the highest bounties. If they didn't have terrifying strength, how could they survive being on that list for so many years? Kang Exu shook his head and sighed endlessly. Zongyi had already calmed down. He muttered to himself. The Flame Dragon King is sealed. It seems War Merchant has won this battle. But the volcano eruptions and earthquakes have intensified and become more frequent. This proves War Merchant doesn't have the strength to clean up this mess. Yes, in order to suppress the Flame Dragon King, the entire island split open. If this continues, the Flame Dragon King will escape sooner or later, said Triple Blade. Can we help it escape? A Guardian Templar Knight suggested. There are so many golems around, yet you want us to destroy the formation? Haiwan glared at the one who suggested that. Jia Sha also shook his head. Even if these golems were not here, and we were free to move around, we cannot destroy this alchemy formation. This alchemy formation was personally arranged by War Merchant. He must have paid a disastrous price. We cannot contend with the handiwork of a legend level. Zongyi also shook his head. Then what do we do next? Kui Shan weakly spoke. Jia Sha, Zhen Ren, and the others were troubled. The magma battlefield's defenses were too strong as far as they were concerned. It was a dead end. However, withdrawing and attempting to find another path wasn't necessarily a good choice. All kinds of signs indicated War Merchant ultimately won. However, he paid a tremendous price and was probably recuperating. For the time being, he couldn't sort out the situation. If possible, no one wanted to attack this place. Zhen Ren and the others were forced into a tight spot. They had no choice but to try to find a way to escape. But they had explored the alchemy factory for so many days, yet they still hadn't found a feasible path. Perhaps in the alchemy factory control hub or in a treasury, some method might exist that could aid their escape. In this situation, time was crucial to Zhen Ren, Jia Sha, and the others. If they retreated and chose another path, resulting in them wasting valuable time, they would give War Merchant time to rest and recover. That was the path to ruin. Let me take a look first. Jia Sha quietly used the divine spell Extreme Eye. His complexion changed if they chose to return. Their future was blackened ash. If we go back now, we will die. Jia Sha's was heavy. Everyone was alarmed. We cannot retreat and we cannot advance. What is this? Everyone was in a deadlock. We can first use the alchemy cannon to create chaos, then we can take advantage of the chaos to try to rush through the battlefield. We all know these guardian golems are slow. Under most situations, they rely on the alchemy factory's formations to slow down enemies. The formation here has already been completely destroyed. Zongyi proposed a risky plan. Hearing this, everyone's heart jumped. This plan would have a bitter outcome. Most of the people would become cannon fodder that attracted the golems, buying time for the last survivors. Ultimately, there would only be a few survivors. A complete extermination was also probable. Although the priest can see the consequences if we turn back, surely the problems we face aren't greater than the ones we face if we charge ahead. I don't believe there are enemies as strong as the ones in front of us, blocking our escape route. Zhen Ren shook his head and analyzed. We can turn back first. After comparing the true situation of both choices, we can decide then. These words made many slightly nod. But at that moment, The entire underground fiercely shook. The Flame Dragon King had roared again, and rays of light burst out of the alchemy formation. The magma violently rumbled, forming gigantic red waves. Most of the waves were stopped by the alchemy formation, however. A few penetrated the formation and splashed onto the other half of the battlefield. After the magma hit the ground, they condensed and formed into something. In a flash, 100 fire element creatures were born. Each of these fire elementals had huge builds. They were almost as big as the giant. Their robust and stocky upper bodies were humanoid-shaped, and they had thick arms. Possibility due to the Flame Dragon King creating these life forms. Each of them had a dragon head. Their lower body was shaped like a flame elemental tornado. Because they were condensed from fire elements, they were a bright red-yellow. Their minds were simple, and their only action was to attack the alchemy formation. Like a stinging nest of hornets, all of them crazily attacked the guardian golems as well as the immense dragon head, pig body golem. Extremely hot fireballs exploded and multicolored rays shot in all directions. For a moment, the situation was extremely chaotic. The survivors were stupefied. Divine spell, Extreme Eye. Immediately after, Jia began to foresee the future. Wait 5 seconds, then run there. Jia revealed a cheerful look. 5, 2, 3, 2, 1. Follow me. With an opportunity present, the survivors ran as if their life depended on it. After leaving from the corner they attracted the attention of the golems, fire elementals, and everything else in the battlefield, including the Flame Dragon King in the magma, who blankly stared for a bit. Soon after, its boorish voice resonated through the entire battlefield. "A heavenly emperor, Shengling, please! You've arrived just in time. Attack quickly. Help me escape. I promise you generous spoils of war. Your contribution will promote you all to nobles. Move now." But Jia didn't seem to hear the loud roars. The Flame Dragon King was indignant. "Small priest, you unexpectedly disobeyed Yan Shan's command openly." Yeah. Everyone ran faster. "Come back here, you reptiles." The Flame Dragon King roared angrily. It viciously rammed the alchemy formation. However, the earthquake it created wasn't as fierce as the prior one. It was tired. Its recent attack consumed the strength it had saved. "Get back here! You dare steal Yan Shan's contribution? You base reptiles, even if you are successfully promoted to nobles, I won't let any of you off." Yan Shan madly bellowed. Zhen Ren and the others slowed down. Not because of Yan Shan, but because of intercepting golems appearing before them. 3 guardian golems? I already used the Extreme Eye spell to foresee it. We are not their match, and we cannot stay here. Jia roared, "Scatter and retreat. We will assemble on the other side of the battlefield." Everyone scattered at once. The effects were instant. There were only 3 guardian golems, while the survivors were numerous. Many people smoothly moved around, watching their unlucky compatriots quickly die under the golem's hands. Abominable. Zhen Ren grinded his teeth. He could only watch his comrades be sacrificed. He looked after Zidai, Kang Yu, and a few others, while the giant was running behind him, encumbering his speed. Just as they were about to break away from the battlefield, a man suddenly had his head cut off. Before his body slowly fell, blood bubbled from his neck like a fountain. Damn it, it's those invisible exterminators. Zhen Ren's heart sank. Bang, bang, bang. The ground shook. The gigantic dragon head, pig body golem also charged at the youngster Zhen Ren. Run, father. This giant will protect father. The giant shouted as he suddenly stopped and snarled at the gigantic golem. It was clear he wanted to stay behind and use his life to give Zhen Ren more time. No, enough of our comrades have already been sacrificed. Be obedient. Come to me now. Zhen Ren roared. As he spoke, his body expanded, and his skin grew dark scorpion carapace. With Zidi and Kong Yixu in his arms, his speed increased dramatically. The giant hesitated for a moment, but he still listened to Zhen Ren and followed. His immense build and large steps allowed him to quickly overtake Zhen Ren. However, the gigantic golem was faster and the distance between the two was quickly closing. Pop! With a light noise, the sailor in front of Zhen Ren was suddenly cut into two. Upon seeing this, Zhen Ren's pupils shrank, while Zidi and Kong Yixu had shocked faces. Zhen Ren couldn't see the invisible exterminators regardless of whether he used ultrasound or the green lizard eyes. The exterminator's invisibility was almost as strong as Jia She's invisibility divine spell. They could hide from sight, hide their heat signature, couldn't be felt, and more. Suddenly, a massive warning rose in his heart, causing him to subconsciously tilt his body. Soon after, a ray of blood shot out. His left shoulder was wounded. The exterminator was extremely sharp. If Zhen Ren didn't have that layer of protection, his body would have been cut in half. Chapter 165. I'm all right. Lord Zhen Ren, abandon me. Remember my final wishes. Kang Yixu shouted into the wind. Zidi also said, Zhen Ren, put me down. It will allow you to speed up a little. Stop joking. I am a Templar Knight. Giant, run ahead and catch them. Zhen Ren roared. The giant stared. Soon he saw Zhen Ren suddenly moving his arms, tossing Zidi and Kang Yixu forward. His immense strength threw Zidi and Kang Yixu through the air in a parabola. The two flew over the battlefield and landed in front of Jia She's party. The giant subconsciously ran. After a dozen steps, he stretched out his arms as he fell to the ground, catching Zidi and Kang Yu in a thrilling experience. Too reckless. How did they fly over there? A few Guardian Templar Knights nearly ran into the giant. All of them were dumbstruck. Lord Zhen Ren. Zidi and Kang Yixu stood up and turned around to see wounds and blood flowing from Zhen Ren's body. Behind you, father. After catching Zidi and Kang Yixu, the giant turned around at once and saw the gigantic golem charging at Zhen Ren. He couldn't help but stare in anger. He charged back out again. He wanted to help Zhen Ren. But Jia Shi used a divine spell to slow the giant down. Villain, you're playing tricks. The giant bellowed at Jia Shi, his eyes filled with cold, killing intent. Jiaxue glared at him and reprimanded. "Idiot! Going back now will only inconvenience him. Come." At the same time, Zhen Jin suddenly turned around and faced the gigantic golem. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, just like a shield. The next moment, the gigantic golem rammed Zhen Jin. Bang! Zhen Jin was launched into the air, flying faster than ZD and Kang Exu and soaring over Jia Sha and the others, becoming the frontrunner. After landing and rolling a few times, Zhen Jin immediately stood up, while simultaneously removing his transformations. There was no pain. Zhen Jin's arms were numb, as they had been completely deformed when his arm bones shattered. Zhen Jin shouted to Jia Sha and the others, "Run for it!" "They are chasing after..." Jia Sha gave the others the Discharge Divine spell, speeding up everyone's footsteps. The gigantic golem stopped pursuing because Zhen Jin, Jia Sha, and the others squeezed into a passage. The passage was narrow. Its body could not pass through. The other guardian golems were slow, thus Zhen Jin and the others quickly escaped them. The exterminators were the greatest threat. However, Jia Sha began to use divine spells. After a few divine spells, the exterminators were forced to reveal themselves, allowing everyone to fire their crossbows at them. Not long after, the pursuing exterminators were all destroyed. The situation had stabilized. We got through that battlefield. The Guardian Templar Knights cheered, however. Their cheers were quickly substituted with sorrowful expressions. There were only 4 Guardian Templar Knights left during the escape. One had sacrificed himself to protect Jia Sha. "There are still many people in there. I will save them." Zhen Jin returned to the battlefield. Taking advantage of that time, he restored his arms. "Lord Zhen Jin." CD opened her mouth. She wanted to stop him, but it was too late. The giant wanted to follow, but Jia Sha stopped him again. Once again, Zhen Jin became a small, scorpion-armored giant with a spider blade in his hand, the edge of the blade. "Divine Scion Knight." "Lord Zhen Jin, it's you." "Thank you for saving my life." Zhen Jin's assistance helped many comrades that nearly fell in the battlefield. With how Zhen Jin currently was, he could directly resist the guardian golems. As for the exterminators, although Zhen Jin still couldn't find them, he had discovered whenever an exterminator was attacking him, his heart would warn him. Using the warnings, Zhen Jin successfully dodged 10 of them. Even if it was simply sidestepping them, doing so would turn a fatal blow into a lesser injury. Zhen Jin was quickly soaked in blood. "Lord Zhen Jin. He is a genuine hero." In the passage, everyone watched Zhen Jin's blood-soaked figure fight bravely, one by one. Each of them was moved. Jia Sha gazed at the distant Zhen Jin. He didn't know what to think. Alas, this look must be inappropriate to Jia Sha. After this battle, I had better confess. Zhen Jin's heart said. He might be able to deceive the others. However, Jia Sha was a Shangming priest. He must know things didn't add up. The amount of fire elementals is rapidly decreasing. Fortunately, that gigantic golem wasn't watching me as it wantonly massacred the fire elementals. Who else needs my help? Zhen Jin quickly looked around. Suddenly, he concentrated his attention on footprints in the ground. The footprints were very new. They were likely from one of his companions. Bloodstains accompanied the footprints. This companion is wounded. Following the footprints, Zhen Ren ran to a nook in the battlefield. There was a hillside here. It was a good hiding spot for people. I'll save this person and leave. I don't have much time left. The fire elementals were at a disadvantage. Zhen Ren could only save his comrades as long as he didn't endanger himself. However, just as he arrived at the nook, Zhen Ren didn't find anyone, and a warning suddenly rose in his heart. He dodged at once, yet a massive wound sliced across his back. Against the attack, the scorpion shell was as thin as paper. This isn't an exterminator. Zhen Ren didn't see his enemy. However, he could feel the enemy's strength from his wounds. It was from something of unprecedented sharpness. Zhen Ren couldn't find the enemy, and Jia Sha was not at his side. With another warning appearing in his heart, he immediately sank into a bitter struggle. In the passage, everyone waited for a good while. No comrades had converged with them for some time, and there weren't any traces of Zhen Ren. The giant roared. He was still struggling against the divine spell. "I will find Father. Let me go. You scoundrel. You two go look for Zhen Ren. Spare no effort to return with him," Jia Sha ordered while maintaining the divine spell. Okay. The two Guardian Templar Knights accepted the order and returned to the battlefield. Complete transformation. The lizard head and Jin wildly sprayed. It was not the green acid that was sprayed. Rather, it was the fat ball flying fish's hot water. Steam quickly filled the air, creating a thick fog. At the same time, Zhen Ren discharged electricity with all his strength. For a split second, the electricity lit up the invisible enemy in the fog. There. Zhen Ren roared as he wildly swung. The unusual exterminator was abnormally nimble. It moved behind Zhen Ren and suddenly attacked the back of his head. If it hit, Zhen Ren would die on the spot. The scorpion carapace couldn't defend against the attack. But everything was Zhen Ren intentionally exposing a weak point. The next moment, a scorpion tail suddenly skewered the invisible enemy. The exterminator suffered a mortal strike. Its fan suddenly broke down as it launched towards Zhen Ren. Zhen Ren didn't dodge enough. A fan had pierced his shoulder and his ear was nearly cut off. Only a bit of skin held it together. The scorpion tail was no longer sharp. Its point was nearly grinded in half. When the exterminator died, it revealed its true appearance. Sure enough, it's an exterminator. But a common exterminator has 3 fans. This one has 5. In the thick fog, Zhen Ren knelt to the ground. At that moment, red light gushed out, covering the scorpion tail and his wounds. His ear and shoulder transformed into strong life white rhinoceros flesh, allowing them to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The grinded scorpion tail was restored to its peak original condition. The thick fog gradually dispersed. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound. Another exterminator. Zhen Ren's heart jumped, and like a snake, the scorpion tail stabbed at the sound's origin. Plop! The strike didn't feel like it hit an alchemy article, rather it ran through flesh. Zhen Ren's complexion suddenly changed. He promptly removed the scorpion tail. Then, at the next moment, he saw a kneeling man with his head on the ground. No. Zhen Ren cried out in alarm. He then ran over and held the companion in his arms. A familiar face appeared in Zhen Ren's eyes. It was Seishu. No. Zhen Ren's pupils suddenly shrank as he shouted. Pain and shock filled his face. He suddenly remembered Su was one of the scouts. Every time scouts were dispatched, Jia would give them the invisibility divine spell. Zissou gazed at Zhen Ren, however his expression showed fear. In his eyes, Zhen Ren was a lizard-headed monster. You, beastified, not a divine scion. Zissou had a hard time speaking as blood flowed from his mouth. He had been invisible and watched Zhen Ren completely transform during the fight. Zhen Ren's heart bulged and his pulse quickened. He immediately explained, I am still Zhen Ren. Be at ease, I still have my rationality. I will save you. I will save you. Zhen Ren comforted Sua while inspecting his injuries. Seeing his injury, Zhen Ren stunned himself. Sisu's heart had been pierced by Zhen Ren without Jia present. This was a mortal wound. Lord Zhen Ren, where are you? Suddenly, a Guardian Templar Knight's voice could be heard. The two Guardian Templar Knights followed the footprints Zhen Ren left behind to the nook in the battlefield. They found Zhen Ren. He was kneeling on the ground and was covered in a lot of blood. On the nearby ground, there were scattered exterminator components. The two Guardian Templar Knights quickly determined a fierce battle had taken place here. That isn't a common exterminator. Lord Zhen Ren, are you all right? Can you still walk? The motionless and kneeling Zhen Ren seemed to turn a deaf ear to their shouts. This strangeness made them concerned. At the next moment, Zhen Ren slowly lifted his head. His eyes were bloodshot, and his voice was hoarse. I'm all right. The youngster stood up with a numb expression. I suffered an ambush here. Let's go. There isn't anyone here. Then let's return without delay. Everyone is waiting for you. The two Guardian Templar Knights didn't doubt him, and they turned around to leave. Almost all of the fire elementals were slaughtered. If they didn't leave now, they would never leave. Zhen Ren followed close behind. He quietly sprinkled the carbon ash behind him. Chapter 166. The Lonely, Depraved Knight. Your Lordship, please allow me to follow and devote myself to you. Inside a tent, Su sincerely knelt in front of Zhen Ren. You would rather give up being compensated with a ship and instead want a chance to follow me? Why have you decided to do this? Zhen Ren was interested. Sisu breathed, then raised his head to gaze at Zhen Ren. Lord Zhen Ren, you are a Templar Knight, the Bai Zhen clan's sole heir, and the future Lord of White Sands City. The chance to follow a character like you is a stroke of luck that might never happen again in my lifetime. If I am compensated with a new ship, at most I will accomplish what my father before me has. I will own a ship. In order to live, I have to brave stormy waves and fight against the ocean. Every voyage, we have to do our utmost and rack our brains. If we encounter strong pirates or ferocious sea monsters, my ship runs the risk of being sunk, just like the first shipwreck. Zhen Ren nodded. Your answer is very honest. What I've heard comes from the bottom of your heart. Very good, Exisu. I will allow you to follow me. But I also ask you to remember this moment. Remember your sincerity. I hope you can maintain your outstanding character. Zisuo was exalted. He excitedly stuttered. I understand, your lordship, I understand. But the next moment, scarlet blood gushed from Exisua's mouth. Zisuo suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Zhen Ren with shock. You are not a Templar Knight. Monster, you are a monster. He suddenly grabbed his chest. He didn't know when his chest had been run through with a mortal wound. I misjudged you. Pop, Exisu breathlessly fell to the ground. Now. Zhen Ren cried out in alarm. Soon after he awoke from his nightmare. His entire body was covered in cold sweat. He gasped several times to stabilize his state of mind. He looked around at his tranquil surroundings. Although the sun and moon were not visible in the underground alchemy factory, regardless of whether it was Kang Xu, Jia Sha, or Zi Dai, each of them had a way to measure time. Currently, it was very late into the night. After crashing their way through the magma battlefield, only 30 people were left. Because the fire elementals seemed to attract attention to themselves, Zhen Ren and the 2 Guardian Templar Knights immediately set off and smoothly returned. Nothing pursued or obstructed them. The Guardian Golems were artificial things. They had low intelligence and relied on the Tower Spirit to direct them. But the Tower Spirit's voice did not appear in the magma battlefield. In the middle of the passage, Jia Sha used the extreme ice spell to find a spot to rest. With no problems arising, he ordered everyone to rest. He had almost exhausted his divine power, thus healing the others was a difficult task. After finishing his daily prayers, Jia Sha sank into a deep sleep with 2 Guardian Templar Knights protecting him. How should I explain things to him? When I charged through the magma battlefield today, the priest must have seen my appearance, but he didn't mention it. Zhen Ren knew Jia Sha was waiting for him to confess. But what could Zhen Ren say? Shu. I killed him with my own hands. Remorse and powerlessness rushed into his mind simultaneously. Zhen Ren painfully closed his eyes, sat up, and leaned against the metal wall. The metal wall's coldness seemed to transmit to the depths of his heart. The young knight sank into self-blame. At the time I should have stayed my hand. I shouldn't have been so heavy-handed. I should have remembered the scouts were invisible. Why did I forget? Why did I only forget that point? However, from the depths of his heart, a voice disseminated, "Don't be too sad. This was only an accident, that's all." No, I've become depraved. I am already depraved. My hands have been polluted with my comrade's blood. Repulsive. I definitely wanted to save him. I definitely wanted to save him. With this fact, Zhen Ren clenched his teeth and covered his eyes with his right palm. The back of his head was touching the ice-cold wall and his left fist was clenched tightly. The scene of killing Exisu replayed in his mind again. When he found Exisu, Zhen Ren was shocked. However, When he wanted to help Exisu, he discovered the fatal injury and Zhen Ren immediately sank into bewilderment. Faced with Exisua's denouncement, he subconsciously retorted. When he suddenly heard the Guardian Templar Knight's voices, Zhen Ren's heart jumped without enough time to think. He suddenly activated the core and absorbed Exisu. Now, I vowed that I would never put my hands on a human. But not only did I do that, I even killed my own comrade. Why did I destroy any trace of his corpse? Why? That question tormented him the most. He couldn't avoid this question. I was weak, afraid, and worried of misunderstandings. I can explain things clearly. I can. How can you explain this? Another voice in his heart sneered. Why did I kill him? Isn't it because I was afraid of him spilling my secret? With that injury, he was already toast. You might as well forget about it. Some things shouldn't be said. Wouldn't that just cause complications for me? Think about it. Didn't I save Exisu's life? But he didn't know how to be grateful. He still wanted to make things difficult for me. He would have caused the Guardian Templar Knights to misunderstand me. The consequences would have been severe. Now, Zhen Ren held his head in his hands and shouted in his heart, "Go away! I don't believe that I am not a despicable and sinister person." The voice in his heart laughed. Then let me put it in a way you can understand. I cannot be misunderstood because I am responsible for this body. The revival of the Bowie Zen clan, protecting my fiancé, and successfully leading these survivors off this island are my responsibility. I promised them that, correct? Therefore, I cannot die or be misunderstood, nor can I fail to live up to the expectations of others. No, no, no. This is quibble. All of this is quibble. Zhen Ren's head was nearly buried in his stomach. He did his best to vie with the darkness in his heart. I've become depraved. I've always been in the abyss of depravity. At that moment, the young knight felt he was as weak as tree leaves in the wind. But quickly, the voices in his heart said together, "Depravity? What is depravity? Is violating the Templar Knight's path depravity? Relax, I'm only doing the most correct choice. My choice was rational, it proves my intelligence. Look around, no one else knows the truth. No one thinks you killed Exisu." Zhen Ren suddenly opened his eyes, and with light flickering in them, he loudly refuted in his heart, "No, I will confess, I will be honest, I will atone for my crime." Of course you will. Unexpectedly, the voice in his heart didn't block him. Do it. The voice hooted. But Zhen Ren no longer retorted. His face grew paler. He looked like a dead person. His breathing weakened, as if he were a breathless dead man. At that moment, he understood he didn't have the courage to speak of Exisua's murder or to expose the core. Previously, every time he roused enough courage, at the final push some affair would suddenly burst in or another person would destroy it. But as a matter of fact, was it really like that? It wasn't. If he really wanted to say something, he could have said something most of the time. In reality, I didn't speak out because I didn't want to. For example, I only wanted to confess to the priest because of external pressure, nothing more. Who doesn't want to be bright and beautiful? Who doesn't want to hide their darkness and unworthiness? I especially want to. Remorse, frustration, pain, and sorrow tormented the youngster. By torturing and questioning his heart, the youngster also understood the true opinions the deepest parts of his heart held. A tormenting night passed. Everyone set out again. Scouts were required to investigate ahead. Let me come. Zhen Ren asked to be assigned. Everyone was amazed and opposed him. Zhen Ren shook his head and stood firm. Everyone needs to rest more, while I am in relatively good condition. In addition, after the magma battlefield, perhaps the road ahead is more dangerous and needs stronger people to investigate it. He needed to keep himself busy, too busy to ponder. Scouting needed more than one person. A bronze-level sailor kneeled at his own accord and excitedly told Zhen Ren, "Lord Zhen Ren, you have saved my life more than once. Please let me follow you. Let us move together." Zhen Ren's actions yesterday in the battlefield inspired this sailor. But Zhen Ren pursed his brows. At that moment, he seemed to see Su. "No, I will go alone." "Stand up for me." The sailor blankly stared. Realizing his reaction was a little excessive, Zhen Ren complimented, "Currently, the road ahead has no byways. Only I am needed. You need to recuperate more." With these words, Zhen Ren received the praise and esteem of everyone. Yet, when faced with these eyes and attitudes, Zhen Ren only wanted to escape. The investigation went very smoothly, so smoothly that Zhen Ren was somewhat suspicious. Following this, everyone was in disbelief. They didn't encounter any golems, exterminators, or traps. And so, they advanced like this for 2 days. A day dragged past, like a year for Zhen Ren. "Your lordship, you don't need to feel sad for those sacrificed. It is more important to lead those still alive and escape this place together," advised Kang Xu. "Lord Zhen Ren, don't blame yourself. We never blamed you. You have already done enough." Baiya also consoled. "Is there anything you want to say to me?" "There is a lot I want to say to you." ZD privately found Zhen Ren. "Child, you must remember, Master Sheng Ming's gaze shines over everything. In it, there are no shadows." Jia Sha also encouraged Zhen Ren. However, these encouragements, consolement, advice, and other words only made Zhen Ren feel more ashamed. More lonely. There is a dead body ahead. A scout returned with important information. The corpse of a strong saint-level person lay in the passage. There were traces of a fierce close-quarters battle everywhere. He should be one of the attackers. Hold on, at a peril. He comes from the Bloodlight Punishment Institution. Everyone hurried over. All of their hearts were equally shocked. Chapter 167. Finally seeing War Merchant. The dead saint-level person wore a blood-red gown. Their hands were covered with iron gloves. Their feet wore iron boots. An iron helmet was on their head, and an iron mask covered their face. Around the blood-red gown circled 9 platinum stars. This was the apparel of the Bloodlight Punishment Institution. The Bloodlight Punishment Institution. This was a famous institution. Practically everyone had heard of it. It was also known as the Gods' Whips. It existed in the Shang Ming Empire to whip the enemies of the gods. In the Shang Ming Empire, all of the dukes as well as the emperor were living gods. These gods were experts of their domain, and each of them had a powerful sect. As they influenced and led humanity forward, they helped and restricted each other like old intertwined tree roots. Those that became the gods' enemy, even if they could fight the gods directly, also had strong concealment, disguise, or escape capabilities. The gods were also aloof and remote. Typically, they rarely disposed of anything personally. In order to conveniently arrest the wanted and pursue the gods' enemies without interfering with each other, the gods joined hands to establish the Bloodlight Punishment Institution. The Bloodlight Punishment Institution didn't have many people, however, each of them was strong. All of them came from the great powers of the Shang Ming Empire and were valued characters. The Bloodlight Punishment Institution's power was enormous. They could kill or arrest anyone in the continent, often acting first and reporting later. Their power was above the Templar Knight regiments, Templar magician regiments, many sects, influential clans, the Magician Alliance, and other groups. Official members could enter almost any area in the empire, access the absolute majority of secret information, and had the authority to suddenly mobilize almost any garrison in the empire at will. It seems Great Duke Quan Fei's Mount Yan Shan was dispatched with the Bloodlight Punishment Institution. Yan Shan should also be a member of the Bloodlight Punishment Institution. I still think Great Duke Quan Fei was the one who ordered War Merchant's death. How strange. Why did the Bloodlight Punishment Institution attack War Merchant? War Merchant isn't an enemy of the gods. Maybe he was blasphemous and sinful behind the scenes. I think the Empire might have needed War Merchant's remodeled magic beast technology. Think about it. If the Empire mastered this technology, when they deal with the beastmen in the future, less humans will be sacrificed. Everyone was discussing. Who is this saint-level person? A curious person wanted to walk over to the corpse and take off their mask. Don't touch. That action immediately caused Jia Sha to give a strict warning. Saying this, Jia Sha looked at the Templar Guardian Knight, Zhang Dan. Zhang Dan lifted his leg and kicked a rock on the ground. When the rock flew into the corpse, it immediately turned gold. According to my information, War Merchant's magic spell, Gold Hand, has reached the legend level. This Bloodlight Punishment Institution person has been killed by that magic. Their clothing has completely covered their skin, however, as long as they are observed by a divine spell. Once confined, they have thoroughly become a golden statue. Jia Sha had mentioned this in time, and the survivor who wanted to take off the iron mask turned deathly pale. Their strength was too low. Even if the saint-level person was a dead corpse, they couldn't touch the corpse. Carefully avoiding the corpse, everyone continued forward. Next, they saw even more concentrated marks of battle. The people saw some unknown blood, severed arms, many golems, magical artifacts, and the fragments of weapons and equipment. Jia Sha analyzed. In the magma battlefield, War Merchant crossed swords with the small Bloodlight Punishment Institution squadron. Although Yan Shan was sealed, he was severely wounded. He urgently withdrew while the saint-level people pursued him with all their strength. Not long after, War Merchant was overtaken. He had to fight while retreating. During this process, one of the Saint-level people was killed. That was the corpse we saw earlier. The rest continued to pursue, no matter how disastrous the price they paid. This is also why no defensive measures were encountered. Move. I sense the control hub isn't far off. Jiaxie's tone carried excitement. Zidi's eyes also shined. The more they went forward, the wider the passage got. Not long after, everyone stopped in front of a gigantic door. This gigantic door was bright and clean, as if it were new. However, on the lower left, there was a hole in it. From the hole, one could see behind the door. That's a really thick door. Quickly look, it's different inside. It's an extremely wide room. There are many coffins. Magic beast corpses practically fill the ground. Everyone looked inside through the lower left gap, and one after the other, they cried out in surprise. It was not bright inside, and everything was in disarray. There were many remodeled magic beast carcasses, including bat monkeys, scaled leopards, blue dog fox wolves, and more. It was evident a bitter battle took place here. The Bloodlight Punishment Institution's people pursued him in. This door did not stop them for long. Someone guessed at what happened in the battle. Maybe this was a trap War Merchant made for the Bloodlight Punishment Institution. These coffins were arranged very close together, although many were destroyed. Some are still intact. What were they used for? Even if this isn't the control hub, this is an important place. Everyone was already excited and nervous. Divine spell, detect magic. Divine spell, detect traps. The two divine spells were used by Jiaxia repeatedly. Eventually, he determined there was nothing to this gigantic door. It was just a door. Break through this door, Jiaxia ordered. However, the 4 Guardian Templar Knights failed. Even Zhongyi's bone hammer couldn't leave a dent on the door. Jiaxia pursed his brows. Even after giving everyone divine spells, they still couldn't leave a mark on the door. Jiaxia naturally was not resigned. He personally used an offensive divine spell on the door. The divine spell's radiance collided with the gigantic door and broke into countless beams. However, it didn't do anything. I fear this door is made from legend-level materials. Zidi's tone was heavy. What can we do? Iwan was bewildered. He tried using silver lightning, but could only leave behind a scratch. We should have brought that cannon with us. Kang Xu sighed. When they crashed through the magma battlefield, everyone focused on making every second count. Thus, they abandoned the heavy alchemy cannon. Don't tell me we need to return with the cannon? This proposal made many people shake their heads. The magma battlefield still had guardian golems and invisible exterminators. Going back for the cannon was bringing about their own destruction. Zhen Ren, perhaps you can have a try at it. Jiaxia encouraged Zhen Ren with a smile. Zhen Ren's heart immediately thumped. Yes, your lordship, if your prayer succeeds, perhaps the power of a divine Scion Knight can break through this door. Hey! Juan shouted. In a split second, nearly everyone concentrated their attention on him. Zhen Ren breathed sluggishly. With a wooden face and heavy footsteps, he approached the door. Then, with his back to everyone, he began to silently pray. A long time passed. He turned around, dismayed. Sorry, my master didn't respond to me. Everyone sighed, but no one blamed Zhen Ren. My lord, don't be too difficult on yourself. This must have been Heavenly Emperor Shang Ming's intentions. Zidai consoled. Zhen Ren nodded, then walked into the crowd. Jia Sha clenched his teeth. His burning eyes glared at the gigantic door. To use legend-level materials on this door, maybe the control hub really is inside. Hateful. We are unexpectedly obstructed by a door. Everyone was at their wits' end and gradually despaired. Perhaps there is another path. There can't be just one road that leads to the control hub, right? Someone suggested he look for another path. At that moment, the giant suddenly shouted, I have a way, I think I have a way. What is it? Everyone asked with varied expectations. Let me try. Nevertheless, the giant's heart was full of confidence. He ran to the door and began to pull at the lower left hole. Could it be he thinks we can get through that way? But the next moment, the giant bit his teeth and used his entire body to drag the door to the side. At first, the gigantic door was motionless, however. After a few breaths, it trembled, then slowly moved to the right. Many people were dumbstruck. Jia Shay laughed heartily. Good, good. Everyone had been thinking in circles, yet the giant, with his simple thoughts, had used the simplest method to open the door. However, if the tower spirit was here and if this place hadn't been damaged in battle, this door would have been locked. It wouldn't have had such an obvious gap. The giant quickly used up his strength, but the gigantic door had been pulled enough for a petite person to pass through. Zhongji, Zhen Ren, the 4 Guardian Templar Knights, and a few others with the aid of Jia Sha's divine spells, continued to pull the gigantic door. After a great effort, everyone was dripping with sweat. Finally, the gigantic door had been pulled enough that even the giant could barely get through. With the gigantic door opened, the situation inside could be easily viewed. Behind the gigantic door was a vast room with spherical walls, forming an arena-like layout. Hundreds of coffins were distributed around in a tight formation, like the seats in an arena. Many of the coffins were opened or destroyed. They seemed to have stored blood. There were also many intact coffins. These destroyed coffins, combined with many magic beast corpses, vividly portrayed the bloodlight punishment institution's people's assault. Starting from the gigantic door, they charged straight into the center of the Magician Tower. That's right, this vast underground room was a towering Magician Tower. Most Magician Towers were different from each other. This Magician Tower was short and fat, with only 4 floors. The Magician Tower's door had been severely damaged. From a distance, everyone saw a small mound of magic beast core and huge golem fragments. Jia Shay's heart jumped. His tone was certain. This is the Alchemy Factory's control hub. Everyone became excited and nervous. They moved through the ruined battlefield. Nothing unexpected happened, and they smoothly arrived at the Magician Tower. After stepping across the mountain of magic beast carcasses, they entered the Magician Tower. Human-shaped bodies jumped into their eyes. 3 Bloodlight Punishment Institution saint levels, as well as a goblin. This goblin wore a fine golden magical gown as he lay on the ground. The remaining legend-level life aura remaining on his corpse revealed his identity without a shadow of a doubt. The Alchemy Grandmaster, War Merchant. Chapter 168, Divine Artifact. Green Jade Golden Coffin. War Merchant was laying on the ground, his back facing upwards. An unusual 2-meter spear penetrated through his back and into the floor. This thin spear seemed to have vines twisting and winding around its shaft. It mortally wounded War Merchant. No one knew which saint-level person threw it. It might have been the final attack before death, causing the scene of mutual destruction everyone saw in front of them. This wooden vine spear seems to be the legend rank weapon. Thorn, wood, vine spear. Zhongji identified a moment later. The spear emitted a legend-level aura. It was very peculiar. It resembled a living magic plant. The last record about the thorn vine spear says it was in Great Duke Zhanwan's arsenal. This should be it. All legend rank weapons possess distinct characteristics. It's no wonder War Merchant was also killed. The Bloodlight Punishment Institution Squadron not only assaulted with a legend-level Flame Dragon King, but with a legend-level weapon. But Zidi shook her head. This is War Merchant's headquarters. The alchemy factory is a portion of his magician tower. If it were an open fight, the outcome would be uncertain. Crucially, this small squad came prepared. They didn't storm the magician tower. Rather, they rushed through the interior of the alchemy factory. In truth, War Merchant was caught unprepared. Zidi's analysis won Kang Exu's approval. The old scholar nodded, gazed at War Merchant's body, and deeply lamented. A legend-level magician with their magician tower can even vie with the gods. I never expected such a legendary magician to die in such a way. His magic gown should also be legend-level. Unfortunately, it couldn't compete with the thorn vine spear. Someone took note of this point. Even if the legend-level magic gown was damaged, the material it is made of is priceless. What's more, it could still be restored. Don't touch him. When facing death's door, who knows what magic War Merchant prepared? Replied Kang Exu. Those words made everyone suddenly think of the first saint-level corpse. Touching that corpse would turn a person into a golden statue. Everyone's heart shivered inside. The disparity was too high. It was impossible to collect these corpses. Don't touch the thorn vine spear either. It is very tyrannical, capable of absorbing almost all matter and energy. It can absorb the water, fire, and flesh it touches. Therefore, it is very taxing on a magician's protective spells. Zhongji warned. Hearing these words, everyone sorrowfully backed away from War Merchant. If this is how things are, how do we clean up the battlefield? Yeah, how are we gonna retrieve our spoils of war? I didn't expect that after falling into dire straits we could have such an immense harvest. Fate is too inconceivable. This will be an immense contribution. War Merchant's bounty is indeed an immense number. He was the most confident of the most wanted. None, just a reward. We've collected a big bargain. As long as we return and give these things to the Empire, we might receive titles and land. Our tale will be spread throughout the entire continent, making us the envy of countless adventurers. Everyone stood around War Merchant's corpse. Gradually, as they discussed, their voices grew louder, their breathing became hoarser, and many faces blushed with excitement. Zongyi was also like this. He thought of his father, although he hadn't stepped foot on the wilderness continent yet. Establishing himself with this kind of meritorious service would undoubtedly bring him closer to his goals. Triple Blade's face was also beaming with joy. Once he was a commander of a mercenary corps. In order to achieve this, he had struggled for half a lifetime. He didn't expect that, after being stranded on this island and disbanding his mercenary corps, that his life would unexpectedly turn around. Nevertheless, Zhen Ren faintly frowned. He looked at War Merchant's check and couldn't help but be puzzled. Strange. Why do I get a sense of familiarity when I look at him? Everyone knew War Merchant's appearance, after all, as the 7th most wanted. His portrait was spread widely in every continent. However, Zhen Ren understood this sense of familiarity wasn't from looking at a portrait. It was from personal experience. Kang Xu suddenly spoke. Everyone, this great bargain certainly isn't easy to collect. War Merchant was the Bloodlight Punishment Institution team's kill. How can we offer these things? How will the Bloodlight Punishment Institution react? When we passed through the magma battlefield, Yan Shan explicitly warned us to not covet this meritorious service. Yan Shan is not only a legend-ranked fire dragon, his master is Great Duke Quan Fei. Kang Xu's words made everyone calm down. That's right. This contribution is too big. We cannot take it. My small body isn't enough to resist a finger of the Flame Dragon King. Everyone was worried, and it appeared on everyone's face. Jia Shay coldly snorted. Everyone, you must understand, fate has presented all of this to us. The priest gazed at everyone and loudly preached. Originally, we were safely sailing to the wilderness continent. However, a Bloodlight Punishment Institution squad assaulted mystifying Monster Island, dying together with War Merchant. The island crumbled. The tower's spirit went out of control, and the mighty force of this sank our ship. We are victims of that disaster. Thus, we were stranded on this island. For several months, we painfully struggled. We fought against all kinds of magic beasts, traveled over land and water. We all out to gather food and water and exhausted ourselves to survive. Finally, we were forced to come here, seeking to struggle free from desperate straits and find reprieve from death. We succeeded. We reached this place. Look around. We have sacrificed so many, bled and sweated so much, and survived through so many dangers. We helped each other and relied on our efforts and indispensable luck to stand here. Jia Sha pointed at War Merchant's corpse. We deserve this. True. That's right. Lord Priest is correct. Everyone was deeply touched by Jia Sha's words. Zhen Jin, Zongyi, and a few others remained silent. Jia Sha continued. Indeed, if we take credit for this, we will offend the Bloodlight Punishment Institution, Yan Shan, and Great Duke Quan Fa. However, if we don't take credit for it, I will definitely regret it for the rest of my life. As everyone knows, I am a priest. I believe in my master, the great heavenly emperor, Sheng Ming. In my holy sect, I have my respected teacher, my superiors, and many colleagues. I was also the son of a great noble once. My clan background can also make things easier for me. Therefore, I will use all my contacts and relationships to fight for this contribution. That's right. Bai shouted, "Don't forget, we also have Lord Zhen Ren." Everyone focused on Zhen Ren. Yes, we have always been following Lord Zhen Ren. He's a Templar Knight and a Divine Scion Knight. The Bai Zhen clan will definitely help us and ensure we get credit. Zongyi looked pensive. He thought of his own father. Kai Wan smiled. Very, very good. Fei, she wiped away years. You have grown up, your lordship. Our Wisteria Merchant Alliance will also be rejuvenated. But at that moment, Zidi maintained a rarely seen calmness. Everyone, it's too early to be happy. Our main goal isn't seeking contribution. War Merchant and the Bloodlight Punishment Institution Squadron killing each other was beyond our expectations. We still need to escape this place alive. Even if we have not felt an earthquake after entering the alchemy factory, those earthquakes have not disappeared since Yanshan is the origin of the earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. If we don't seize the moment and find a way to escape, this island will collapse, and we will die with it. If Yanshan escapes, we will also suffer a calamity. Everyone trembled in fear. Zidi was right, causing everyone to sober up a bit. Quickly, let's look upstairs. The Magician Tower must have the alchemy factory's control hub. There must be a way to control the entire alchemy factory in here. Surely there is a hidden storehouse with a passage out of here, like a teleportation door or something else. War Merchant should have an escape route. Seize the moment. Find the control hub. Are these coffins the control hub? On the first floor, besides the damaged door, War Merchant, the Dead Saint levels, and the legendary weapon Thornvine Spear, there was a coffin in the center. The coffin seemed to be forged from gold, and a jade relief sculpture traced with silver was inlaid on its surface. The sculpture depicted a winged snake. The coffin was 3 meters long and 1.8 meters wide. It was a dazzling sight beyond comparison. The coffin was not intact. No one found the coffin's lid. Carefully approaching it, everyone found there were 12 black murals inside. These murals had a simple style and portrayed the birth, worship, life, and legend of a god. This god seems to be the feather snake god. After a moment, Jiashai identified it, his complexion slightly changing. The feather snake god wasn't a human god, rather it was one of the great devil gods. In present times, the devil race was nearly extinct. Thus, the feather snake god fell long ago. Jiashai's eyes shined. He was certain. This coffin should be the feather snake god's divine artifact, the green jade golden coffin. The feather snake god and its clergy had the divine power to control life and reproduction. According to written accounts, whenever it was seriously injured, it would hide in this coffin to cure itself quickly and completely. The green jade golden coffin's therapy abilities were extremely strong. Some have even speculated that it has the power to revive the power of a god. I didn't expect to learn War Merchant had the main part of it. Unfortunately, he didn't have the coffin lid. This artifact is incomplete. I understand now. Saying this, Jia Shah suddenly turned around to look at War Merchant. He was heavily wounded. Thus, he withdrew to the control hub to use the green jade golden coffin to treat himself. He nearly succeeded, but in the end, he still died in the final stretch. Chapter 169, A Second Core. Divine Artifact, Green Jade Golden Coffin. No one expected this divine artifact would be in the Alchemy Factory control hub's first floor. Everyone was shocked, however, after carefully thinking. As the seventh most wanted and as a legendary alchemist, it was not strange for War Merchant to have this. We must bring this divine artifact with us. If we give this to the Empire, we will receive an unimaginable amount of contribution. Someone shouted. In order to prevent accidents, don't touch it for the time being. It should be the core of an alchemy formation. Zedi inferred after seeing some clues. The countless coffins outside should be copies of it. Through an alchemy formation, War Merchant could copy the divine artifact's power, allowing him to make all kinds of magic beasts from the counterfeit coffins. Kang Exu nodded. It seems my previous conjecture was wrong. The island's artificial magic beasts were not beastified people. Rather, they were forcibly created here. The green jade golden coffin is indeed inconceivable. After all, it is a divine artifact. Jia She sighed endlessly. He was the first to circle around the magnificent divine coffin. We had better go upstairs without delay and find a way to control this place. Besides the dead bodies and coffins, the Magician Tower's first floor had a staircase. Jia Shah used divine spells to examine his surroundings and the things in front of him. But it was ineffective. He couldn't detect anything. Even if things were out of control here, because the materials and alchemy technology here were at the legend level, a silver-level investigative divine spell was useless. As a result, Jia Shah didn't walk ahead. Instead, he made others find a path. Everyone cautiously approached the staircase, but nothing unexpected happened. Listen, it sounds like sea waves, Lan Seo suddenly said. Many people nodded. They also heard it. Could it be that the second floor has a teleportation door? Can we leave mystifying Monster Island through it? Perhaps this is a defensive magic being enabled. Everyone discussed incessantly while Zhen Jin's heart secretly bounced. This feeling... He suddenly felt a call. Something above was attracting him. As he stepped up the staircase and got closer to the second floor, this attraction grew stronger. What is on the second floor? Holding this intense curiosity, Zhen Jin and the others came to the second floor. On this floor, the sea wave sounds unexpectedly disappeared. The second floor was nearly empty. There was no teleportation door, only a shell floating in the air. The mediocre shell didn't look strange. It looked like a large, old-fashioned washbowl with green-black moss all over it. Everyone felt the aura of life, proving the shell was alive. But it wasn't a magic beast, based on its life aura. It was just an ordinary shell. Why would War Merchant place an ordinary shell on the second floor? It seemed this shell was more important to War Merchant than the green jade golden coffin on the first floor. In the middle of everyone's hesitation, Jia She's expression suddenly changed as he thought of something. Don't tell me, that is the mermaid fairy tale? Jia Shah was uncertain. What is that? Fairy tale? Everyone was endlessly puzzled. It was difficult to connect this shell to fairy tales. Contrariwise, Kang Exu recalled some information and explained, "I think the thing Lord Priest is referring to is the blue charm god's divine artifact. Its divine artifact's name is Mermaid Fairy Tale." Seeing everyone staring at him, Kang Exu continued, "The blue charm god is a revered fishman god. They are an expert at deceit and disguise. Their torso is a mermaid and is fond of emitting its charm to entice the males of different races from ships. However, once upon a time, it encountered one of the human dukes. It is inappropriate to narrate what happened next." Everyone immediately understood. One by one, they recalled rumors of a sex scandal happening to some great character in the Empire. "I always thought that was a rumor. Many things aren't baseless. Don't say anything, that affair is taboo, be careful. A loose tongue may cause a lot of trouble." Everyone actively stopped discussing this subject. Then they looked at the ordinary shell again. "I'm still uncertain." Jia Shah shook his head, "But if it is the mermaid fairy tale, then everything is clear. War Merchant relied on and used this divine artifact to deceive and hide from the gods, allowing him to hide his headquarters in the world. As a result, the gods were unable to find mystifying Monster Island. Ships were unable to come here, and us arriving at this place was a complete accident." Zhang Di gazed at the large shell and said with a respectful tone, "War Merchant deserves to be called a legend-level alchemist. He could even utilize divine artifacts." Divine artifacts, as the name implies, they were the gods' implements. The vast majority of divine artifacts were forged by a god alone in order to make it as close as possible to their divine power. Only with a god's permission can another use their divine artifact. However, War Merchant clearly hadn't gotten the Feather Snake gods or the Blue Charm gods' permission. Through his own methods, he forcibly excavated a portion of the divine artifact's power. From this, the apex of War Merchant's alchemy mastery was undoubtedly revealed. War Merchant was not a believer. To steal the power of these divine artifacts through alchemy was blasphemous and offended the Feather Snake god and the Blue Charm god. If this was discovered, he would be an enemy of the gods. However, these two gods had fallen long ago, thus War Merchant didn't bring about any trouble. From this, one could also see War Merchant's prudence. He behaved appropriately by only targeting fallen gods. "We will go to the 3rd floor." Jia Shah headed to the stairs. Like before, no one dared to touch the large shell. All of them cautiously walked around, lest they trigger something by getting too close. Zhen Jin shot a final glance at the divine artifact. He didn't have any familiar feelings when looking at it. But the youngster's gaze grew heavier because he felt the mysterious call and attraction grow stronger. As it turns out, this call is not from the 2nd floor, rather it is from an upper floor. Why is this hidden thing calling to me? Why does the control hub seem somewhat familiar? Don't tell me I have been here before. Impossible, how could I come to this place? Jia Shah used divine spells. He still didn't detect any traps, while the people ahead were safe and sound. Everyone quickly reached the 3rd floor. This floor is similar to the 2nd floor. There is nothing here except the thing in the middle, as well as the flights of stairs in the corner. What is that thing? Don't tell me it's another divine artifact. War Merchant placed this on the 3rd floor. This proves that in War Merchant's heart, it is more important than the green jade golden coffin and the mermaid fairy tale. But regardless of whether it was Jiasha, Zongi, or Kang Exu, all of the scowled and puzzled. They didn't recognize the object. In everyone's eyes, it was a smooth, round, and small ball. It was only the size of a thumb, its entire body was scarlet, its surface wasn't glossy, it resembled a small walnut, and it had fine vein lines warped around its body. It had a texture similar to a transparent crystal, with bloodlight radiating from inside it. Zhen Ren also had a doubtful expression. However, his heart was shocked. It's a core. With regards to that strange item, he was the one most familiar with it because his heart concealed one of them. Regardless of the size, shape, or texture, it was a carbon copy. Only the vein lines on the surface were different. Without the core, Zhen Ren would have already died in some corner on mystifying Monster Island. By constantly excavating the core's power and transformations, Zhen Ren was able to come to this place. War Merchant also has a core. Did he make this core? He put it on the 3rd floor. That must mean he feels its value exceeds that of the green jade golden coffin and the mermaid fairy tale. Zhen Ren didn't feel surprised or baffled. Earlier, Zhen Ren had speculated the constant fights on mystifying Monster Island were perhaps happening to make a core. The young knight thought of Jiasha's information again. In recent years, War Merchant had mastered the human beastification technology and had already begun to sell them as weapons for external use. But why am I attracted so strongly to it? Zhen Ren couldn't help but roll his Adam's apple. The core floating in the air feverishly called out to him. It wasn't calling out to Zhen Ren, but the core in Zhen Ren's heart. Inside Zhen Ren's heart, strange red lights emitted from the core, and each flash of light seemed to shout to Zhen Ren, "Eat it! Eat it! Absorb it now." Chapter 170. Victory Suddenly Descends. The young knight had an intense intuition. He would greatly benefit if he absorbed that core. But under 1,000 staring eyes, how could he grab it? Like the green jade golden coffin and the mermaid fairy tale in the lower floors, no one had permission to touch these things. Who knows what defensive methods War Merchant had on the more important 3rd floor? Zhen Ren could only quietly endure. Does this floor not have the alchemy factory's controls? Juan was a bit worried. The 4th floor must have it, answered ZD. Everyone avoided the core and went up the stairs. Quickly, the scout at the front opened his mouth. "The 4th floor is deserted. There's nothing here." "How is that possible?" "What kind of situation is this?" "My God, what do we do?" Everyone quickly climbed up the 4th floor. It really was empty, leaving them somewhat flustered. Abominable. If we can't find a way to control this place, it will be hard to use the magical formations here to escape. Even if there are many divine artifacts, what use are they to us? The island is collapsing. We will die here. No, if Yanshan gets out, we will be crushed like ants. Many people held their heads. They looked hopeless. We still have time. Console. Don't tell me this isn't the control hub. Kang Exu frowned. He was puzzled. War Merchant chose to retreat here. This is the control hub's most likely location. But why isn't there a factory control panel? Don't tell me it was on War Merchant's body. Perhaps there is another magician tower in this alchemy factory. As everyone guessed, Jia Shei's complexion suddenly changed. He suddenly seemed pleasantly surprised. Wait a minute, this is it. This is the control hub. He immediately attracted everyone's interest. This magician tower, no, to be more accurate, this floor controls the alchemy factory. While saying this, Jia Shei began to imbue the walls with divine power. At first, nothing happened, but after a moment, results began to show. Everyone looked at the pure white divine power radiating from Jia Shei's hands as it flowed into the 4 floors' walls. After the divine power flowed into the walls, straight and curved lines, as well as words began to appear. These words and lines illuminated in the wake of the divine power. Gradually, everyone began to see small parts of some magical formation. Outstanding. Truly outstanding. Jia Sha grew happier. Following the divine power's intrusion, his understanding of the magician tower rapidly grew. War Merchant really deserves to be called the greatest alchemist in the world. Afterwards, Jia Sha slightly changed color and said with lingering fear, "Fortunately, the tower spirit is in a bad state. If it were in good condition, this floor would have killed us. I have said it to everyone. This is a gift from fate." Everyone was exultant. Wonderful. You really proved yourself, Lord Jia Sha. If this continues, we can control the entire alchemy factory. Quickly look around. Is there anything that can help us in our escape? During that lively discussion, the tower spirit's voice suddenly echoed again. Warning. Warning. The alchemy factory control hub has been invaded. Intruders have appeared on the 4th floor. Immediately carrying out the elimination. No tower defenses detected. Waking elemental warriors. No elemental warrior vital signs detected. Releasing poisonous gas. Control valves unresponsive. Convening golems outside the tower. Suffering interference, unable to contact any. Emergency termination of breeding process. Waking magic beasts. Awakening successful. The tower spirit's voice made everyone's heart a mess, and those final words made everyone's expression greatly change. From below the control hub, everyone heard a resonant and violent beast roar. After a few breaths, the beast roars were increasingly concentrated. The countless roars intertwined to form a mountain of clamors. Jia Shei turned pale. The tower spirit opened those coffins. All of the intact coffins have released a great amount of magic beasts that are attacking this place. We must block them. Buy me time. As long as I imbue this entire place with divine power, the tower spirit will be unable to stop us. Everyone knew this was the most crucial moment. One by one, they went down to the 1st floor to kill. The 1st floor's door was 30% gone, leaving an enormous hole in it. Crocodile head hammertail boas, monkey-tail brown bears, blue dog foxwolves, strong life white rhinoceros, spear scorpions, and other magic beasts surged like the tide in a turbulent ocean. Their berserk vigor made everyone sense enormous pressure. Shoot! Ah, Iwan commanded, His voice trembled. 1 arrow curtain, 2 arrow curtains, 3 arrow curtains. Although the survivors were few and only formed a thin arrow curtain, they were using alchemy arrowheads. These were explosive, fire, frost, or lightning arrows. Their outstanding power caused great casualties to the beast groups. However, these magic beasts were very brutal. Their eyes were bloodshot, and possibly because their breeding process was interrupted, even if they hadn't been attacked, blood flowed from every pore of their bodies. The tower spirit seemed to arouse their vitality in spite of the consequences afterwards. The magic beasts charged at the survivors, trampling each other's corpses. Divine spell, holy shield. Pure white light suddenly came from the control hub's 4th floor walls and fell onto everyone's body. This divine spell had arrived just in time. Relying on the holy shield, the giant, Zhongyi, and the others stabilized the front at the foremost hole. Persevere, I can now use the control hub to transmit my divine power. Jia Sha yelled from the 4th floor. Zhen Ren had already transformed golden scorpion armor and had 2 spider blades in his hands, his divine scion form. With the flashing blades, a monkey-tail brown bear's head was severed by Zhen Ren. A whirlwind of blood shot out, covering Zhen Ren's eyes. Suddenly, a huge crocodile head hammer tail boa crashed through the watery blood. Zhen Ren couldn't avoid it, nor could he, with his comrades behind him. He could only endure this attack. With a dull bang, he was knocked back into one of his comrades, nearly crushing their ribs. We can't stay here. Zhongyi bit his teeth quickly. Withdraw to the 2nd floor. Human physical power was finite. It couldn't compare to a magic beast's. This confrontation between man and beast was extremely intense. After only fighting for a bit, Zhongyi already felt it was difficult to hold on, and the bone hammer in his hands became heavy. Lord Jia Sha, have you succeeded yet? We can't keep retreating, someone yelled. Wait a moment. I have already succeeded in taking over the 1st floor's magical formation. Jia Sha's voice could be heard shortly after. The next moment, holy light flowed from the upper floor and into an alchemy magical formation on the 1st floor. In nearly a wink, the pure white holy light flowed into the green jade golden coffin. The green jade golden coffin suddenly exploded with a mix of green and golden light. Whoever the light hit had their injuries, spirit, and physical strength restored to peak condition. Then the green jade golden coffin's light started to spread, healing many magic beasts that bathed in the radiance. Sorry, I could only control it to a limited degree. Jia She's voice transmitted again. I already undid the alchemy magical formation. You can now safely touch this divine artifact. Take advantage of this time. Bring the green jade golden coffin up for me. Everyone promptly hauled the green jade golden coffin up the stairs and onto the 2nd floor. The magic beasts pursued close behind. Go first, father. I will protect your rear. The giant brought up the rear of his own accord. After withdrawing to the 2nd floor, the pressure on everyone immediately dropped by a lot, because they had a smaller area to defend and could attack from the high ground, giving them the advantage. However, after attacking for a while, Jia She's annoyed voice came through. Don't use alchemy arrowheads. Destroying the tower will seriously interfere with me. Everyone could only fight in close combat. And so, the line of battle gradually withdrew. The magic beasts were unafraid of death. Their frantic offensive rapidly increased everyone's injuries. In addition, the divine spell shield had also weakened substantially. However, the protection divine spell was quickly casted again on everyone's body. Meanwhile, holy light inscribed a large alchemy magical formation around them until finally converging on the large shell floating in the middle. With a bang, the divine artifact fell to the ground, startling the sweating survivors near it. "Bring it up. You can remove it now?" Jia Shay yelled. "Priest, have you succeeded yet?" Everyone was frightened and happy. But Jia Shay replied, "Not yet. The tower spirit is still in control of the teleportation door. I still need more time." "You still haven't succeeded yet?" Kai Wan resentfully screeched. Jia Shay coldly snorted, "My control over the control has just deepened. Soon or later I will wrestle control of the teleportation door. Without my assistance, how could you touch those two divine artifacts? No matter what these divine artifacts are, we can't use them," someone retorted loudly. "No, these are fate's gifts. Do you know how much I can get from high-level Imperials?" "You can't imagine it," Jia Shay roared. The fierce battle continued, and the survivors' casualties gradually increased. A huge crocodile head hammer-tail boa suddenly bit a survivor's arm and dragged him away. "Save me?" the survivor fearfully shouted. Zanji pulled his other arm at once. However, the crocodile head hammer-tail boa had terrible strength. If Zongyi didn't immediately let go, he would have been dragged away too. The survivor soon drowned in the beast tide and was almost instantly eaten by them. Two survivors staggered back. Their left arm had been severed by blade spiders. Another had their belly pierced and intestines burned by a monkey-tail brown bear's claws. With a gap in the front, Zhen Ren promptly mended it, blood-soaked and fighting at the risk of his life. He staked it all to kill many magic beasts and stabilize the front. "Withdraw to the third floor. Withdraw." A survivor collapsed. From now on, all they wanted was to be the first to climb to the third floor. But at that moment, the bolt of lightning unexpectedly struck from nothing, killing the deserter on the spot. Soon after, concentrated lightning bolts struck in succession, killing all the magic beasts in the tower. Afterwards, the lightning rapidly spread, extending out of the tower and striking the remaining magic beasts. Zhen Ren and the others weren't attacked by the lightning. Victory had emerged too suddenly, and everyone stood in place, blankly staring. Chapter 171. Teleport the divine artifacts or the people first. "Lord Priest?" With unbelief, Haiwan gazed at the dead magic beasts. "I did that." Jia Shay's voice came through. Pleased with himself, he laughed. "I now have authority in the control hub to manipulate the entire island's weather. That was just a small demonstration, nothing more." "Lord Jia Sha, you really are strong." Safe at last, some people collapsed onto the ground. "We are victorious." More people cheered. However, just as the cheering began, an enormous pressure instantly arose as space warped. Teleportation occurred. A massive volume of magic beasts, far larger than the last group, instantly flooded the control hub and surrounded the magician tower. "Ow!" After a moment, countless magic beasts attacked again. Everyone turned pale with fright. Jia Sha's angry voice mingled with the noises. It was the tower spirit. It used its teleportation permissions to teleport all of the artificial magic beasts around us. Quickly, use the lightning, someone shouted. Jia Sha didn't need the reminder. He was already doing exactly that. Lightning broke out, causing disastrous casualties to the magic beast core. But no matter how many the lightning killed, the same amount was teleported in to continue the attack. The scale of the lightning was rapidly dwindling. Priest, what's going on? Everyone was bewildered. No more. If I continue doing that, my entire magic power reserve will dry up completely. No matter whether it is lightning or teleportation, they consume my magic power reserve. Without magic power, we can't open and maintain a teleportation door. Don't forget, we still need to bring back these divine artifacts. It will consume a lot of magic power to teleport them. Regardless of whether it was divine power or magic being used, both could teleport. But Jia She's teleportation divine spell couldn't even save himself. Its range was too small. The survivors had to use the teleportation door in the alchemy factory. The teleportation door was far stronger than Jia She's divine spell. Even War Merchant's personal teleportation spell couldn't compare to this teleportation door. But the teleportation door needed magic to activate. Every time it teleported, it would consume an amount of magic power based on the number of people, life level, amount of articles, and article level. More magic power would be consumed during teleportation depending on the number of individuals, their life levels, the number of articles, and their levels. To move the two divine artifacts, the Green Jade Golden Coffin and Mermaid Fairy Tale, a frightful amount of magic power would be consumed. At this time, we still need to remember the divine artifacts. Then what should we do? Everyone sank into another predicament. Although they had lightning, they couldn't annihilate the magic beast core. Because the tower spirit would teleport in and replace any magic beast they killed. Who knows how many magic beasts were surviving on this island? If all of the magic power was used up, everyone would have a bleak conclusion. The tower spirit had no fear and could not be persuaded. It simply did not have any survival instincts. The lightning's range rapidly shrunk, until finally dissipating completely. Without lightning attacks, the magic beast core immediately flooded into the control hub, then charged up. Jia Sha shouted, "Unless it's absolutely necessary, I won't cast any more lightning. I will do my utmost to confront the tower spirit and seize teleportation authority from it. During this, you must fight bravely with all your strength to obstruct these magic beasts." Jia She was in the middle of a meticulous fight for control. They couldn't kill too many magic beasts, because the more that died, the more the tower spirit would teleport in. This would also consume magic power. The tower spirit had no apprehensions. It only wanted to kill these intruders. But the survivors wanted to escape. They had to save magic power. Everyone ran down a floor to establish a defensive line. Close quarters fighting. The giant Zhenjin, Zongyi, and a few others were on the front lines. The light of Jia She's divine spells also sprinkled down, protecting and supporting everyone. This fight was different from the last. This time, Zhenjin and the others fought to injure these magic beasts, not kill them. This battle was at least twice as troublesome. Strong alchemy arrows could not be used. The stamina, strength, defense, and other attributes of nearly every person here was not on the magic beast's level. Fortunately, with the aid of divine spells, everyone persevered and fought with these advantages. But these advantages, against gold-level magic beasts, immediately appeared negligible. The previous wave of magic beasts came from the coffins. It didn't have any gold-level ones. It seems the stronger artificial magic beasts were all used to deal with the Bloodlight Punishment Institution's people. But now, there were many gold-level magic beasts mixed into the teleported magic beast core. With all of his strength, Zhen Ren kicked a monkey-tail brown bear down. Zhen Ren had already cut off this monkey-tail brown bear's claws, greatly reducing its threat, yet it fought to the death and didn't retreat. Every time Zhen Ren forced it back, he used its fleshy body to jam the magic beasts behind it. But this time, a gigantic lava turtle charged in. The gigantic lava turtle stomped on the monkey-tail brown bear, killing it. Then it opened its mouth and lunged at Zhen Ren. Zhen Ren bit his teeth and used all of his strength to vie with it. This resulted in him merely flying a dozen steps back and breaking an entire formation. Withdraw. Zhen Ren coughed some blood and promptly shouted. He knew he could not compete with this strength. The survivors withdrew to the second floor at once. During the retreat, they abandoned their comrades' bodies. The gigantic lava turtle squeezed into the first floor, but it couldn't enter the second floor. It couldn't crawl up the stairs. It was too narrow for its massive build. Everyone returned to the second floor, the pressure on them plummeting as a result. The gigantic lava turtle took up a lot of space. The other magic beasts behind it couldn't enter. After several attempts, the thing Zhen Ren was most worried about happened. Thick smoke began to emit from the many black holes on the gigantic lava turtle's shell. This smoke began to float up to the second floor, causing everyone to start coughing. The air temperature rapidly ascended, and in the thick smoke, lava began to bubble out. The second floor was full of smoke. As everyone fiercely coughed, they heard the other magic beasts miserably howl because of the lava. If this goes on, lava will bubble up to us. Quickly, use the coffin to block it. Baya thought of a good method. Zhongji pulled the green jade golden coffin to the stairway entrance. Although there were small chinks, most of the thick smoke and hot air was blocked off. Slam! The gigantic lava turtle began to hit the green jade golden coffin with its head, nearly launching the green jade golden coffin into the air. Zhongji, Zhen Ren, and the others promptly moved it back and used all their strength to keep it in place. After persevering for a while, the survivors reached their limit. The green jade golden coffin was already boiling hot. It could cook an egg. The heat was not the only thing obstructing them. It was also hard to breathe on the second floor. Lord Jia Sha. Hey! One shouted for help. Jia Sha sighed and lighting appeared again. For a moment, thunder filled their ears. Everything near the control hub was cleared, with the gigantic lava turtle falling dead after suffering the most lightning. Teleportation occurred. Then a replenished magic beast core rushed into the control hub again. Everyone relied on the stairs, but quickly they couldn't hold on. A gold-level magic beast deer charged in. It looked like a Mayu, that had long and immense bone-white antlers that looked like warped branches and huge snow-white wings on its back. This was what Kang Ixu and the others had an accidental glimpse of near the snowy mountains. Kang Ixu had named it the bone-feathered deer. The bone-feathered deer couldn't get through the stairs either, but it used its antlers to attack. The antlers were not solid after crumbling to pieces. They changed into cold air that corroded the survivors. A few survivors were caught off guard. They could only amputate their frostbitten limbs, then have their lives saved by Jiasha's treatment divine spells. The second floor quickly became flooded with cold air. It nearly became an ice cave. "We need support, priest." Compelled by circumstance, everyone shouted again. But Jiasha didn't respond. "What's going on? Have magic beasts been teleported onto the fourth floor?" While everyone was bewildered, Jiasha's voice suddenly echoed, "Look at what I found!" As he spoke, the magic beasts outside the tower suddenly began to massacre each other. I seized a portion of the tower spirit's authority. It was actually the method to control these magic beasts. They were controlled through scent. Although I haven't seized complete authority, I already closed the scent distribution equipment here. Jiasha laughed heartily. The pressure on everyone defending suddenly dropped to rock bottom. However, the bone-feathered deer was still attacking the green jade golden coffin with its antlers. This gold-level magic beast was a crane in a flock of chickens. Even if the artificial magic beasts restored their independence, almost all of them did their utmost to avoid this gold-level magic beast. The air grew colder, and everyone's hair was layered with frost. With no alternative, everyone had to retreat to and defend the third floor. Finally, they could gasp for breath. The survivors avoided the floating core as the cold air continued to erode up. The people used the green jade golden coffin to block the stairs again. If this continues, the third floor will also be reduced to an icy cave. Quickly, kill it with lightning. Lord Jiasha, do you have the authority to use teleportation? Everyone was talking at once. They were extremely exhausted. Out of the question, I need to save magic power. That clumsy deer is stuck in the stairs and is also blocking other magic beasts. We are already safe for the time being. Jiasha's voice relayed. Xiong Dun, Chai Za, bring up the coffin and large shell first. Jiasha suddenly ordered. Most of the people blankly stared. Zhen Ren, Zidai, Zongji, Kang Ixu, and the others reacted first as their complexions slightly changed. The two Guardian Templar Knights then responded. They bit their teeth and approached the divine artifacts. However, Zhen Ren and Zongji immediately stopped them. Lord Priest, what is the meaning of this? Zhen Ren coldly snorted as he gazed at the Guardian Templar Knights. Jiasha sighed. Divine artifacts cannot be misused. They are too important. The tower spirit was wounded too heavily. It was not my opponent. I will succeed soon. After the teleportation doors formed, we will teleport the two divine artifacts first. This proposal was resolutely vetoed by Zhen Ren. No, teleport the people first, then the divine artifacts. Chapter 172, Zhen Ren's Death. Jiasha's proposal was refused by Zhen Ren, causing the priest to suddenly turn around. Templar Knight, you must think of the general situation. Zhen Ren's gaze was firm. I think of my comrades more, priest. Jia coldly snorted. Suddenly lightning appeared and flashed toward Zidi. Zidi didn't have enough time to respond as she helplessly watched the lightning strike next to her foot. After being startled, everyone was in an uproar. Lord Priest, what have you done? Was that lightning bolt controlled by you? What are you up to? What am I up to? Jia snarled. I only want to save time. Now is not the time to doubt each other. Give me the divine artifacts so I can teleport them. If not, the next lightning bolt will not be as random. Xiangdun, Cheza, why are you two still dawdling? Teleport the divine artifacts now. That is an order. Be at ease. They won't block you. Because we consider this Templar Knight's comrades. During that last sentence, Jia tone was clearly sneerful. Xiangdun, Chaiza, and the other Guardian Templar Knights stepped forward and looked at Zhen Ren. Sorry, your lordship. Zhen Ren grinded his teeth and was in a deadlock with the Guardian Templar Knights for a few breaths, until finally he stepped aside. Under everyone's gaze, the 4 Guardian Templar Knights brought the green jade golden coffin and the mermaid fairy tale to the 4th floor. Lord Jia. The 4 Guardian Templar Knights' hearts jumped and revealed their shock. Looking at Jia again, they discovered the priest had changed beyond recognition. Jia was originally hale, hardy, and in the prime of his life, but now he appeared withered and emaciated. His brows were wrinkled, his expression was twisted, and veins popped from his forehead. Jia looked at the 4, bitterly smiled, and used a voice that only they could hear. You think there isn't a price paid to invade the control hub? In the end, I am only a silver-level priest, while this place is a legend-level alchemist's headquarters. Because of belief, priests, chaplains, and pious believers could, more or less, pour divine power into their bodies. Under normal circumstances, Jia body contained and was nourished by divine power. As time passes, Jia bodily essence would also be upgraded, especially his vision. However, to invade the control hub, Jia divine power was not enough. Besides the process here, he had repeatedly used divine spells during the battle, consuming a lot of divine power. His divine power was not enough to invade the control hub. Thus, Jia could only use an admonished method. He squeezed his own vitality and overdrafted his future advancement potential to explode with extraordinary divine power. Lord Jia. The Guardian Templar Knights' hearts choked with sobs. They understood how immense Jia's sacrifice was. It doesn't matter. Jia laughed. As long as these 2 divine artifacts are teleported, and the higher-ups are informed, the contribution and reward we will receive will exceed our costs. When that moment comes, I might even become a red-clothed archbishop. And you all will no longer be just Guardian Templar Knights? My lord, when can we leave this place? I have almost succeeded. The wounded tower spirit has suffered defeat after defeat. The teleportation door will soon open. Speaking of this, Jia's eyes confidently shined. A monkey-tail brown bear attempted to charge into the 3rd floor. The large bone-feather deer was stuck on the stairs from the 1st to 2nd floor. However, artificial magic beasts like the monkey-tail brown bear weren't deterred. Zhangji brandished his bone hammer and beat back the monkey-tail brown bear. The monkey-tail brown bear flew into a crocodile head hammer-tail boa. The latter then began to drag and swallow it. A few bat monkeys were about to charge over when acid hit them, causing them to fall to the ground. The green acid caused a scorpion group to trample a strong live white rhinoceros in their frantic escape. The second floor was in chaos without a scent to unite them. These artificial magic beasts massacred each other. The pressure on the survivors defending the third floor fell rapidly. Ironically, however, Zhangji thought a bit of pressure was good. This situation isn't wonderful, Zhen Ren. Jia Sha controls the control hub, and most crucially, we don't know how much progress he's made. Taking advantage of this time, Zhangji spoke to Zhen Ren. Zhen Ren's brows tightened, and his face scowled as he sighed. Why? We don't have divine power. Thus, Jia Sha is the only one that can invade the control hub. He also controls the lightning. Be at ease. In the end, he is Heavenly Emperor Sheng Ming's priest. His divine spells aren't fake. Seeing Zhen Ren's response, Zhangji couldn't help but stare blankly. Soon after, his mood became worse. The half-beastman's head lowered as he suddenly realized, this is bad. Zhen Ren is heroic and just, but he is too benevolent. That is his weakness, and Jia Sha has seen and manipulated it. Zhen Ren wholeheartedly wants to save the others, especially his fiancée. He is too young. In addition, Zhen Ren is a Templar knight, and Jia Sha is a Sheng Ming priest. These two are closely related. As a result, despite the priest deliberately using the lightning to threaten Zhen Ren doesn't believe the priest would entrap him. Templar knights belong to Emperor Sheng Ming's armed forces, while priests, chaplains, and the like belong to Emperor Sheng Ming's civil services. Both systems share the same beliefs. If both sides have internecine strife, their god will be discontent. If Zhen Ren attacked Jia Sha, his Templar knight identity would be stripped and he would be a wanted man. Conversely, if Jia Sha harmed Zhen Ren, the sect would excommunicate him and even mark him as renegade. As a result, Jia Sha's lightning did not go towards Zhen Ren, but Zidai. However, the lightning did not hit Zidai. It was only a warning. Zhangji closed his eyes and analyzed the situation. The current situation is far from good. Only Jia Sha has the ability to invade the control hub. He has already done so for a long time. By controlling most of the control hub and lightning, he occupies the initiative. I cannot judge how much of his words are true or false. I fear the magic power reserve is drying up. However, it is also possible he has already started to open the teleportation door. Those two divine artifacts being teleported is truly terrible. We have lost our biggest bargaining chip to suppress Jia Sha. But if we didn't relinquish them, the lightning might have killed us. Listening to his words, this priest's mind is full of contribution and contribution. It is very clear that, in his heart, the divine artifacts are more important than people. Zhen Ren is a Templar knight. He doesn't have to worry about this. But with our identities, Jia Sha is unlikely to care about us. If it is like this, we are in grave danger. The only things giving Jia Sha worries are these artificial magic beasts. Damn it. Previously, I wanted these magic beasts to die. Can they please launch a stronger offensive to guarantee my safety? Truly ironic. Zhang Yi was a man of steel. He was deeply versed with the hard-handed reasoning of the army and knew the benefits of conducting himself in a dignified manner. With regards to Zhen Jin, he was both disappointed at and understanding of him. After all, ZD was the young knight's fiancée. What must I do? What a headache. Zhang Yi wasn't good at these things. Although his father had a high position, as a bastard that had to train martial skills from childhood, he was never educated in such matters. Otherwise, after joining the army and having outstanding military successes, it would be unlikely he would have still been crowded out by his colleagues. More or less, the others shared Zhang Ji's opinion. Jia Sha threatening ZD with lightning made everyone frightened and bewildered. Seeing Zhen Jin forced back, everyone's morale rapidly declined. Thus, despite the magic beasts killing each other, whenever the occasional magic beast attacked, the survivors' defensive line was clearly unstable, showing how unstable the will of the people was. Hold on to me. Jia She's keen vision clearly saw the situation. In fact, he had prepared for this. He then shouted repeatedly, "As long as the final crisis is past, we will be rescued." With the contribution in your hands, all of you can start afresh. Don't forget, Zhen Jin, I am your examiner. Like I said earlier, with our contribution, there is no way you'll merely be White Sand City's lord. Mu Ban, you stole many Bao blueprints from the guild. With this contribution, you can return to the guild and even become its president? Kang Xu, you might not know, but the Shata clan's internal strife has already been settled. Although your son betrayed you, his faction has been implicated and jailed. The Shata clan has just set things right. With your contribution, I will vouch for you in the future and repeal the Shaitan clan's arrest warrant and recognize it as a mistake. You can be a scholar again. Dai, your Wisteria Merchant Alliance and Zhen Jin's clan have united. However, you are still in a predicament. After this battle, I will pull strings and have a portion of the Shangming parishes be your trading partners. You should understand how important this is to your Wisteria Merchant Alliance. Triple Blade, you really are honest. But because of your honesty, your mercenary corps does a lot of dirty work, right? Although it is disbanded, I can find positions for you and your people, like guard posts in a city. If you can genuinely believe in Heavenly Emperor Shang Ming, I can even put you into a Templar Legion. Zhang Yi, I know your identity. You are a bastard. You want to accomplish your goals. You want to return home with your head high and chest out and take back everything that belongs to you. Then you should grab this opportunity, right? Jia Sha's words emotionally moved the survivors again. He actually understood these survivors thoroughly, as if he understood everyone's opinions and demands. He clearly remembered every survivor's name. He didn't miss anyone, and even ordinary people like Bao Ya were not an exception. This was a preacher's outstanding attainment. He guaranteed Bao Ya, as long as he cooperated, this contribution was bound to make him a knight in the future. Lord Priest, I believe you. Bao Ya expressed his yearning. Everyone's morale no longer fell, and the front stabilized a bit. This was mainly because Jia Sha held too much initiative. Without any way to counter him, everyone had to believe him. However, on the fourth floor, After Jia Shay finished his speech, he coldly snorted as loathing and disdain spread across his face. As if we will allocate this contribution to this group of dregs. Just die here and atone for your crimes? Lord Priest? There is a Templar Knight here. We were all on the same boat and helped each other throughout the journey. The Guardian Templar Knights were disturbed. Jia Shay coldly snorted, "Of course I will save the Templar Knight. But I won't let the others leave. When I invaded the control hub, I obtained a lot of information. Based on War Merchant's teleportation records and current magic power after I barely managed to teleport the 2 divine artifacts, I can only take a few people. Aren't you all comrades? Do you still want the contribution?" Jia Shah's sharp eyes looked around, cowering the Guardian Templar Knights. None of them dared to look the priest in the face. Pleased with himself, Jia Shay laughed. However, at that moment, a gold-level magic beast charged in. It didn't have a big build. It was actually a gold-level bat monkey. No one could beat it, and the front collapsed. Damn it, I still haven't undone the 3rd floor's magical formation. That strange hematite cannot be taken away. Jia Shay was impatient. Zhen Ren, go up and do your best. I know your misgivings, those are unimportant. Be at ease with me. I will purify everything in you. Zhen Ren's expression greatly changed. Currently, he was in his divine scion form, and Jia Shah implied he undoubtedly saw through Zhen Ren's transformations. He seemed to understand Zhen Ren's biggest secret. Zhen Ren hesitated for a moment, but he still grinded his teeth and charged in. But he didn't charge at the gold-level bat monkey, but up the stairs to the 4th floor. Stop. Zhen Ren, what are you doing? If you don't stop, you will suffer the consequences. Zhen Ren turned a deaf ear and sped up. Everyone was stupefied. No one expected Zhen Ren would be this rude and impetuous. After a moment, everyone shook with even more fear. A few lightning bolts fell and hit Zhen Ren, striking the young knight on the spot. No. After blankly staring, ZD mournfully screeched. She wanted to run to Zhen Ren's body, but Iwan stopped her. Too dangerous. Hiya! Wan shouted. President ZD, please calm down. Bother. The giant bellowed after reacting. He charged over to Zhen Ren's body. The giant ran over with all of his strength and kneeled to the ground, despite the floor tiles chafing his knees. He carefully flipped over Zhen Ren's body. Zhen Ren's body was blackened and housed no life. Father, wake up, wake up. However, it was clear Zhen Ren was dead. Everyone no longer sensed his life aura. After all, in this prohibition environment, how could the human body resist lightning? Those artificial magic beasts also collapsed under the lightning. No, this cannot be. Lord Zhen Ren is dead? Don't tell me Jia Shai's gone insane. He actually murdered a Templar Knight. Even if he has overflowing contribution, he will never be able to overturn this. Songji and the others struggled to resist the gold-level bat monkey. Step by step they were routed. They couldn't believe what had just happened. Murderer. Murderer. Die, my father's murderer. I will kill you. The giant bellowed. With a malevolent expression, he charged up the stairs. Don't go. ZD shrieked. But it was too late. The next moment, more lightning fell onto the giant, causing him to fall, twitch all over, and froth at the mouth. He couldn't even budge. Chapter 173. I am Zhen Ren. Everything had happened too suddenly. After a few breaths, Zhen Ren had died before everyone. ZD mournfully cried. The giant rushed up the stairs, then collapsed on the ground. The crowd was silent for a moment, then it exploded. Let go of me. ZD tried to shake off Hei-Wan's hand. However, Hei-Wan still held her arm with a grim complexion. Damn it! Damn it! Zhangji resisted an intruding magic beast while fuming with rage. His entire face burned with anger. Master? Lan Ziao roared. He also ran to Zhen Ren's body. Take care. ZD's heart jumped as she warned again. But this time, when Lan Ziao flew over to Zhen Ren's body, lightning didn't drop onto him. Master, Lan Ziao held Zhen Ren's body in his hands and painfully lamented. His eyes were red and tears streamed down his cheeks. Because he had retreated from the front and was waiting to be treated by a divine spell, even Lan Ziao didn't immediately perceive Zhen Ren's charge. By the time he moved, it was too late. Lan Ziao's stooped figure tightly held Zhen Ren. At that moment, he felt the light in his life dissipate as he sank into boundless darkness again. The boundless pain and bewilderment seemed to form an abyss that swallowed him. At the same time, boundless regret and hatred towards Jia Shi quickly flourished in the darkness. Lord Zhen Ren. You killed our Lord Zhen Ren. Many people raged. With their hands behind their head and an expression as blank as a statue, someone incredulously looked at this scene. Lord Zhen Ren died? He unexpectedly died by one of our people's hands? No. Baya shouted. After reacting, he rushed over to Zidai. Lord Zidai, quickly, 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 we can bring his lordship back to life. These words struck like lightning, breaking Zidi's astonishment, causing silent tears to flow from her eyes. Fuck off. Seeing Baya come close in a crazy state, Hei-Wan pulled Zidai's arm and kicked Baya to the ground. Me. What are you doing? King Exu sternly inquired. Release my president now? She slowly approached. Youngster, you had better let go of Lord Zhen Ren's fiancée. This is no place to behave atrociously. Triple Blade held his dagger. His eyes glared with intent. Wan slyly laughed and used a sneering and contemptuous gaze. He wasn't the least bit afraid. You are an ignorant group, ignorant believers. With his head high and chest up, Hei-Wan shouted, I am Zhen Ren! I am the real Zhen Ren! Everyone was astonished. What did you say? Are you insane? Don't tell me you cracked under the unbearable pressure? However, at that moment, Jiashei's voice came through again. He really is Zhen Jin, a Templar knight, the Bai Zhen clan's sole heir, and someone you want to follow wholeheartedly. Didn't you hear me, idiots? Haiwan scowled. After a moment of silence, everyone became tumultuous. These two are insane? Jia Sha also went insane. No wonder he did that. Perhaps this isn't the priest's mistake, but the tower spirit playing tricks again. No, maybe it's that divine artifact, mermaid fairy tale deceiving us. All of this is fake. Kang Xu sank into silence. He gazed at Zidai, Haiwan, and at Zhen Jin's body, exposing his pondering. Who told you the criminal I struck was truly Zhen Jin? Jia used a sneering tone. Do you guys really believe I would so stupid to openly murder a Templar knight as a Shengming priest? If I did that, what use would this contribution be to me? In addition, don't you think Zhen Jin's recent actions were very impulsive and strange? Why did he charge towards the 4th floor? It's simply because I made him realize that his identity was already exposed. Everyone's tumultuous voices quieted down. But he is a divine Saiyan knight. Almost every prayer was answered by the heavenly emperor. Someone retorted. He was a divine Saiyan knight? Do you know what a genuine divine Scion looks like? Jiashei was indignant. Examine his armor and swords carefully. They resemble a spear, scorpion carapace, and blade spider legs. Everyone's eyes focused. Each and every one of their complexions changed. Jiashei's voice slowly changed and became gentle. I know your thoughts and understand, everyone. In fact, don't tell me any of you guys think the fake Zhen Jin's appearance looked suspicious. Do not associate him with scorpion carapaces and blade spider legs. You all only wanted to escape this place alive, and you wanted to follow Zhen Jin to bright prospects. As a result, you deliberately overlooked these suspicious aspects. This false Zhen Jin is indeed tricky. He made use of the greed and selfish desires in your hearts to deceive you into helping him. Jiashei paused, then solemnly declared, all of you were deceived by him. Everyone was bewildered. Meanwhile, Bao Ya was sitting on the ground and constantly shaking his head. No, this isn't true. This isn't true. Haiwan sneered and looked at everyone around him. Look at your wonderful expression! If you don't believe me or the Shengming sect priest, then I have an additional witness. ZD, my fiancé, tell them the truth now. Hey! Wan breathed down Zidai's neck. But Zidi was already crying. Despite Haiwan holding her arm, she blankly gazed at the youngster's body with a bewildered expression, as if she didn't hear Haijuan's words. Haiwan coldly snorted, dissatisfied with Zidai. He looked around. Are you guys really foolish or just acting stupid? She has already agreed. Indeed, Zidai's strange state already validated Haiwan's and Jiasha's words. Everyone was deathly still. Only the magic beasts fighting downstairs could be heard. At that moment, Haiwan felt very satisfied. He deeply breathed, and despite the atmosphere not changing, He felt an unprecedented carefreeness. Standing before the deathly silent crowd, Haiwan proudly declared again, "You should all understand now I am really Zhen Jin. I am Zhen Jin. I am Zhen Jin." A child Zhen Jin stood in a pool of blood. Around him were his siblings' corpses. The assassin was now squatting in front of Zhen Jin. Their delicate and pretty face held an enchanting smile. The assassin extended a slim, pure white hand and lightly stroked Zhen Jin's hair, tenderly comforting. "What is your name, child?" The child Zhen Jin's pupils had long ago shrunk to the size of a needle. He was stiff all over and his entire body and mind was full of fear. "If you don't answer your older sister, you will die." The assassin beamed. The child Zhen Jin trembled all over. He wanted to open his mouth, but his teeth shivered. He couldn't say anything. He was very frightened and anxious. Cold sweat was constantly flowing from his forehead and down his cheeks. Good child, don't be afraid, don't be afraid." The assassin patted Zhen Jin's small head again. Then she snuggled close to Zhen Jin's ears and whispered, "You don't need to say, I already know. You are called Zhen Jin, correct?" The assassin chuckled and smiled. "Be at ease, your older sister is merely joking." "This older sister won't kill you. You will live." "Who made the heavenly emperor decide to forgive your Bei Zhen clan? According to your older sister's kindly feelings, you are all degenerate traitors, and all of the great southern nobles that surrendered should be exterminated." Esk-tesk. It is indeed a pity. However, although the Bai Zhen clan will continue to exist, it will be nearly exterminated. The heavenly emperor will only allow the Bai Zhen clan one heir. Do you know why your older sister chose you? Because you are too cowardly, these siblings near you. They are courageous and have their hearts filled with hate. They want to revitalize the Bai Zhen clan. You must thank your weakness and cowardice. That is your nature, and you better keep it, child. Did you hear me? The child Zhen Jin trembled again. He began to nod frantically. How obedient! The assassin smiled and stroked Zhen Jin's head before getting up to leave. Looking at the corpses nearby, her face exposed the joy and satisfaction this massacre brought her. Looking at the nodding child Zhen Jin again, she inevitably revealed a trace of regret. She turned around and left, leaving behind the child Zhen Jin, who still nodded like a puppet. In a bright, pure, white temple hall, where the sun shone through the towering variegated stained glass windows, illuminating its interior, a group of youths were gathered together, and Zhen Jin found himself amid them. The atmosphere was sublime, solemn, and somewhat feverish. Their Zhen Jin and the other youths swore an oath together. I so vow to respect and love the living God, the master of the Grand Empire, Emperor Sheng Ming. I so vow to follow in the footsteps of my commander, to advance bravely. I so vow to protect my loved ones, to brave perils. I so vow to treat my friends with good faith, to reject hypocrisy. I so vow to be loyal in love and until death together, to never forsake. I so vow to fight injustice, to have compassion for the weak. I so vow to remain fair, to oppose all falsehoods. From today forth, I am a Templar Knight. How wonderful. After the oath finished, the youngster Zhen Jin's heart filled with emotions. I have become a Templar knight. Our clan now has a patron and a safe future. The sky was gloomy and rainy. In an empty training ground, a group of teenagers formed a circle around as Zhen Jin fell to the ground. The teenagers looked down at Zhen Jin and laughed and taunted with faces of disdain. A blue-haired, burly figure with hair sticking out from his head like steel needles took the lead. The blue-haired teenager, while crossing his arms and stepping on Zhen Jin's shoulders, said, "Zhen Jin, you gave me something good to remember. Your Bei Zhen family has fallen from grace and is defeated. Did you really think you could stand on equal footing with us?" The blue-haired teenager suddenly raised his foot and kicked Zhen Jin's head and smiled. "Today, we gave you a lesson. From now on, no matter where you see us in the castle, you must obediently bow your head and get out of my way. A lesser noble must act like one. If I ever see you look at me, King Qi, I will cripple you. Do you understand?" King Qi growled as he slammed Zhen Jin's head into the mud. "I understand. Cost. Zhen Jin gasped. His heart was dread. King Qi smirked, lifted his foot and walked away. Before leaving, he spoke again. "Of course, Zhen Jin, if you are not convinced, you can challenge me any time. I, King Qi, will be waiting anytime, anywhere." Cough. Zhen Jin struggled to sit up. He wanted to say he would never challenge him and so on, however, as he opened his mouth, muddy water inevitably flowed back into his throat, causing him to have a coughing fit again. Seeing his depressed look, the teenagers lost interest. "Phew, what a person! Did he really think he could challenge young Master King Qi? With what? An embroidery needle?" With the rain falling hard, the teenagers grouped around King Qi and burst into laughter as they entered the castle. Zhen Jin sat in the mud and let the rain hit him. He shivered. His heart felt very wronged. "I was treated unjustly. I only wanted to be your friend, King Qi. I never wanted to challenge you." It was an evening in the fall. Zhen Jin was in a study. It was dim inside, with the only light coming from a narrow window in the stone wall. Seated behind the desk was Zhen Jin's father, the Baoyi Zhen patriarch. He was a middle-aged man with a thin figure, a pale complexion, and had two thin and straight beards. His brows were slightly frowning and gave off a stern temperament. "Zhen Jin, my son, do not bow your head," he said, a slightly hoarse voice. Zhen Jin lifted his head and looked at his father as an equal, but shortly after he fearfully shifted his gaze. "Why? Half a month has passed, my son, and you still have made no progress on the key restraining skill?" The middle-aged man's voice continued. Zhen Jin's head trembled. He didn't dare to speak. The man clearly spoke. "I understand your feelings. You have never been interested in the key restraining technique. You feel that our clan's battle techniques are weak, don't you? You feel that our Bei Zhen clan's bloodline does not give you a strong body of either strength or speed, that it is inferior to even the low-class nobles to the empire, right?" Zhen Jin was silent. The nobleman sighed deeply, stood up, and walked around the desk next to Zhen Ren. "Come with me." The two left the study through a dark corridor with motley stone walls and came to the castle garden. Battle technique, 100 needle wind. The man drew his sword. This was not an edged sword, but a slender rapier. The rapier in the man's hand seemed to never stop attacking and creating afterimages. In particular, the top of the rapier was covered in battle ki. It seemed like golden stars shining, brilliant and dazzling. The tree-winged butterflies were swept away by the wind and golden energy and began to fall to the ground. After a few breaths, the ground was covered by the parasol leaves. Hundreds or even thousands of tree-winged butterflies failed to escape. "Good! Amazing!" Zhen Ren was flabbergasted. Cough, cough, cough. The man put away his sword, coughing as his face paled. "Do you think our Bei Zhen clan is weak now?" Zhen Ren shook his head. Every noble clan has its secrets. Not to mention, our Bei Zhen clan was once great nobles of the south. 100 needle wind is our signature battle technique and our clan's heritage. Outsiders do not know of this secret. Running a clan requires strategy. Sometimes we need to stand out like a beast with its teeth and claws bared. But sometimes we need to lay low. Just like right now, our Bei Zhen clan needs to show weakness and reduce our presence. After pausing, the man continued, "Do you know what the basis for learning the 100 needle wind is?" Not waiting for Zhen Ren to reply, the man continued, "It is the key restraining technique." Zhen Ren was surprised. Patience, accumulating power and only erupting suddenly. This key restraining technique can hide our ki, making it hard for outsiders to sense it or making them underestimate our battle techniques. Simultaneously, this technique can also gather power. Only when you are proficient in the key restraining technique can you use techniques like the 100 needle wind. It can be said that this key restraining technique is the cornerstone of our clan's battle art. Zhen Ren, you are the heir to the Bei Zhen clan. You must practice well. I understand. I will work harder, father. Zhen Ren's eyes lit up in excitement. He finally found a reason. That's right. I only need to endure silently. I am not a coward. I was never a coward. I am saving my strength. I suffer in silence for my clan. In a dimly lit old tavern filled with chattering people. We are victorious. Drink to your heart's content. The new 5th Templar Knight Legion was celebrating heroic deeds. The knight's armor, cloaks, or bodies had new scars, but everyone was excited. Zhen Ren was also included. Commander, tell us, we know you are a veteran of many wars. For instance, tell us about the siege of the Iron Banner Castle, the campaigns against the Blood Knights, or the protection of the Griffin Cliff. Which one of these battles do you think was the most difficult? Someone asked. The old commander only had one eye, with the fire reflecting on him. He began to think of the past. He began to speak. When it comes to difficult battles, it would have to be that one 6 years ago at Jackal Valley. I know, that was the Fur Knights massacre. Someone shouted excitedly. Many people narrowed their eyes and glared at Zhen Ren. The commander nodded and continued. That's right, it was at Jackal Valley. Those southern nobles are all treacherous scum. They are despicable, shameless, capricious. We had been marching for 5 days. We had just entered Jackal Valley when our allies suddenly betrayed us. We were surrounded by thousands of murderous fur knights. The 5th Legion that had just retreated from the front lines were attacked without warning. 30% of them died on the spot, and almost all of the remaining 1,000 were injured. We lost. The entire 5th Legion died, only I was left. The Emperor personally saved a dog like me. He asked if I wanted a reward. I begged him to provide me with knights so that I could rebuild the 5th Legion. That's why you kids are here right now. Did you know that? Do you know of any other way the Templar Knights could have recruited new knights so easily? You brats have got shit luck. Do you think you youngsters are the greatest because of the recent battle? The commander shook his head and continued to drink. He spoke briefly but roughly, yet the faces of the young knights in the tavern were all shocked. They excitedly discussed amongst each other. What I know is that, in the Battle of Jackal Valley, the 5th Legion, with only 1,000 knights, were enough to destroy 5,000 fur knights and destroy 3 of their regiments. The fur knights had been cleaning the battlefield when 3 Templar legions struck as quick as lightning, burying them all in Jackal Valley. The fur knights were the Southern Alliance's #1 trump card. This battle crippled the backbone of the Southern Alliance. Those are our Templar Knights, all right. No one can surpass us. No one can stop us. Even trapped in dire straits, we will hold our heads high and meet death head-on. Charge, charge, charge to meet death. The atmosphere of the tavern became lively once more, as the young knights' faces became red by wine or their excitement. Only Zhen Ren was sitting in the corner. He sank into silence and was no longer absent-minded. The glory of victory seemed to thoroughly peel off of him. No one wanted to sit next to him. It was a martial arts tournament packed with people. The showdown in it was nearing its end. The Templar Knight King Qi was forced into desperate straits. His opponent was the Bai Zen Patriarch. In the crowd, Zhen Ren shouted in his heart, "Like that, father! Kill that wretched guy!" In the Templar Legion, he has always taken advantage of me. Ever since I joined the 5th Templar Legion, he has never stopped bullying me. There were many familiar Templar Knights crowded around Zhen Ren. King Qi, surrender if you can't win. His opponent is too powerful, and he is too young. There is no shame in losing. Think of your younger sister, King Qi. Don't be stubborn. The young Templar Knights shouted many things. King Qi's sister was also present right now. Her face was completely pale, and her body trembled like a pitiful little flower in a howling wind and fierce storm. Zhen Ren inwardly sneered, "King Qi's younger sister? Very good. It won't be over when King Qi dies. If I have an opportunity, his younger sister will atone for her brother's crimes." However, in the final round, the Bai Zen Patriarch lost his sword hand, and King Qi fainted to the ground. Father. Zhen Ren cried. His voice was trembling violently. Impossible. This is impossible. How could an insignificant King Qi injure my father? Zhen Ren could not believe the facts before him. Kill him now, father. Zhen Ren wanted to shout, but he never had the courage to do so. At that moment, the old commander entered the arena and declared the duel was finished. No, how can this be? While the surrounding people cheered, Zhen Ren seemed to fall into an icy cave. Father. He ran like the wind and lent his arm to the Bai Zhen patriarch. The middle-aged man looked around and took in the surrounding spectacle. His face had already regained tranquility. My son, look at me. Tell me the clan motto. You should not overestimate people, and you should not underestimate people. Zhen Ren could barely lift his head. His tone was choked with sobs, and his heart trembled. The range only had 2 people. Lord Father, I have obeyed your summons. Zhen Ren spoke first. The Baoi Zhen clan patriarch nodded. It has already been a few days since you have returned from the imperial capital. I have come to check whether you have been training hard in the imperial capital. This time we will compare arrow techniques. If you can win, I will bestow you a swift bee. Zhen Ren's heart shook with sadness and hesitation. He said, But Lord Father, your arm. The Bai Zhen clan patriarch, however, didn't care at all. It's okay, you shoot first. Zhen Ren picked up a longbow and shot an arrow with his gloomy mood. He didn't hit the bullseye. It was the Baoi Zhen clan patriarch's turn. Keep your eyes open, my son. The Baoi Zhen clan patriarch used his index and middle finger to grasp one of the white crystal needles, then flicked it. Whiz. Zhen Ren's ears suddenly echoed with the whistling sound of the needle as it pierced through the air. At the same time, he saw the golden needle streak across the air as it left a bright ray of light behind. The ray of light flew straight into the center of the archery target. Soon after, with a loud bang, the entire target completely shattered. This is... Zhen Ren slightly opened his mouth as his face was full of shock. This is the trump card that was passed through the Bai Zhen clan for generations. Needlepoint explosion. Do you want to learn it? Based on your current total battle key, you should barely be able to imbue and throw 1 needle. The Bai Zhen clan patriarch made an estimation. Zhen Ren bitterly laughed. Lord Father, if that happens, isn't using this secret skill a bit dangerous? The Bai Zhen clan patriarch's smiling face gradually dwindled and his expression turned grim. He stared at Zhen Ren and said with profound meaning, My son, reality is always cruel. Regardless of whether it is a battle or something else, you will always be faced with risk. Many times, you will find that using your full strength for that one shot is the wisest choice. It is very uncomfortable when using up all your battle ki. That kind of empty pain can be very uncomfortable. Sometimes, we have no choice but to do it. Don't be scared of the risk and don't be afraid of sacrifice. Sacrifice? That word made Zhen Ren's heart tremble. It was a meticulously arranged and luxurious room. Paintings drawn by famous masters hung on the walls, expensive perfume wafted through the air, and rose-gold curtains were pulled up to block most of the sunlight, causing the room to appear dusky and ambiguous. The female women's exotic silk clothes from the Northeastern Empire and purple veil made her womanly features even more spellbinding and attractive. She had a seductive allure and a curvy figure. Her dancing clothes were mostly red mixed with gold. They were short and close-fitting, exposing her slender arms and snow-white belly. As the dance music finished, the three youngsters stared in awe. After reacting, they clapped one after the other. Zhen Ren mainly concentrated his attention on one of the youngsters, the one who possessed an extraordinary status. Barely holding down his reluctance, Zhen Ren smiled and asked, "And G, didn't you ask me to show you how GC dances?" "How is it?" "I can give you this young lady. You can use her to warm your bed tonight." However, difficult. It is indeed difficult to deal with the enticing loveliness of women. This beauty has no value to me. I do not want her. My clan's motto is this: hell is at one's feet, deprivation is instantaneous. Our family motto reminds us to maintain vigilance. Desire is an abyss, and faltering even a bit will turn us into demons that are no longer humans. Zhen Ren, we are colleagues. This time you have helped me, thus I will advise you. Cultivating yourself must be the main focus. Blindly currying favor with others will only be leaves fluttering in the wind. Upon saying this, Enji got up to leave despite Zhen Ren's unsightly complexion. Repulsive, hateful. Waiting until no one was present, Zhen Ren smashed his cup. They look down on me. They all despise me. Why? Lord Father, you want me to compete for the position of White Sand City Lord? This won't work. I am only an iron-level cultivator. Stately city lords should at least have silver-level cultivation. Zhen Ren constantly shook his head. The Beizen patriarch coldly snorted. Who told you not to cultivate hard every day? Look at your colleagues King Qi, Anji, and others. Who among them aren't at the silver level? Zhen Ren lowered his head and mumbled to himself. They have deep backgrounds and much more resources. How can I compare to them? The Beizen patriarch coldly snorted again. Although our Beizen clan is lonely, there are many that support you. This is an opportunity to revitalize our clan. You must seize it, because you are the Beizen clan's sole heir. I will dispatch elites and have Baiwei lead a team to assist you in the city lordship competition. Zhen Ren immediately exposed his happiness. Ah, Uncle B! Wah! In addition to this, I have also won over external help for you. Congratulations, my son. Not long ago, I chose an outstanding fiancée for you. She is called Zidai, the president of the Wisteria Merchant Alliance. Why? Zhen Ren's cheerfulness vanished. Lord Father, she doesn't have a noble bloodline. Why must I marry her? If it were the former Wisteria Merchant Alliance, this could be discussed. But the current Wisteria Merchant Alliance. I called you over to inform you that you need to prepare. I will not listen to your complaints. Leave. The Beizen patriarch waved his hand. Zhen Ren opened his mouth. He was clearly unwilling, however his father's authority stopped him, and he could only sulk away. You are Zidai? Zhen Ren slightly raised his head and sized up the girl's purple eyes. Although she was expressionless, ZD's complexion lifted great waves in his heart. A truly beautiful person. Even if she has a disgraceful identity and even might be a laughingstock in circles, this light complexion appears valuable. Lord Zhen Ren? Dai was actually nervous. I am very sorry for rushing you over here, but there is an emergency. The manpower your noble clan dispatched was completely wiped out. I know. Zhen Ren nodded, revealing his anger. If Uncle Biwao personally led that team, that wouldn't have happened. ZD continued, I am very worried currently. The other competitors will reach White Sand City first and establish an early advantage. As a result, this is my proposal. We will falsify that we are staying somewhere temporarily, when in fact we will disguise our identities and travel secretly on the Hog's Kiss. Zhen Ren's pupils compacted. Cowardice grew in his heart. However, he didn't want to appear weak in front of a beauty. Thus, he could only coldly snort. This is a good plan, but it is also very risky. I only have an iron-level cultivation. If we move too impetuously, I will be entrapped, and all our plans will just be prattle. ZD smiled. Please be at ease, your lordship. I have something that will ensure your lordship's safety. First, we will use a powerful mercenary corps to protect us. Next, we will act quietly. We might not be discovered. Also, the Hog's Kiss has an examiner for the White Sand City Lordship competition, the Shengming sect priest Jia Sha. Finally, I strongly suggest that your lordship disguises his identity, pretend you're a common mercenary while we use a body double in public situations to act as bait. Zhen Ren was attracted by Dai's smile, feeling a burst of awe. He forced himself to purse his brows. Will this? It will work, your lordship. We will use transformation potions that Duke AI may personally mixed. After a person drinks it, they will change their skin color, hair, maybe their nose will grow a bit, their eyes might enlarge, and so on. Most importantly, its distinct effects are very safe and hidden. If it were normal magic or magical artifacts, magic power must be consumed, causing fluctuations. ZD persuaded. This seems like a good plan. Zhen Ren's tone was indecisive. What about my body double? Believe me, Lord Zhen Ren, you will see him shortly and be very satisfied with him. Chapter 174, Memory Crystal. A wharf? On the quietly anchored Hog's Kiss, a few sailors left behind took care of things on the ship. Most of them were at the wharf's taverns, gambling and amusing themselves. There was a warehouse on the wharf. A hard and exquisite wooden box's lid had been opened, exposing the commodity inside. This is... Zhen Ren was unable to restrain his emotions as he stood in front of the box. This what he saw. Laying in the box, there was a blond youngster with closed eyes, as if he were asleep. No matter whether it was the wing of the nose, eyebrows, arms, or ankles, they were an exact copy of Zhen. He was even the same height. My lord, this is the body double prepared for you. On the side, ZD smiled. Incredible. Too incredible. It is impossible to find such a perfect body double. Zhen Ren exclaimed repeatedly. ZD explained, Of course I didn't find it. This was made and transformed. He is a beastified person. A beastified person? Zhen Jin's pupils slightly contracted. He soon recalled some relevant information. This kind of living weapon seems to be becoming very popular. Especially in recent years, they have appeared in more and more wars in every continent. As expected, your lordship has extensive knowledge. ZD lightly clasped her hands during that sentence. A beauty fawning over him made Zhen Jin very comfortable. Zhen Jin faintly grunted, then pursed his brows again. But why is he a carbon copy of me? ZD answered, because this beastified person was specifically custom-made for your lordship. How can it be custom-made? Zhen Jin's eyes flickered with awe and his heart inwardly exclaimed in admiration. The Wisteria Merchant Alliance deserves to be called only second to the 6 great merchant alliances. It's no wonder Father agreed to this marriage connection. The Wisteria Merchant Alliance has immense connections. They have access to many dark corners and hidden and dangerous characters. Even if it was ruined, it cannot be despised. Zidai continued the presentation. The weapons manufacturer made this beastified person according to our request. You can see he has your exact appearance, height, and so on. More importantly, he is just like your lordship, a knight that cultivates battle ki. His battle ki has already reached the silver level. Zhen Jin's heart immediately shivered as he asked, "Isn't it hard to capture a silver-level knight? A possible city lord?" ZD shook her head and smiled. Our merchant alliance didn't engage in such a dangerous affair. It was supplied by the weapons manufacturer. Zhen questioned closely. Then, what is his identity? Is he a noble child or a commoner promoted to knighthood? ZD continued to shake her head. We don't know. Be at ease. His original memory has already been wiped. Currently he is a blank slate. Even if he woke up now, he wouldn't know who he was. He will be loyal, devoted, and listen to our commands until death. This beastified technology really makes things easy. Zhen Jin sighed while a feeling of crisis grew in his heart. With a silver-level knight around, wouldn't his iron-level cultivation become even smaller? Anyways, I and ZD are connected by marriage. I am also a Templar knight and the Bai Zhen clan's sole heir. They wouldn't dare to harm me. Thinking on the spot, Zhen Jin's brows creased deeply. He made out how the beastified person could be abused. A blank body double. How can it act like me? Regarding that, please look at this, your lordship. ZD revealed an object to Zhen Jin. We naturally have preparations. Zhen Jin looked and found a milky white crystal pillar in Zidai's palm. Angel tears. Zhen Jin slightly raised his brows. No, what is? Yuqian's memory crystal. ZD smiled. Your lordship's deep insight and knowledgeable words of this tool is a truly delightful affair. Yuqian was the legendary founder of necromancy and the 6th most wanted in the world. Their exact race was unknown and unsearchable. Most intelligence referred to him as a successful heretical priest that stole the divine power of many gods. That was a difficult task. They repeatedly deceived the gods successfully, made them think they were their believer. Thus, they imbued their divine power into Yuqian. Many strong figures guessed this. Maybe Yuqian stole so much divine power for private research, allowing him to successfully create necromancy magic. Yuqian also deceived many divine artifacts, letting him develop memory crystals. From the outside, this crystal seemed similar to angel tears. This artifact could modify and duplicate the memories of living beings. Every time you can change their identity and believed in a different god, he would place his memories into the memory crystal and inject false memories into themselves. Thus, he deceived himself without any flaws, then he deceived various gods. Excellent. Zhen Ren rubbed his hands and laughed heartily. As long as we duplicate memories, we can instill them into the body double. If that happens, he will practically be my look-alike. But Zhen Ren thought of something that produced a new apprehension. ZD knew what he was thinking and immediately persuaded. My lord, despite your misgivings, the Bai Zhen trump card and secrets of the Templar Knight Legion will not leak. After being instilled with memories, he will only believe he is Zhen Ren. Why would he leak secrets that harms himself? We will tightly control the memory crystal and modify him if necessary. We will not transfer some critical memoirs to him. We will be the only ones handling this memory crystal. I am indeed your lordship's fiancé and a magic cultivator. I don't want or need these trump cards. Our interests are identical, Lord Zhen Ren. Zhen Ren nodded. You are right. In fact, the clan's battle arts, trump cards, and more have already been leaked. As losers, these things have already been hoarded in the Imperial Library. These battle arts and trump cards also require our Bai Zhen clan bloodline to display their true worth. Zhen Ren looked at the sleeping body double, his heart growing increasingly satisfied. Not bad. By using this body double, I will be very safe. Silver level battle key is also enough to compete for the White Sands City Lordship position. My battle key is too low. My Lord Father really proved himself. I now wholeheartedly approve of his decision to collaborate with the Wisteria Merchant Alliance. The benefits truly are amazing. Seeing Zhen Ren's expression change, Zidai knew he approved of her plan. Thus she softly said, Lord Zhen Ren, next you will duplicate your memories and there are some things you need to pay attention to. First, we don't need to duplicate unnecessary memories. Because people are forgetful, even we can't remember everything that happened in the past. Second, I ask you don't overlook any important moments in your life. If any are omitted, the body double might treat an enemy as a friend, complicating things for us. Third, please do your best to duplicate positive memories. Allow the body double to think he is a Templar Knight and an outstanding noble child. This will display more of his value. Zhen Ren's appearance turned solemn as he repeatedly nodded. ZD's words were reasonable, and he quickly thought of King Qi and Ji and some others. Let my silver-level body double deal with them. When they see me suddenly promote to silver-level cultivation at last, they will surely be amazed. A short period of time later. My lord, how are you feeling right now? ZD inquired. Zhen Ren slightly shook his head. Besides the memory duplicating causing a headache, I am fine. He attentively gazed at a mirror in front of him. In the mirror was a youngster with a rapier around his waist. He had black hair, black eyes, and dark skin with his hair naturally swept up. Zhen Ren looked at the novelty in the mirror. As expected from potions mixed personally by Duke A.E. Mei, I am a completely new person. What's a good name for me? Zhen Ren thought for a bit and declared a few names. But Zed shook her head and vetoed all of them. My lord, your names are too noble. You are acting like a mercenary now. A mercenary name needs a bit of vulgarity. It would be better to call you Haiwan. What a terrible name. Zhen Ren shook his head, but soon shrugged his shoulders. No matter, let's use that name. Zedi looked at Zhen Ren's rapier. My lord, please give that rapier to the body double. To that, Zhen Ren was very firm in his refusal. Without the slightest hesitation, he shook his head again and again. No, that is out of the question. My father personally bestowed this to me. Its name is Silver Lightning. It is a gold-level weapon and an auxiliary sword of the 9 wonderful light sword. This precious sword must be in my care. Looking at Zedai, Zhen Ren then said, however you can feel at ease, although the Wonder Light swords are world-renowned, there are many auxiliary swords. It is rare for others to know of one. Zedi nodded. In that case, Lord Zhen Ren, you can rest now. Your lordship's room is already ready. It also has the wharf's most beautiful female dancer in it. Of course, she doesn't know your true identity. Treat it as something that will familiarize yourself with your new identity. Zhen Ren laughed heartily. I've never done these activities with the identity of a bottom-rung mercenary. This will be very amusing. Zedai, all of this has made me very satisfied. You're not bad? I already approve of you. Perhaps in the future, you really can qualify as my wife. But will you not accompany me tonight? Zedi smiled. She bent her knee and bowed her head, covering her despicable expression as she softly said, I am very sorry, your lordship. The Hog's Kiss will be sailing tomorrow, but there are still many things that need to be dealt with. Laughed Zhen Ren. Then go do your business. You must continue to work hard. It is not easy if you want to become a noble's wife with your identity and bloodline. I will keep your lordship's words in my heart. Chapter 175. Get your hands off of me! On the Hog's Kiss. Standing in the cabin assigned to him, Zhen Ren had an ugly look. Don't tell me after I get on the boat! I still have to act as one? Is there not a bigger cabin? The cabin before him was very normal. This kind of treatment was normally given to iron-level mercenaries. Zedi softly advised, My lord, don't forget we are in disguise. We issued a facade that you are staying temporarily, and as your fiancé, I will be the only one leaving to the wilderness continent to make advanced preparations. There aren't many differences between the cabins on the Hog's Kiss. The biggest is occupied by priest Jia Sha. The rest are about the same size. Zhen Ren reluctantly nodded. Then when does the body double appear? We will wake up the body double when we reach White Sand City. At that time, we will surely shock our 2 competitors. Zedi laughed. Zhen Ren daydreamed for a bit. I can already see their faces. Forget about it. I will only be crammed in this cabin for a few days. Tonight, you can keep me company. Zedi suddenly revealed a perfect regretful look. Lord Zhen Ren, despite my desire to do so, don't forget, Lord Jia Sha is on this boat. In fact, according to our plans, information on us has already been accidentally leaked to the Guardian Templar Knights. Next, We will cause a chance encounter and set up a first meeting with your lordship's examiner ahead of time. If we disguise ourselves and move secretly, I fear living together will give Jia Shay an exceedingly bad impression. Zhen Jin's complexion turned somewhat ugly again. You are right. Then I will endure for the time being. The deep curtain of night. The hog's kiss quietly sailed above the ocean. Zhen Jin turned over in his sleep when suddenly the bed turned upside down and threw him to the floor. The fall woke Zhen Jin up. He opened his eyes and saw the floor filling with water. At the same time, his ears heard many yelling in panic. What is going on? Just as he reacted, the cabin door was suddenly pushed open by rumbling seawater. Zhen Jin wanted to cry for help, but seawater ferociously poured into his mouth, completely submerging him. Zhen Jin gasped for air, making his way through the waves. His feet finally touched the sand. His body was dripping with water. After staggering a dozen steps, his knees fell to the ground. The surroundings were in chaos. Many survivors had also swum to shore. Some prayed, some wailed, some sobbed spasmodically, and some tried to assist others. Hey, quickly come over, help us save the others. Upon seeing Zhen Jin, someone ran over and yelled at him. But Zhen Jin did not react. His head was buzzing, as if he was isolated from the entire world. He blankly stared for a good while, words repeating in his mind. A shipwreck happened? How can this be? Zhen Jin seemed to fall into an icy cave and dryly wept. The increasing amount of survivors helplessly watched as half the hog's kiss completely sank, while the other half ran aground on the beach. We were really shipwrecked. What terrible luck. Hold on. Zhen Jin's body trembled. He reached towards his waist after touching Silver Lightning. He immediately relaxed. That's good. As for how to equip this sword during disasters, Zhen Jin did not know. He now felt joy and lingering fear. Everyone around him began to call out the names of their relatives and friends. Zhen Jin also began to search the crowd for ZD and other mercenaries. He saw some familiar faces, but never saw ZD's figure. My fiancé perished. Zhen Jin's heart sank to rock bottom. The ship captain is missing. I am the first mate. This shipwreck was very strange. There were no signs before it happened. Speaking of the shipwreck origin, I feel we should also think of a way to escape this place. Currently, we don't have much food and water, but this island is covered in rainforests. There must be ample supplies here. First, we need to establish an exploration team to scout out the terrain here and look for large and steady sources of food and water. The first mate exclaimed publicly. Zhen Jin was in the crowd. He saw a group of people gather and Kang Exu, requesting that he join them. These people are taking a risk? This island is very strange. It actually prohibits the usage of magic and battle ki. The prohibition limit is unknown, yet they unexpectedly dared to go exploring. ZD is dead, Jia Sha and his people are also missing. Everything is pointing towards disaster. Oh dear, I still need to stay here first. I have concealed my identity, thus the others will think I am a mercenary. I will wait until my clan searches for and rescues me. It won't be too late then to reveal my identity. Zhen Jin breathed as he threw an axe to the ground. All day long it's been chopping trees and chopping more trees. I am a Grand Templar Knight, yet I have to do these kinds of things. Shipbuilding? When will that happen? Waiting for help is still more reliable. I am the Bai Zhen clan's sole heir, yet I lost the Wisteria Merchant Alliance president as well as priest Jia Shah here. Someone will definitely rescue me. Hey. What is that sound? Zhen Ren had iron-level cultivation, with a bodily essence that exceeded ordinary people. He heard a rustling sound. He followed the sound and found an old man eating. Old fellow, what are you hiding? Zhen Ren happily drew near. After the old man sensed Zhen Ren's iron-level cultivation, he immediately lost his head out of fear. My lord, this is mine. I brought it to the island. I am very hungry. I beseech your kindness, don't accuse me. I am willing to share these things with you. The exploration team had not returned for a long time. Without a steady external food source, food reserves continued to be consumed around the clock, especially because trees were being chopped down for a new ship. Therefore, the first mate implemented rationing. No one could steal or hide food. Zhen Ren coldly snorted, kicked the old man down, and snatched all of the food away. The old man held onto Zhen Ren's lower leg. My lord, please be charitable. Give me a bit to eat. If I don't eat, I will starve to death. A rubbish, ordinary person. Isn't death good for you? Why must you still squander food? With incomparable contempt, Zhen Ren ruthlessly kicked the old man and ran off. The old man's back was nearly broken by this kick. However, not long after, 3 sailors found Zhen Ren. Haiwan, I heard you stole some food. Do you not know the current rules? Child, speak tactfully and obediently hand over the food. That's right. This benefits all of us. Zhen Ren looked at the head sailor, sensing the same iron-level life aura from him. The old man must have indignantly announced that secret. Damn it. There are many sailors. I can't risk my life. When my clan rescues me, I will humiliate these guys. Scheming in his heart, Zhen Ren smiled on the surface. I have something else that will benefit us more. Saying this, he pulled out 3 gold coins. Seeing the gold coins, the 3 sailors' eyes shined. Good, this is indeed better. Speak, youngster. How did you make so much money as a mercenary? Zhen Ren beamed. I purely want to make friends with everyone. Also, I ask everyone to be easier on me from now on. The sailors laughed, and the lead sailor clapped Haiwan's shoulder. Youngster, you have a clear view of things. After the sailors walked away, Haiwan disdainfully swept his shoulder, spitefulness coloring his entire face. This group of bottom trash! Just 3 gold coins! Was enough to make you lead. When my clan saves me, you will all regret your attitudes today. Food reserves reached a critical level, and the first exploration team was missing. Thus, the first mate tried to organize a second exploration team. The lots drew my name. I will be in the second exploration team. After the first mate made his announcement, everyone protested. Why hasn't a single sailor been picked? I doubt these drawn lots were fair. Resign, resign. Zhen Ren hid in the crowd and looked at the indignant people like he was watching a good show. He didn't appear on the list. Instead, he bribed the sailor in charge with another gold coin. Very late into the night, a noise woke Zhen Ren up. What happened? Someone take the lead. The sailors are attacking. What? Zhen was shocked. He promptly took silver lightning and went up to watch. He witnessed Zongyi take the lead, his rival, effortlessly defeat the giant, bear witness for Qishan, and publicly execute the first mate. This half-beastman is too strong and his equipment is excellent. This place prohibits battle ki and magic, and on the contrary, that half-beastman's filthy bloodline makes him the strongest person. I was correct to conceal my identity. Who knows how much these half-beastmen and half-elf bastards would hate me. All of these sailors are rubbish. Without a good cause, that thing has grown so big, yet it doesn't have any martial skills. Hateful. The sailors lost their power. My investment of gold coins has been squandered. Zongyi replaced the first mate and began to control the situation. However, every night, the survivors suffered a mysterious attacker and people died one after the other. Absurd, truly absurd. Zhen Ren cursed. What demonic thing killed these people? Damn it, help is too slow. When will they arrive? The sailors that were bribed the most by Zhen Ren secretly came to him. Hey Wan, follow us closely. The captain was assassinated and we suffered mysterious attacks. I fear that half-beastman Zongyi is playing tricks on us. We plan to organize an exploration team to slip away together. Who do you have? Zhen Ren's heart was startled as he handed over a gold coin. The sailor happily agreed to answer, Lord Exisu, the boat craftsman, Mu Ban. To tell the truth, only the boat craftsman can build a new ship. You understand? Zhen Ren repeatedly nodded. I understand. Being under a half-beastman made Zhen Ren feel humiliated. Besides, every night mysterious attacks happened here and the living environment was very nasty. Thus, Zhen Ren no longer wanted to stay in this place. Sisu, Hai Yuan, and the others secretly mixed into the exploration team. However, they were quickly detected and pursued by Zongji's group. During the pursuit, teleportation occurred. When they accidentally found a strange camp, Exisuo shouted, This must have been arranged by the gods. They allowed us to break away from our savage and treacherous enemy, while also bestowing upon us a temporary camp. The camp was renovated but quickly suffered the attacks of bat monkeys and a strong-life white rhinoceros. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Zhen Ren's heart roared and extreme longing for survival filled his chest. This place is already finished. Staying here is certain death. Zhen Ren grinded his teeth. He suddenly turned around like a cat and rushed out of the wooden house. During a life-and-death battle against a bat monkey, Zhen Ren received unexpected help. People. He was overjoyed at the unexpectedly good news. He didn't dare to turn around as he ran towards where the dart was shot from. Quickly dashing into the woods, Zhen Ren found a few individuals behind a tree. That's not Exisu's people. Hold on. Zhen Ren could not believe it, and his heart was ecstatic. He unexpectedly found Zidai, his fiancée, was still alive. His eyes suddenly brightened, showing a pleasantly surprised expression. He blurted out, "Z? It's... I..." At the same moment, ZD saw Haiwan's appearance and shouted, "He's a member of the mercenary corps I hired." Aye. Zhen Jin's thoughts went blank. Lord Zhen Jin, the people in the wooden house should be from the Hog's Kiss. ZD told the young knight at her side. That person, that's my body double. Zhen Jin's heart suddenly saw the light. The young knight nodded. I have to save them as soon as possible. You guys stay here. He quickly walked forward. After a few breaths, he came in front of Zhen Jin and quickly sized up the dark youngster. Can you still fight? Zhen Jin stood in place and blankly stared at the body double. He really looks like me. His heart filled with laments. For a moment he couldn't respond. The young knight secretly shook his head. It seems he has already lost his courage. He had observed Zhen Jin's escape. As the young knight charged into camp, Zhen Jin promptly opened his mouth to block him. Don't! You are my body double. Don't stupidly throw away our life. Don't take risks. Come back and protect me. But after a moment, Zhen Jin saw the body double's formidable battle strength. Zhen Jin safely watched the body double's back, exposing his shock. How can he have such terrifying strength? Battle key cannot be used here. Yes, he was a beastified person. Before his transformation, he was a silver-level knight. His bodily essence greatly exceeds mine. How did he compare to Zhongji? Hai Wan. Zidai, Lan Xiao, and the others walked over. His acting is well done. Do I want to continue covering up the truth? No, exposing the truth now does not benefit me. Let that idiotic body double sacrifice his life for me. Miss ZD. Zhen Jin tidied up his mood and bowed to Zidai. His lordship is... ZD smiled and was just about to answer. But the previously silent Lan Xiao was the first to speak. He is my master, Lord Zhen Jin. He is Lord ZD's fiancé, the Baoyi Zhen clan's sole heir, a true Templar knight, and White Sands City's future master. He is my life-saving benefactor, and now he is also yours. Zhen Jin. Who is this idiot? It seems an opportunity has been seized. I have received a slave that will give his life for me. Not bad. ZD nodded. I hired you all to protect me when traveling to the Wilderness Continent and White Sands City. Lord Zhen Jin was always hiding at my side. The purpose of that was to pull wool over the eyes of others and to guard against malicious rivals that wished to obstruct our journey. I believe that Lord Zhen Jin will lead us out of this island alive. So, that's how it is. Zhen Jin's Adam's apple rolled as he thought to himself. Your words aren't bad, my fiancé. Clan support is no longer reliable, thus helping myself is the way forward. After beating back a beast group, Zhen Jin received a warm welcome. Everyone treated him as a hero. That body double is actually pretty good. Zhen Jin was secretly gratified. Zhen Ren secretly found Zidi and conversed with her alone. My dear Zidai, nothing has happened to you. That's amazing. During the days I thought you were dead, I felt incomparable sorrow. Zhen Ren stepped forward with outstretched arms. He wanted to hug Zidai. Zidi stepped back, nervously looking around. My lord, be careful of others seeing us. Afterwards, she continued to speak in an emotional tone. After the shipwreck, I and another group of people landed on another beach on the island. My lord, I have always tried to find you. Not all us are dead. Look around you. I nearly shouted your identity in excitement. Fortunately, when I saw your lordship's hinting gaze, I sobered up. Zhen Ren rubbed his chin. This beautiful misunderstanding immediately dispelled many grudges in his heart. He laughed. Your intelligent communication indeed caused no trouble and saved effort. How is the current situation? Have you sent out a distress message? Did you get a response? Zidi shook her head and sadly said, No response. This island is very strange and dangerous. I was forced to wake up the body double. Without him, I would have died already. You have done well. What kind of strength does the body double have? Zidi shook her head. He is a beastified person, but he was not imbued with complete memories, and I discovered he can beastify parts of himself. As for his battle strength, I don't think many can match him. Zidi gave a detailed narration on some matters. Zhen Ren couldn't help but show his disappointment. It seems he cannot beat Zhongji. Someone is coming. Zidi suddenly warned. Zhen Ren could only terminate his brief interaction with Zidi and quickly depart. Following the two's conversation, when the body double took out some armor, Zhen Ren's heart couldn't help but shake. Not good. It seems Zhongji was also teleported. I have to warn them. My lord. Zhen Ren clenched his chest and bowed to the body double. You deserve to be called a Templar Knight who upholds the spirit of justice and fairness. However, my suspicions about Zhongji are not unfounded. He has received strict battle training. Zhen Ren continued. Everyone looked at each other with dismay. Zhen Ren then proceeded. Each mercenary and perhaps each sailor receives battle training. The battle training I speak of is not ordinary training. Rather, they are military exercises. I am certain that he definitely served in the army at one point. Only by passing such stringent military exercises and serving in the army can he have the aura of a soldier on him. This I am most clear about. His opinion had never been said publicly before, and the body double and Zidi attached great importance to it. Zhongji and the others were hiding outside, while Exisu, the boat craftsman, and the others with them were still missing. Thus, the body double immediately decided to look for them. It's a good sword. The body double returned silver lightning to Zhen Ren. Zidi suddenly said to Zhen Ren, Hey one, I know your sword is not ordinary. I ask that you temporarily give it to Lord Zhen Ren so he can use it. Zhen Ren stared blankly, and his complexion changed slightly. But this sword is my family heirloom. He didn't think about it as he flatly refused. The body double faintly laughed. Zidai, it is unnecessary to make things difficult for him. My lord, that won't do. But Zidi insisted based on our recent analysis. Zhongji is a strong opponent. He also has top-notch armor made of high-quality steel and impressive war spears. Your lordship only has ordinary weapons. If you and Zongyi fight, there would be little difference from simply coming unarmed. The body double stared blankly and then bitterly laughed. Zhen Ren shook his head. Yes. I should give this rapier to the body double. Zongyi is very strong and must have more equipment than the body double. He takes my place in combat. If he loses because he lacks a weapon, the one out of luck will be me. ZD is very considerate. She considers my needs. Giving the body double my rapier lessens the risk to me. My lord. Thinking of this, Zhen Ren changed his plan. He advanced with cupped hands and offered the rapier of his own accord. This ignoramus's scope was too narrow. This sword can display its true worth in your lordship's hand. The name of my family heirloom sword is Silver Lightning. Is bound to blossom brightly and brilliantly in your lordship's hand. ZD smiled. For this employment, I will pay you double. Zhen Ren immediately smiled. That's good. I will treat this sword well and do my best to return it to you intact. Seeing Zhen Ren's attitude, the body double confidently receives the rapier again. Pleased at the bottom of his heart, Zhen Ren laughed. Good, she'd every gram of strength for me. Zhen Ren, the body double, Zidai, and others successfully saved Exisu, the boat craftsmen, and the others with them. The body double and Zongyi confronted each other. Pretty boy noble. Zongyi looked down on the body double. However, his gaze did stop temporarily on the rapier strapped to the body double's waist, as he indifferently assessed it. However, that sword is pretty good. The body double slightly smiled. He gazed at Zongyi's broken steel battle armor. Your armor is also pretty good. Zhen Ren secretly observed. His heart was incessantly nervous. You must not fight. Seeing Triple Blade, Zongyi, and the others reject Zidai's offer, his heart was nearly unable to restrain his anger. He secretly vowed, to my surprise, you group of hybrids and dregs refused to become my subordinates. You despised me. This proves your identities are deserved. Very good. This disgrace is already engraved in my memory. There will inevitably be a day where I will make you all regret this. When Zongyi made the body double use a divine spell to prove his identity, he made the body double indignant. The body double immediately grabbed his sword hilt, his brows deeply wrinkled, his complexion sunk, his gaze became as chilly as ice, and he growled, Zongyi, pay attention to your words. You have the audacity to scorn the gods. My body sustains the gaze of Emperor Shangming. This is the blessing of the gods. Divine spells are the gods giving more favor. They are not something to show off or used to prove status. Apologize to me at once. If not, you invite a Templar Knight's fury. As the body double said that, he stepped forward and approached Zongyi. Behind him, Lanzeo, Heiwan, and the others touched their weapons. Zidi's hand entered her handbag and the oaf picked up his wooden log with a low growl from the depths of his throat. Zhen Ren's heart immediately jumped into his throat. He nervously sweated. Damn it! Why is he so rude and impetuous? You cannot fight Zongyi. Following Zhangji's withdrawal, Zhen Ren finally felt himself retreat safely from a precipice. This body double is a little too heroic. The body double then publicly admitted Zhangji's group, taking the initiative to invite them back to camp. Zhen Ren wanted to stomp in anger. "You don't show the wolf into the house!" This stupidity is simply beyond redemption. After returning to camp, Zhen Ren privately found ZD again. The body double deciding something without his permission made him feel very resentful. He was angry at ZD. He really thinks he is still a Templar Knight. He also said things about fairness, impartiality, and treating everyone equally. "This teased Zhangji's group. Ha ha. This is simply stupid." ZD was helpless. "My lord, previously I did not state the situation clearly enough. Many grave issues have arisen in the memories given to the body double. It is not good to retort the body double's actions to his face. That is your lordship's authority. His actions are actually very beneficial. It is a perfect pretense. Even Zhangji believes his identity with absolute certainty." Zhen Ren deeply sighed. He was finally convinced. The lumbering team in the camp suffered simultaneous attacks. During the defense, the body double found clues of a hidden hand. The body double had a grave expression. This hidden hand is not simple. Not only can they mobilize the bat monkeys and the silver-level rhinoceros, they also have impressive tactical skills. They split their force into two, with one simply meant to pin us down and another focused on the main target, the camp. They understand that the camp is our weakest and most important area. Good. We must eradicate them. Zhangji nodded. Then let us move with just the two of us. The others will just be a burden. The body double took the lead. Zhangji then threw away his sword before following. Zhen Ren watched the two people leave camp. He felt both joy and concern. This guy takes too many risks. What does he remember that makes him so reckless and brave? This is too risky. Alas, I hope he can return safely. Zhangji returned with a crocodile head hammertail boa corpse, causing a commotion, but the body double hadn't returned yet. Zhen Ren found ZD. We paid a huge price for his body double and just took possession of it. We cannot let him act so independently. He unexpectedly penetrated the forest alone. This is mindlessly risky. We need to be good at using him, make him protect our safety, and produce the most value for us. You are right, your lordship. ZD acknowledged him and was also vexed, but what should be done? This. ZD then said, "Truth be told, I hope the body double can return safely. I have already prayed to the heavens." Zhen Ren sighed again. "Alas, I also want that too." Not only did the body double return, he eliminated a blue dog fox wolf and came back with crucial information about the hidden hand. ZD said, "His lordship had been tailing the beast group for a long time, and just as the blue dog fox wolf attempted to subdue a monkey-tail brown bear, he risked his life to ambush and kill the blue dog fox wolf." Lord Zhen Ren, to just use a human strength to resolve the persistent threat to the camp is already extraordinary. The body double looked at the girl's beautiful amethyst eyes, slightly smiling. He reached out and held ZD's hand on the table. ZD subconsciously pulled back her hand slightly. However, she stopped and let the body double hold her hand. He really deserves to be called my body double. Zhen Ren also took part. He was very pleased with himself. Well done. Damn it. He went as far as to hold my fiancé's hand. Let go now, you brute. It seems we need to change our strategy. Mu Ban said, we cannot just cut wood. We need to make powerful crossbows with all speed. Everyone began to discuss how they were going to respond to Magic Beast Corps commanded by Blue Dog Fox Wolves. But Zhen Jin was concerned with the body double-touching Zidai's hand. He still hasn't let go? When will you let go? He was very indignant. He wanted to immediately stand up and stab Silver Lightning into the body double's forehead. But he couldn't. Calm down, calm down. Currently, I'm only Heiwan, he is Zhen Jin. Furthermore, Silver Lightning is in his hands. Chapter 176. She is merely playing along. Inside a tent, Zhen Jin and ZD had a whispered quarrel. Tell me the truth, my beautiful and adorable fiancé. Has the body double touched you? Zhen Jin narrowed his eyes and rigidly gazed at Zidai, a dangerous aura emitting all over his body. Zidi scowled and shook her head. She looked at Zhen Jin with incredulity. What are you suspecting, your lordship? Of course not. No, please wait. Zidi extended her palm and pressed down. This isn't crucial. I believe your lordship has secretly come over to discuss the Blue Dog Fox Wolves and Magic Beast Corps. This is our most pressing concern. Horse, I am concerned about that. However, I also care about my fiancé. Zhen Jin glared, showing his fury, especially when another man holds my fiancé's hand in front of me. I haven't even held your hand yet. Saying this, Zhen Jin reached out and grabbed Zidai's hand. Zidi immediately withdrew her hand, causing Zhen Jin to grasp empty air. Just as Zhen Jin was about to get angry, the body double's voice came from outside the tent. Zidai, are you sleeping? Zhen Jin was startled. Quick, hide now. Zidi also stood up, stricken. She silently opened her mouth and gestured to convey her thoughts. Fortunately, Zidi's tent had many furnishings, allowing Zhen Jin to promptly hide in some nook. I'm still awake, my lord. Please come in. After deeply breathing a few times, Zidi spoke with a tranquil voice. The body double lifted the flap and entered. Zidi was wearing her hooded magic gown. The spacious magic gown made the girl appear more petite and pitiful. Seeing Zidai's appearance, the body double sighed as he walked over to Zidi and hugged her. Zidi's body slightly trembled, but she did not resist. In the dim nook, Zhen Jin secretly saw this. He immediately glared in anger with bloodshot eyes and nearly jumped out. What are you afraid of? The body double quietly comforted. He understood that the Blue Dog Fox Wolf had been an immense psychological shadow over Zidai. With your lordship here, I am unafraid. Zidi softly replied, Yes, I will always be by your side. The first Blue Dog Fox Wolf died under my foot, and the second one is dead too. The third and the fourth Even if more appear, as long as you have me, none of them will harm you. I guarantee you. The youngster consoled. ZD raised her head up in Zhen Jin's chest. Lord Zhen Jin, I trust you. As if sensing something, the girl's expression became peculiar. Damn it, damn it. Zhen Jin gnashed his teeth in the darkness after a few laborious breaths. His mind already smashed the body double more than a dozen times. Oh, right. The main reason I found you was because of some blood. The body double smiled at Zidai. I need you to do something covertly. Don't tell anyone else about the outcome. The hiding Zhen Jin only felt anger constantly rushing from his stomach to his head. What are you up to? Damn it, this is too daring. You are only a body double. You are a fake. You dare. You actually dared to lust after things that don't belong to you. ZD embraced the body double. Her face appeared to blush. My lord, what? Upon seeing this passion, Zhen Jin's pupils immediately shrunk, and he felt unprecedented humiliation. This girl! Ever since he met Zidai, he had never seen her show such breathtaking bashfulness. What's worse, his fiancée revealed her torment and bashfulness in the arms of another man? Don't misunderstand me. I am referring to. The body double's words were interrupted by Zidai. My lord, your nose is bleeding. The body double also felt the blood flowing down as he said with extreme awkwardness, Listen to me, Zidai, it is not the thing you are thinking of. Zhen Jin felt himself burst with rage. Burning anger, all from a bleeding nose. Wretched thing, wait until the whole truth is revealed. I will castrate you. Zhen Jin madly roared in his heart. After the body double left, Zhen Jin immediately jumped out and pointed at Zidai, his body shivering all over. You just said he didn't do anything to you. Speak, tell the truth, don't hide anything from me. I told you the truth. ZD tensely said, feeling wronged, my lord. Why don't you believe me? Why don't I believe you? You just threw yourself into another man's arms. Zhen Jin shouted. Whisper, do you want him to hear? He is a silver-level cultivator. His hearing is keener than ours. ZD, prompt warned. Zhen Jin immediately lowered his voice. After a moment, he felt wrong and even more humiliation. I am your fiancé. I am the real Zhen Jin. Yet, now I have to speak to you in secret so that fate doesn't find out. My lord, great plans can be ruined by just a touch of impatience. Do you think I want to do this? Do you think I want to spoil myself and play along with the body double? Isn't this all for the sake of our safety and plans? ZDs. Zhen Jin was sluggish. Zidai continued, If the body double discovered the truth, what do you think will happen? Do you know our current strength? Can we control him? We can't. Not only that, we also have to rely on him to cope with Zhongji and the Blue Dog Fox Wolf Magic Beast Corps. Allow him to think he is your lordship. Allow him to do his utmost for us. Allow him to risk traveling through the forest and allow him to fight on the front lines while your lordship stays safely in the rear. Wouldn't all of his accomplishments and reputation belong to your lordship? Zhen Ren could not retort. He lowered his head and placed his hands on his hips. His mouth constantly gasped as his malevolent expression flashed between anger and hesitation. Ziti continued, "If he discovers he is a fake, what do you think he will do? My lord, do you think he will accept the truth? After he discovers your lordship's identity, wouldn't he kill and replace you?" Zhen Ren's body immediately trembled. Fear filled his eyes. ZD, you are correct. This island is dangerous. Zongyi is dangerous, but he is even more dangerous. Cover up the truth. We must continue hiding this. ZD coughed. Your lordship has proven himself. You did not disappoint me. Outsiders do not know the burdens victors carry. Others cannot bear this pressure, yet your lordship has. We will succeed. We will leave this place. We will become White Sand City's lords. In the end, the body double is only a body double, and one day in the future, he will disappear with no one noticing. Without anyone knowing of this, nothing will happen. People will only praise you and admire the accomplishments you've obtained. You're right. Zhen Ren nodded repeatedly. Soon remorse appeared on his face. I've wronged you, my fiancé. My attitude was a bit aggressive. My lord, it is good you understand me. Everything I have done is for the sake of our plans, safety, and future. Zhen Ren nodded. That's right. Everything is done for our beautiful future. After the blue dog, Fox Wolf, was discovered, Zongyi openly challenged Zhen Ren's authority by holding a competition on which group could investigate and gain more information. At daybreak, Zongyi led his group to investigate while the body double, because of his harsh training last night, was in the middle of napping. Zhen Ren had already eaten a while ago. Currently, he was standing outside a tent with growing impatience. This wretched guy, how long is he going to be lazy? Does he not understand the situation? If he ignores Zongyi's provocation, my authority will be gravely weakened. The sun is already up, yet he's still sleeping. This won't do. I will urge him on and make him act faster. Of course, I won't be the one to warn him. Zhen Ren looked around, his eyes ultimately fixing onto Baoya. Baoya was inexperienced with the world under Zhen Ren's shrewd communication skills. He quickly spilled everything he knew. On behalf of Lord Zhen Ren, I am really worried. Zhen Ren sighed with a concerned face. What's going on? Baoya curiously asked. Zhen Ren slightly glared. Don't you know how delicate the situation is? That half-beast man harbors malicious intentions. He went as far as to challenge Lord Zhen Ren's authority. That's how things are. After quickly learning the details, Baoya anxiously stood up. After the body double appeared, Baoya promptly paid his respects. Lord Zhen Ren. At dawn, Zongyi and his people went out to investigate. My lord, I grew up in a small forest. Maybe I cannot hunt now, but I can surely help your lordship in reconnaissance. Baoya passionately volunteered. At noon, the body doubles team returned to camp for lunch. Zhen Ren felt aggrieved. This wretched guy, does he not understand the situation? To my surprise, he's still leisurely returning to camp for lunch. Investigate for me without delay? He's secretly informed Bai Ya of Zhongyi's efforts. Bai Ya reported to him with worry, Lord Zhen Ren, we have not seen Zhongyi and his people return. They should have eaten outside. When night fell as the sun dropped below the treetops, the body double had already returned to camp. Bao Ya reported again, my lord Zhongyi and his people still haven't returned. They are using their full strength. It's not easy. The body double sighed. Bao Ya was really anxious. My lord, we can also carry rations, continue our investigation past noon. We need not squander valuable time going back and forth from camp. Okay, that is a good proposal. Let's do that tomorrow. The body double was willing to accept his advice. He is finally starting to try hard. Zhen Jin secretly relaxed his tone. Then he felt sullen again, like he had some phlegm in his throat he couldn't spit out. It was very painful. This wretched person, he carries my name, enjoys everyone's praise, covets my beautiful fiancée, and takes advantage of me. I still need to worry about and help him secretly. God, why did it turn out this way? As far as Zhen Jin was concerned, this was a terrible thing to experience. Following Zhen Jin's worries, the body double obtained an intact map and was victorious over Zhongyi's group's investigative results. Zhen Jin secretly found Zidai. How did he obtain a comprehensive map? My fiancé, don't tell me he is a divine scion knight that received my master's favor. Zhen Jin questioned Zidai. Zidi shook her head, blankness filling her eyes. I don't know the specific details of this situation. This map appearing surpassed my expectations. However, this is good, isn't it? Zhongyi's challenge failed in an ugly way. No. Zhen Jin shook his head. This is a fishy development. He has broken away from our control. If this continues, it will get more and more dangerous. Zidi was puzzled. My lord, was he ever in our control? Indeed, our control over him is weak. However, I believe it will allow him to use all of his strength. No, this won't do. Zhen Jin continued to shake his head, his complexion growing more solemn and heavy. I see a trend. He is getting harder to control. For what reason would he take out a comprehensive map? How were all the beast groups clearly scouted out? He even dared to use my master's name to openly deceive them. We know the truth. He must have grasped a method or ability we don't know about. ZD nodded. My lord, you're anxious. He is a beastified person. He can freely control parts of beastification. My guess is that he should have obtained an investigative method. What can he beastify into? Zhen Jin demanded. I don't know. ZD replied. You don't know. Zhen Jin glared with a doubtful face. ZD bitterly laughed. My lord, he is custom-made. Although the weapons manufacturer responded to my custom-made request, they informed me other aspects could not be guaranteed. It's like this, a person cannot swim while sleeping. According to my understanding, this should be the limits of the beastification technology. Do you mean the weapons manufacturer does not know what his specific abilities are? Zhen Ren pondered. Yes. The weapons manufacturer stated that it was already very difficult to attain his custom-made appearance. Besides, your lordship should also know ordinary beastified people are a single-use commodity when beastification happens. Madness sets in as those affected attack the biggest threat. They have no concept of teamwork. Thus, weapons manufacturers don't thoroughly test beastified people, because when beastification happens, the beastified person is wiped out. The body double can beastify parts of himself and freely control them. This is considerably rare. In fact, I've always believed that if the weapons manufacturer discovered this, they might have forcibly recalled him and not sold him to us. At least, not at the given price. Zhen Ren attentively gazed at ZD for a long time, then nodded. Accepting ZD's expression, he helplessly sighed. It seems we were lucky to obtain him. After the camp surroundings were clearly scouted, the body double and Zhongji changed the competition to killing beast groups. Using smoke ZD made, the body double, Zhongji, and the others dealt with the largest bat monkey group. During that fight, the body double had an exceedingly bright performance. Almost every crossbow shot hit, and he was fully deserving of being number one in kills. Even Zhongji raised his eyebrows, lamenting the Baoyi Zhen clan's bloodline in his heart. Although he had trained his archery skills for many years, he paled in comparison to the body double. Zhen Ren secretly competed with him and also lost. Abominable! Zhen Ren darkly clenched his fists. After feeling unreconciled and beneath his dignity, he sneered. What am I thinking? He has silver level cultivation, while I am only at the iron level. Losing to him is normal. However, no matter how strong you are merely my body double. Everything you accomplish belongs to me. Who was the weapons manufacturer that transformed him? How could he possess such strong archery skills that surpass even a Bai Zhen clan descendant like me? Maybe, before his transformation, he was a knight with extraordinary archery skills. Zhen Ren secretly found ZD again. He immediately got to the point. I heard someone gave him some crocodile headhammer tail boa leather armor. I also want some. ZD smiled. My lord, please be at ease. I remembered your need for equipment. Only the first one was given to the body double. After all, he represents your lordship. As long as new crocodile headhammer tail boa armor is made, your lordship will surely take precedence. After all, the Haiwan identity is a mercenary I hired. It is only natural I equip our people. Isn't that so? Zhen Ren couldn't help but smile. He was pleased with Zidai's response. But shortly after, he pursed his brows again. I heard some information. The body double unexpectedly picked up a big bargain last night. He harvested that silver-level bat monkey and an entire flying squirrel group. How did he do that? ZD shook her head. The map is a clue. We already know he has a powerful investigation method. Perhaps with this ability, him found a lucky opportunity where the silver-level bat monkey and the flying squirrel group fought against each other, thereby picking up a bargain. Zhen Ren sighed. He is getting increasingly excessive time and again. He uses my master's name to explain his actions. He patrols every night. That's strange. His body has many secrets. Yes, your lordship is right. However, there are many secrets we should keep in the dark. Isn't that right? ZD laughed. Zhen Ren also smiled and unfolded his brows somewhat, nodding. You are correct. 2 blue dog fox wolf magic beast corps began attacking the camp. Everyone heard the body double loudly pray. Grand Emperor Sheng Ming, my god, my master. Your knight is on the eve of war and will practice your teachings. Thanks to your favor, I am armed to the teeth. I have put on the belt of honesty, the glasses of bravery, the shoes of peace, and the helmet of salvation. However, the night is a dense fog that blocks my field of vision. God, I ask you to grant me bright eyes. Let me see the enemy's power clearly, and let me lead everyone towards victory. Nothing happened. This idiot. Zhen Ren anxiously glared. Do you really think you are a Templar knight? You went so far as to pray in front of everyone? Even if you were a commander, you wouldn't dare to pray as you wished. Zhongji also believed the body double made a mistake, when suddenly the body double's body trembled as he opened his eyes and shouted in pleasant surprise, I can see! The body double immediately turned around and commanded everyone. Quickly, the Magic Beast Corps has 2 blue dog fox wolves. They have already divided their force. One is leading the bigger force straight at the gate. The other is leading a flying squirrel group to flank the camp. After Zhen Ren foolishly stared, he realized. As it turns out, he used his detection abilities. How is he investigating? I didn't see him beastify. No, it shouldn't be beastification. Even partial beastification won't work. If others saw him, what would they think of me, Zhen Ren? But tonight's battle will surely be dangerous. If I die without him beastifying, then he had better beastify. Afterwards, I will redeem my reputation. However, the following fight made Zhen Ren expand his scope. Seeing the body double kill everything around him, Zhen Ren realized more things. I underestimated his battle strength. If it's like that, then he really can compete with Zhongji. It's no wonder he had confidence. It seems my long-held concerns were for nothing. The prior investigation information was from the wretched guy. Because of the subterranean sandworm's surprise attacks, the survivors were caught in a disadvantageous position. Run for it. The body double rushed over to shout to Zhen Ren and the others. Zhen Ren stared blankly for a moment, but soon ran, leaving the ballista without the slightest hesitation. After a moment, the ground split open and the ballista was swallowed and crushed into countless fragments. Zhen Ren's body was covered in cold sweat, and he felt endless lingering fear. I almost died there. The body double saved me. Well done. Kang, Exu, Zidai, and others were hiding in the wooden house. Zidai, Kangzu, run for it. The body double anxiously roared as he ran towards the wooden house. Zidai, Kang, Exu, and the other people had been observing the outside situation. They too saw the gigantic worm. When they heard Zhen Jin's shout, they all ran out of the wooden house without hesitation. The subterranean sandworm attacked air again. Zhen Jin was exulted. He also saved my fiancé. He loudly suggested to the body double, "My lord, the camp can't last much longer. We need to break out." The body double shook his head. The current predicament did not discourage him. Rather, it aroused his fighting spirit. You are in charge of breaking out. Protect Zidai, Kangexu, Mubane, and the bow craftsmen. They are important. The body double's ultrasound found the gigantic worm attacking another ballista. This time, the young knight did not rush at thin air. He used the time the earthworm took swallowing the ballista to deeply stab its lower body. The gigantic worm did not shudder, as if that piercing blow did not exist. It then immediately withdrew back underground with silver lightning. My sword. Zhen Jin was flabbergasted. My family sword, my silver lightning. Body double, you're an idiot. He roared in his heart. We need to break out now. Zidi reminded him. Zhen Jin ruthlessly grinded his teeth. Compared to a sword, his life was more important. The flames soared in the burning camp. Zidi was worried. Lord Zhen Jin still hasn't returned yet? Zhen Jin blankly stared soon after he realized his fiancée was referring to the body double. His heart was also worried. After all, it was his body double. When the body double finally appeared, he was covered in blood. His seemingly injured body made Zhen Jin secretly sigh sorrowfully. Too risky? But really good. I am very pleased with you, body double. With the help of the fire, I beat the blue dog fox wolf. However, I couldn't kill it and allowed it to escape. The body double explained to everyone. Don't speak. Let me check your injuries. Zidi came to the body double, her voice choked with emotions. She extended her thin hand and carefully explored Zhen Jin's leather armor. She wanted to take off the dilapidated leather armor. But the body double stopped her. Zhen Jin speechlessly watched this scene as he quietly clenched his fist with a jealous heart. He had to actively explain to himself, she is merely playing along. This is fake. All of this is fake. All of this is fake. Chapter 177. Have you fallen in love with him? Zongyi gave the rapier, silver lightning, to the body double. Behind Zongji, Triple Blade explained, when the blue dog fox wolf at the gate organized a final charge, that gigantic worm also participated. However, it encountered Lord Zongyi and was routed once more. It was Lord Zongyi who saw the sword stuck in its body. He risked falling into the hole to retrieve this rapier. Zhen Jin was relieved. It always returns. I was worried Zongji would have kept silver lightning. The body double nodded. He looked at Zongji. It must have been a marvelous fight. Many thanks. Its return is very timely. Now we can pursue the retreating enemy. What? Pursue the enemy? Zhen Jin was secretly gobsmacked. But the body double's following words were reasonable. If they let it slide, the future would be more dangerous. Instead, they would take advantage of the weakened magic beasts and pursue now. The body double sought help, however. When he looked around, the people either lowered their heads or turned their eyes, avoiding his gaze. The body double was very determined. Fine, it's your choice. I will not force anyone. Even if it is just me, I will dispose of those blue dog fox wolves. My lord. Z? Dee cried. The others were also emotionally moved. Zhen Ren scowled to himself. You are courting death, scoundrel. Do you know how much it cost us to purchase you? Lan Xiao, Zhongji, and Triple Blade came up and joined the body double in the attack. This group of idiots to pursue the magic beast core through the forest is following the path of doom. This is simply insane. We just suffered a crushing defeat that ended with the entire camp burning. Zhen Ren blew his top endlessly, but he couldn't stand up to refute this plan. In fact, he also believed the body double must have his reasons. Let me at least heal your injuries. ZD insisted, stopping the body double. I must make every second count. The body double shook his head. ZD fixed her eyes on the body double, and as if forgetting about everything nearby, tears flowed from her beautiful amethyst eyes. During the time I was gone, ZD must have been worried for me. Actually, I have enormous confidence as long as someone attracts the firepower for me. But I cannot tell her these things. I can only allow her to be deeply worried about me. The body double also gazing at Z-Dai, concealing the truth, caused him to feel guilty. In addition, dense affection also rose in the body double's heart. The next moment, the body double slowly hugged Z-Dai. Seeing this scene, Zhen Ren immediately shot flames from his eyes. Another hug. You hugged my fiancé again. This time in front of so many people. You're screwed. Zhen Ren's incessant fury thundered in his heart. ZD's body slightly trembled. The body double put the tip of his nose on Z-Dai's ear and softly said, I will return, I guarantee I will return. After saying this, the body double released ZD and walked away. Zhongji and the group followed close behind. The others remained silent as they watched the four gradually disappear. Zhen Ren panted for air. His head was dizzy. Go to hell, I never want to see you again. It would be best if you died, along with those blue dog fox wolves. That is a hero. Someone sincerely sighed. Those words touched the depths of Baoya's heart, causing the youngster to roar, My lord, wait for me! Baoya rushed out of the crowd. His face no longer had any hesitation. At that moment, the adventurous spirit and honor filled his heart, making him lose reason. Stop him quickly. ZD immediately ordered. Give me a break, smelly youngster. Sisu tripped Baya to the ground. You are throwing away your life. Baya stood up. He still wanted to follow the body double. I want to become a knight. How can a knight cower? Bravery is not stupidity, youngster. Kang Xu sighed. Then he persuaded, perhaps one day you will become a knight. But you are still an ordinary person right now, and that belongs to a knightly romance. Baya still wanted to speak. Shut up! Zhen Ren knocked Baoya unconscious. He looked resentful. Do you also want to seek knightly glory? Snort. Zhen Ren coldly harumphed, his heart becoming increasingly resentful. This resentfulness was complex. He didn't sense it, but his resentfulness was a mix of admiration and envy he felt towards the body double. While the body double Zhongji and the others were pursuing the blue dog fox, wolf, Zhen Ren and ZD quarreled with each other again. I never want to see you throwing yourself into his arms again. Do you understand me? Zhen Ren strictly warned Zidai. Zidi shook her head, gazing innocently and grieved at Zhen Ren. My lord, please don't use that wording. I never threw myself at him. I know, but you never rejected his advances. Zhen Ren circled around. He appeared very violent. My lord, if I avoid him, wouldn't that cause too much suspicion? Zidi retorted, How do you want me to respond? How can we continue our plans? Please teach me. Zhen Ren was left speechless. Then he flew into a rage out of humiliation. It's not my concern. Did you know? When he hugged out, I could hardly control myself. Fury charged into my head. At that moment, I wanted to kill him and everyone else. Lord Zhen Ren. Zidi shook her head. She appeared dumbfounded. I understand you, but what caused the jealousy in your heart? He shouldn't make your lordship jealous. He is only a body double, a pitiful tool we keep in the dark. Everything he does paves your lordship's future. Zidi's advice and comfort finally calmed Zhen Ren's breathing. I forgot my manners. You're right, he is only a tool. Very good tool. Unfortunately, I don't think he is returning this time. Zidi stared blankly. Soon after she showed her sorrow and worry. Zhen Ren keenly saw Zidai's changing expression. His heart suddenly welled with emotion. Hold on. He gazed at Zidai. What are you thinking? My fiancé, are you worried about him? Worried about a body double, a chess piece? Zidi immediately glared. Her prior expression disappeared. My lord! What is going on? Is worrying about him wrong? If he loses, our plans will sink. This will greatly affect our future. After all, he is a silver-level cultivator, while you are still at the iron level. Intense resentfulness dashed into Zhen Ren's head, making him glare at Zidai. Sooner or later, I will be a silver-level knight. Zidi seemed to also realize her words were a mistake, promptly remedying. My lord, with your aptitude, anyone with eyes can see that being a gold-level knight isn't the end for you. Sorry, I was simply nervous. If the body double loses, how can we ensure our safety afterwards? How can we escape this place? Zhen Ren's attention then engrossed itself in his own safety. He suddenly stopped looking at Zidi so seriously. You're right. He sighed deeply. The body double is dying too early. I feel we should maintain hope. ZD insisted. If only. Hope is really uncertain. Zhen Ren weakly answered. But the body double, Zhongji, and the others all returned victoriously. After producing the blue dog fox wolf, Zhen Ren was shocked. Inconceivable. They really succeeded. My lord. The young lady ZD had run all the way over. After coming in front of the body double, her eyes blushed and she seemed to want to throw herself into his arms. However, the many people and her embarrassment stopped her. Seeing this, Zhen Ren's heart relaxed. During the celebratory banquet, the body double was entirely worthy of having the leading role. The people adored and looked at the body double with reverence, while talking about divine scion knights. Zhen Ren sat in a corner, his heart filled with disdain. Divine scion knight? If he is a divine scion knight, I can swallow silver lightning. Even Zhang Ji was deceived. Half-beastmen really don't have brains. Anyways, what kind of beastification can go so far as to sprout armor? Seeing the body double being praised, Zhen Ren's heart grew more envious. He hated he couldn't replace the body double. Then Zhen Ren heard Kang Xu speak. Lord Zhen Ren himself is an outstanding cultivator. His innate talent is outstanding. He has a noble bloodline, is a Templar Knight, and offers all of his conviction towards Emperor Shang Ming. These already make him 1 in 10,000. However, what is more praiseworthy is his scrupulous abiding of knightly morality. He uproots the strong, supports the weak, upholds virtue, condemns evil, attends to the small and weak, and even if he has to sacrifice his life, he shall never violate the Templar Knight doctrine. He is a fearless hero, is impartial, is willing to accept any person, and views everyone as his comrade. From these traits, one can make out his expansive vision, as well as his merciful and benevolent nature. Don't tell me such a person shouldn't receive godly concern. Zhen Ren sank into silence. In his mind, a difficult question suddenly appeared. If that were him, could he accomplish everything done? Could he? This is a meaningless question. He is a beastified person and a silver-level knight before his transformation. His strength is greater than mine. If I had silver-level cultivation, I should be able to... Zhen Ren grew increasingly silent. The body double's voice spread throughout the camp. As a result, we should not be cheering for just my name. We should also cheer for Zhang Ji, Triple Blade, and Lan Zhao. Cheer for our warriors. When the body double divided the credit and glory between Zhang Ji, Triple Blade, and Lan Zhao, he had everyone cheer their full names, yet Zhen Ren was as silent as death, and his complexion also became somewhat pale. As the wolf corpse was being dissected, ZD excitedly talked about perfume. The camp burned down, thus the survivors set out with the wood. Because of the Divine Scion Knight title, Exisuo took the initiative to rely on the body double, while Zhongyi also gave in. The joint experience of fighting together made both groups more harmonious. They were no longer separate factions. What a body double. Now, he genuinely is the leader of everyone. Zhen Ren's heart lamented incessantly. A spider group originally blocking them suddenly disappeared mysteriously. Zhen Ren connected this to the surviving blue dog fox wolf, and fear grew in his heart. Has that blue dog fox wolf been secretly following us? The spider group was unlikely to voluntarily migrate or flee because they fear us. This is their nest. But without any fighting or killing, they vanished. It must be that blue dog fox wolf. It actively led the Blade Spider group away. Its goal is to continue accumulating its core, and after attaining a certain level, it will attack us with its core again. Almost all of the monkey-tail brown bears also disappeared. The survivors couldn't hide their concern and worry. All of the monkey-tail brown bears are missing. There are some traces of battle in the nearby caves, but not many. That blue dog foxwolf is still following us. The magic beast core expanded again. What should we do? During the long and difficult trek, disease spread through the survivors. Although the severity of the symptoms among the sick are varied, they are all similar. Should we abandon these people? Triple Blade asked the body double. Abandon? Zhen Ren shook his head. Without the boat craftsman, how can we build a ship? The body double insisted on looking after the ill. How should I act in the current situation? That body double is too deep in his role. Higher-ups should maintain their safety. It would be better to put others in charge of this. Zhen Ren secretly scoffed at the body double's behavior while also being worried. But unfortunately, he couldn't control the body double's actions. The disease waned, and the people began to promote the body double's correct decision and brilliant leadership. Reaching the shore, Baoya found a barrel of rum. During the beach bonfire banquet, the survivors' clothes and facial hair were ragged and unkempt, making them look like savages. Baoya divided up the wine earnestly. She lowered his head and lapped wine out of a shell. Kang Xu cleaned his eyes after passing through the jungle. His spectacles only had one lens left. The other side of the frame was empty. Mu Ban held an empty rum bottle, his finger caressing the surface. This was the feeling of human civilization. Zongji and Triple Blade were discussing in low voices. The giant was sitting on the ground and was respectfully listening to the boat craftsman's song. Lan Zhao was still loyally standing on the beach behind the body double. The body double gazed at the night sky. The sky was full of stars tonight. He looked towards the east, the wilderness continent, White Sand City. His duty and his future hopes lay there. Zhen Ren looked at the wine in his shell and sneered in his heart. I am the Grand Zhen Ren. How could I degrade to this degree? Rarely seen cheap rum did not give Zhen Ren joy, but shame. He shunned a rum and gave it to someone else. Then he gazed to the west where the Shangming continent and his home was. The weather became strange and fickle. Rainstorms poured down incessantly. When the body double wasn't present, Zhen Ren found Zidi and questioned her. The other night, someone saw you sneaking into the body double's tent. What were you doing there? Zidi slightly stared, soon replying after, I gave him some medicine, your lordship, then quickly left afterwards. Of course I know you didn't stay long. If not, my present attitude would be different. Zhen Ren was gloomy. Why did you take the initiative to go to his tent? He didn't tease you, but you actively teased him. Medicine? What medicine? A warming potion. It is made from a poisonous mushroom. The potion is slightly toxic, but it can stir the mind, however, those with low life levels can't use it. ZD answered. Why do you care so much about him? Warmth. He needs to warm himself? Before his transformation, he was a silver-level knight. Afterwards, he is a beastified person that is stronger than Zhangji. Zhen Ren's gaze became sharp, as if he were piercing the depths of Zidi's heart. Zidi shook her head and replied with grief, My lord, we cannot control him. Thus we need to get closer and use other methods to restrain him. I have always carried out the plan we agreed on. Zhen Ren examined her. My fiancé, you're somewhat fishy. Then may I ask, what's fishy about me? Everything I've done is for our sake. ZD's expression slightly changed as she immediately retorted. Zhen Ren shook his head. As long as you know I am Zhen Ren, and that other guy is a fake. When he no longer has any value, he will die. This wretched island is not the entire world. You must remember you are Zedai, the Wisteria Merchant Alliance president, and my fiancé? ZD glared. I know. Lord Zhen Ren, what are you suspecting? You better behave. Zhen Ren coldly snorted before quietly leaving. Regardless of whether it is the mountains, ocean, swamps, or island, my master's holy light shines over it all. The imperial flag flies eternally in the wind and will never fall. Nothing can obstruct my path. I will gain glory, and by following me, it will be your glory too. Beginning now, this place is under my command. Any objections? Not a single voice could be heard. The body double gave a satisfied nod. He led everyone now. After finally converging with the other survivors, he successfully controlled these people. At that moment, the body double displayed boldness and a majestic presence he had never shown in the past. Not bad, I should be like that. In the crowd, Zhen Ren looked up at the body double, feeling expectations, gratification, happiness, envy, and excitement, while at the same time feeling a trace of fear and hesitation. After dispatching of the subterranean sandworm, disassembling half of the Hog's Kiss, and the boat craftsman finished his new ship design, the people began to build a ship while purging nearby beast groups. After preparing for a long time, Zhen Ren finally had an opportunity. He climbed over a hillside and witnessed the body double transforming and slaughtering a scaled leopard group. Is this powerful monster simply a monster? Zhen Ren shuddered. Suddenly, the body double turned around and looked at him. He found me? Damn it, run for it. Zhen Ren's heart madly jumped as he turned around and sprinted to the ravine. Why? How did he find me? Did he react to my gaze? Faster, must go faster. If he captures me, I will be silenced through death. The extreme fear stimulated Zhen Ren, allowing him to break out with unprecedented speed. The constant sprinting made him gasp for breath and drip with sweat. A tree suddenly shook behind him. When Zhen Ren heard movement, he suddenly turned around to look. What is that thing? Is it the body double? How is he so fast? Am I going to die? Am I going to die? No, don't scare yourself. Run for it, run for it. After stopping for a few breaths, the vibrating tree no longer moved. Nevertheless, Zhen Ren's heart was in turmoil. Am I scaring myself? No. It was probably the body double. Hey. Hesitated. Yes, he hesitated. My memories molded him. He believes he is a Templar knight. Why would he attack a comrade like me? But I saw him beastify. Not good, not good. Should I reveal my identity? No. Doing this will provoke him and encourage my death. Run. Pretend you didn't see anything. Run away. Sprint! Zhen Ren spat and pretended to be somewhat relieved. Then he continued to run. Shortly after, Zhen Ren converged with the others in the patrol. Lord Hai Juan. The team members greeted Zhen Ren. According to my worst calculations, the body double is right behind me. Based on the body double's combat strength, 2 to 3 minutes is enough to slaughter the entire patrol. I need to explain first to stabilize him. Zhen Ren's emotional state was anxious as he nodded. I followed a peculiar sound after exploring for a long distance. I didn't find anything. Let's go. We will return to camp now. But it is still early. Someone objected. Zhen Ren's heart flew into a rage. What are ya? What are y'all with? Do you not know that at any second all of us might die? Controlling his heart's intense mood, Zhen Ren smiled. There isn't enough time. We are already far from camp. If we return now, we will arrive just in time to eat some warm food. Don't be worried. We have already explored this place. If another beast group comes, the traps will surely warn us. Seeing Zhen Ren's attitude, the others also stopped insisting. That's good. Let's listen to Lord Hai Juan. An additional person laughed. I always thought you were hard to interact with Lord Hai Juan. Looks like the truth was completely different from the rumors. Good, don't listen to rubbish. Let's leave without delay. Zhen Ren couldn't help but urge. But his heart roared, Run, you idiots. If we don't, we'll die. Finally, under an extremely apprehensive mood, Zhen Ren and the others returned to the ravine camp. Ooh. Suddenly, the body, doubles, bat, monkey beast howl alarmed the nearby birds, causing them to flee into the air. Zhen Ren's entire body quivered. His intuition strongly told him, I am the body double. Perhaps he really followed us and is hesitating whether to attack me. What did he resolve to do in the end? Does he want to kill me? No. That can't happen. How can I die here? My own body double kills me. That is too lamentable, too comical. The others also took note of the activity. What is that sound? Did you guys just hear something? It sounded like a bat monkey howling. They subconsciously stopped and turned to look behind them. Run now, you hoodlums. Zhen Ren roared in his heart. He didn't dare to show anything abnormal and succeeded to this point. If by any chance he stimulated the body double's killing intent and died, he would be indignant and unresigned. How is that possible? Zhen Ren smiled and retorted, Bat monkeys live in large groups. Even if an expelled bat monkey group drifted here, they would not venture near the ravine. Should we go investigate? Someone suggested. If you want to die, I'm not stopping you. Zhen Ren wanted to throttle the guy who suggested that. But his rationality stopped his urges. Zhen Jin shook his head. He did his utmost to maintain a tranquil look. Unnecessary. A single wandering bat monkey is not a threat. Wait, did something just happen? Why didn't I hear it? The wind is getting louder. The camp is in front of us. Aren't some of you too nervous? Everyone knew Zhen Jin's strength since a bronze-level elite said this. Everyone felt relieved. It was just the wind, that's all. Good, let's return to camp. As he formally returned to camp, Zhen Jin's heart was streaming with tears. I am finally back! I really escaped with my life. No, that won't do. I have to completely eliminate his suspicions. If the body double suspicions aren't dispelled, I can't say for sure if one day I'll be assassinated in camp. Find Z Dai? Only she can help me now. After ZD learned of the situation, she stared at Zhen Jin with disbelief. My lord, how could you do this? That was too risky and fundamentally unnecessary. We need to use our full strength to escape this. Wrong. Why was it unnecessary? Zhen Jin shook his head. We needed to investigate. Our understanding of him is too small. We cannot offend his current authority. It is too disadvantageous for us. We have no way to retaliate. This time, you must help me. If he assassinates me in the future, we'll be done for. In my father's anger, he'll completely destroy your Wisteria Merchant Alliance. ZD bitterly laughed and shook her head. Word! Zhen Jin! Be at ease! According to your account, the body double had been following you. But during the journey he never killed you. You are safe. No. Zhen Jin refuted at once. What happens if he changes his mind in the future? I'm still in danger. You must quickly think of a method that will dispel his doubts about me. You don't understand him, your lordship. ZD sighed. Zhen Jin tenaciously gazed at Zidai. I understand him. Do you understand him? Why do you think he isn't going to murder me? What is the reason? Is it because you have a close relationship with him I don't know about? Or do you believe, even if he killed me, it makes no difference? ZD, I must tell you. If I die in several days, there will be many letters with our secrets concerning the body double inside. I've probed into information. How can I not create some countermeasure? ZD suddenly changed. My lord, you're playing with fire. Where are the letters? Zhen Jin laughed. The letters are special. You'll never find them. ZD deeply breathed. Lord Zhen Jin, please calm down. I will help you because we are always on the same side. Don't act so drastically. Please calm down first. If I continue to calm down, the body double might kill and replace me. Zhen Jin roared. How is that possible? ZD rolled her eyes and was dumbfounded. Even if he resembles you and has the same bloodline, he cannot replace you. The Empire has a strict examination system. Every Grand Duke is a god that can see everything clearly, and there has never been a case where an Imperial higher-up has been replaced over a long time. But I am in danger now. If he changes his decision and kills me, who will protect me? Zhen Jin continued to roar. The pressure of death made him hysterical. Hold on. Zhen Jin suddenly narrowed his eyes. You reacted strangely, my fiancé. You don't seem worried about my safety, yet I am your fiancé. Our marriage connection has already been declared. If I die, your Wisteria Merchant Alliance will die too. What did you just say? I don't understand the body double. You trust the body double too much. Do you really think he is a knight? A divine scion knight? Hold on! Zhen Jin's gaze became incomparably sharp. He firmly stared at Zidai's eyes and roughly asked, Have you fallen in love with him? Zidi rolled her eyes and clearly blew her top. My lord, what is your mind thinking? I fell in love with him? A body double? A beastified person? Zhen Jin sneered endlessly. Doubt spread across his face. Yes, it's ridiculous to love a body double, a beastified person. That isn't sensible and isn't something a Merchant Alliance president should be doing. But romance is really unpredictable. When love dashes into a muddled brain, even the most rational person in the world becomes an incurable idiot. You're very dangerous, Zidai. Your current performance makes me feel you're very dangerous. I hope you can recognize reality. Even if you've fallen in love with him, it will only be a tragedy. Think about it. When he learns the truth, when he learns he isn't a Templar knight and is only a mere body double, when he learns the one he loves most, who he always thought was his fiancée, was actually the one deceiving him the most, what will he do? How will he see you? ZD held her breath. Chapter 178. I will disregard your criminal mistakes. Stop. ZD reached out with her hand, my lord. These are forceful fantasies. Please stop while you still can. I have had enough of them already. ZD brushed her hair behind her ears, then deeply breathed. After a few breaths of striving to stabilize her mood, she began to speak. I have a way. I will think of something, Lord Zhen Jin. You must calm yourself first to hear my pleasant words. Was only a portion exposed? Will he mistakenly think I didn't see him clearly? That will work. Zhen Jin nodded and approved Zidai's plan. After that meeting, regardless of whether it was the body doubles or Zhen Jin's crisis, both were relieved for the time being. The next day, Zhen Jin examined the battlefield again, but found it was already cleaned up. After sending the information back, the higher-ups discussed it again. ZD glanced at the body double with worry. My lord, last night you were still patrolling. Please don't do that anymore, okay? A massive magic beast core might be hiding near us. That blue dog fox wolf might have learned something new and subdued new kinds of magic beasts. My lord, although you have spirit power during the night, you're just a lonely person. The body double's mood was heavy. Of course, he was the one who cleaned up the battlefield. This girl, Zhen Jin lowered his head to hide his gloomy expression. Lord Zidi is very reasonable. Master, your individual safety is related to the general situation. For a long time now, because you were here, we were able to unite, build a ship, and collaborate together in order to flee this place. Without you leading us, we will become like a sheet of loose sand. You are too precious. You shouldn't risk yourself. Lan Xiao also advised. Kang Xu and the others nodded one after the other. Even Zhang Yi opened his mouth. Templar Knight, we understand your mood and bravery. You have never avoided your responsibility as our leader. But because of this, we must be more careful. If late at night you are besieged by a magic beast corps or attacked by that mysterious magic beast, it would cause immense damage. Truly ridiculous and lamentable. If they knew the body double's true identity, what would their expression be? Zhen Ren sneered incessantly in his heart. The shipbuilding made a lot of progress. However, the giant went mad, earthquakes struck, volcanoes erupted, and many more magic beast corps besieged the ravine camp. Under this difficult and miserable situation, the new ship was finally constructed. The body double quietly left the celebratory feast. Where is he going? Zhen Ren secretly followed him and quickly found the body double and the giant sitting on a hillside. As expected, birds of a feather flock together. A beastified person and a half-giant monsters. Zhen Ren sneered and returned to the feast. However, due to earthquakes and 2 magic beast corps attacks, the new ship was ruined. In that critical juncture where Zhen Ren was about to become beast food, many people suddenly beastified and frantically counterattacked. The old boat craftsman on his deathbed was still unable to let the giant go. Thus he implored the body double. Don't agree. With an idiot like him, what will happen to my noble reputation? Zhen Ren was opposed but couldn't do anything. He looked helplessly at the body double agreeing to deceive the giant. 2 monsters sympathize with each other, truly nauseating. Zhen Ren secretly disdained. During the beastified person dissection, ZD was suspicious. The island master can secretly influence all kinds of life forms on this island. I fear this is the cause of our comrades' beastification. I also infected? I have been on this island for a long time. Maybe I was also transformed surreptitiously. Fear grew in Zhen Ren's heart. Kang Xu proposed the strange magic beasts were perhaps all humans once, causing everyone to shiver. Zhen Ren grabbed his curled hair and cursed through gritted teeth. I have had enough of this wretched place. After guessing so much, we still need to repair the ship and leave this place as soon as possible. But reality was cruel. The new ship was damaged and couldn't sail. Another earthquake created a brand new, gigantic river in front of everyone. ZD suggested they go to the volcanic area and attack the control hub. No. Zhen Ren shook his head. We can wait for help. Attacking the island center is too crazy. A volcano just erupted there. Besides, there are magic beast corps along the road. We will die en route. We will use the ship. The body double's voice said, that will cut down the distance and save time. Zhen Ren stared blankly. Just now, Emperor Shang Ming illuminated me. The body double pointed to the river. Everyone stared blankly again. Zhen Ren nearly facepalmed. What inside information do you have that I don't know? You're still deceiving these people to death. Could it be, did Emperor Shang Ming make this river? It's no wonder no one died. The gods have insurmountable willpower. Divine Scion Knight. Kang Xu deeply bowed to the body double and sighed endlessly. Perhaps this is your heroic journey. My lord Zhen Ren. Almost everyone's scalp felt somewhat numb. They seemed to feel they were witnessing history. If future heroic epic was passed on, would we have a role in it too? We're done for. You idiots. Zhen Ren's heart filled with despair. He is not a hero. He can beastify. He is the greatest threat. The body double looked around him after determining the will of the people had changed. He loudly ordered with incomparable staunchness, "This is my decision. We will use all of strength to repair the boat. We shall cremate our comrades, and we shall do our best to gather as many supplies as we can. We shall set sail and proceed towards the island center." No one opposed him. Zhen Ren's heart madly howled. Insane! The body double is insane. ZD is also insane. This group of people is insane. We are all following the path towards our doom. As everyone went forward, they had to abandon the boat and were ambushed by magic beast corp. Jia Sha appeared. Zhen Ren, you've arrived at last. Jia Sha. He's still alive? Zhen Ren was inwardly overjoyed at the unexpectedly good news. My lord, we will succeed. ZD quietly found Zhen Ren. With Lord Jia Sha's divine spells, our hope has increased greatly. Jia Sha and the body double have already reached an agreement. He will use all of his strength to support you as White Sand City's lord. With the next great merit, it won't just be one city. Although the shipwreck was an accident, it was filled with opportunity. The body double has worked hard for us. As long as this continues, we'll have immense gains. Okay, your news is pretty good. But Zhen Ren was still concerned. With the body double in front of us, we'll be safer. Alas, I hope we can succeed in the end. We have no other choice, your lordship. If we stay in place and wait for help, our hopes are insignificant. ZD replied. I understand. The two people discussed for a bit, then after seeing ZD depart, Zhen Ren's eyes became serene. Journeying together brought many opportunities, and when Zhen Ren finally found one, he privately found Jia Sha, priest. I crave a confession. During the confession, Zhen Ren confessed everything. Interesting. It was hard for Jia Sha to cover up his surprise. Regardless of whether it is your body double or your finance, both are very interesting. Zhen Ren, you have chosen the most sensible option. But for now, this conversation between us never happened. Do you understand me? I understand, Lord Priest. Zhen Ren deeply bowed. Under Jia Sha's leadership, everyone broke through the alchemy factory and made their way to the control hub. When the body double was struck by lightning, Zhen Ren grabbed ZD and confessed everything to everyone. The magic beasts were in utter chaos as they massacred each other. Adding on the narrow stairwell, only a few could break through. Don't panic, everyone. Now that the truth has been disclosed, everyone has benefited. Only the body double is dead. I am still alive. Zhen Ren began to persuade the other survivors. Lan Ziyo, you should understand that I am now your master. Zhen Ren looked at Lan Ziyo. Lan Ziyo still held the body double's body. His face was lifeless. The truth had completely toppled his perception. Zhen Ren turned to smile at Bao Ya and the others. If you want to follow me, I'll gladly allow it. With my Templar Knight identity and noble status, loyalty is sure to receive commendation. Follow me, and you will obtain glory, splendor, wealth, and rank. God, what is going on? Bao Ya held his head. His emotional state was in chaos. Kang Exu was silent. As the half-beastmen beat back magic beasts, he coldly snorted, "Shut up! You coward! What qualifications do you have to lead us? Your body double is more of a Templar Knight than you." Zhangji believed Jia She's and Zhen Jin's words, because priests were unlikely to joke about their beliefs. However, he did not approve of Zhen Jin. "Regardless of whether you are or aren't Lord Zhen Jin, please release my president first." Fei Shi glared. Zhen Jin shook his head and refused. "She is your president, but she is my fiancée." Zidi was dazed. Her eyes remained fixed on the body double. Seeing his fiancée like this, Zhen Jin stopped breathing and roared, "Enough, you're gonna sober up a bit for me." At that moment, a number of flying squirrels flew in. "Be careful," Zhangji loudly warned. Everyone's thoughts were in chaos. Morale was rock bottom, and the sudden flying squirrel attack flustered them. Zhen Jin dragged Zidi while he was shooting flying squirrels and retreating. Zidi didn't want to move. She even wanted to rush over to the body double. However, Zhen Jin quickly found out and stopped her. "Enough." Zhen Jin howled. "Zidi, it is normal for youngsters to make mistakes. I researched your information. I know you've never experienced love. Don't think the sky has fallen onto you. Think of your merchant alliance. Think of your remaining youthful years. I will disregard your criminal mistakes if you follow me. We are a most suitable pair. We need each other." Zidi still struggled. Frustrated, Zhen Jin had to whisper into her ear, "We are going up a floor now." "I don't trust him. His brains are already filled with contribution." "Of course, if it were me, I'd be the same. Who wants to divide up the contribution with others? Jia Shah won't dare to kill me, but he definitely doesn't care about you. Follow me and you will live. Besides, Jia Shah is the body double's murderer. Don't you want to save your life and avenge your beloved?" In a moment of desperation, Zhen Jin could only use this persuasion. Zidi's body shook, and she no longer resisted as she followed Zhen Jin to the highest floor. The other survivors looked on helplessly. Someone wanted to follow, but lightning fell and split the area in front of them. Chapter 179. Please resurrect him. Zhen Jin and Zidi successfully entered the highest floor of the control hub. "Lord Priest, what happened?" Seeing Jia Sha again, Zhen Jin barely believed his eyes. Jia Sha was old and gray-haired. He looked thin and had eye bags compared to when the 4 Guardian Templar Knights brought up the divine artifacts. His body looked worse and more concerning. Zidi's heart jumped. She suddenly realized Jia Sha was squeezing too much divine power from his body. Chaplains and priests relied on prayer to be imbued. The more pious and higher rank a clergy was, the more divine power they received. Divine power, poured into the body and transformed the clergy at all times, increasing their body and cultivation. However, the number of prayers per day was fixed. Normally, one would pray to Emperor Shengming 3 times a day, once in the morning, once at noon, and once at night. The amount of divine power Jia Shi received each day was finite. To invade the control hub, the divine power stored in his body and from prayer was not enough, thus he could only squeeze it from his body. It is very clear Jia Shi is sacrificing his potential. His aptitude has been greatly damaged, and even his life energy has been exchanged for more divine power. ZD analyzed Jia Shi's obsession over contribution internally, and suddenly understood something. He paid a great price, too great. In fact, even if he escaped this place with his life, he'd be a cripple. Of course, the aptitude of sect clergy took precedence, and would only live for 2 to 3 more years. If possible, Jia Shi would have never risked it all. But there was no other way. Low-level magic and battle ki was prohibited here. He could not count on others, he could only push up. If he didn't push up, he wouldn't escape, and if he couldn't escape, he would die. In front of death, what is there to say about aptitude, lifespan, and the future? As an intruder, he couldn't use the spirit. He could only access the control hub tower. He had to attach divine power to the spirit. By the divine power's powerful erosion, his spirit and the tower stepped towards victory and routed the tower spirit's control, allowing him to wrest control of its scope of authority. Why did Jia Shi thirst for the divine artifacts? Because there was only one road ahead of him. He had to exchange the divine artifacts for contribution and use it with the sect, and even gods, to redeem his prospects. If not, without heavenly contribution, even if he survived, he would be a cripple, a life worse than death. Facing Zhen Jin's bewildered gaze, Jia Shi closed his lips. He merely glanced at Zhen Jin and didn't reply. Nothing could distract him. Suddenly, he heard a loud roar. After a moment, a blue light appeared on the 4th floor. Soon after, the blue light spread to form an oval door of light. A teleportation door? Regardless of whether it was Zhen Jin or the Guardian Templar Knights, all of them happily looked at it. Jia Shi laughed heartily, but quickly, because of his weak body, he fiercely coughed. Lord Priest, you succeeded. We can leave now. Hurry, let's leave this place. Zhen Jin impatiently urged. Don't worry, I already plundered half of the Tower Spirit's teleportation privileges. This teleportation door is under my control. It is very stable. The Tower Spirit cannot interfere with it. Now, I am the one who says, who goes first and last. Saying this, Jia Shi deeply gazed at Zhen Jin. Zhen Jin's heart thumped. Then he forced a laugh. Of course, Lord Priest, you are our leader, aren't you? ZD was pale. Jia Shi no longer looked at Zhen Jin. Rather, he ordered the Guardian Templar Knights. The green jade golden coffin will be teleported first. Yes, my lord. The 4 Guardian Templar Knights lifted the green jade golden coffin through the teleportation door, completely bringing it to the other side. As the divine artifact was teleported, the teleportation door violently fluctuated for a bit before stabilizing again. As for where the divine artifact went, no one knew besides Jia Shi. Jia Shi's investment was valuable. He controlled teleportation doctor privileges and firmly held the initiative in this situation. Very good, very good. Jia She exposed a smile. His original nervousness had alleviated by a lot. Sending off the green jade golden coffin had consumed a great amount of magic power. But there was still some magic power remaining. Enough for another divine artifact, Jia Sha, and a small number of people. Now, send off the mermaid fairy tale, Jia Sha ordered. Just as the Guardian Templar Knights acted, the Tower Spirit's voice suddenly came through. Warning, warning. Detecting loss of teleportation privileges, 55, 56, 58, 59, 61. Teleportation gate has just opened. The artificial magic beast alchemy core module has been lost. Attempting to shut it. Unable to close the teleportation door. Warning, warning. 65 of teleportation privileges lost. Tower Spirit is unable to resist. Currently losing. Everyone was nervous for a spell, but quickly relaxed. Hell. Jia She laughed again. A false alarm? Victory is already in my grasp. But at that moment, everyone heard the Tower Spirit say, Tower Spirit requests aid, requesting assistance. No feedback from requested target. Warning, 68 of teleportation privileges have been lost. No response to requests. Starting an emergency distress call, searching for external assistance. Beginning detection privileges. Scanning for those with level 10 privileges. None. Scanning for those with level 11 privileges. None. Ding, sensing one with level 18 privileges. Miss ZD. The mystifying alchemy factory Tower Spirit requests your aid. It hopes you can lend a helping hand. Your contribution will be recorded. Based on your contribution, you will obtain a corresponding reward from the Tower Spirit. You will receive a good impression and friendship from the alchemy factory master. From now on, you will get a discount on everything you purchase from this factory. May I ask whether you accept this call for help? Under everyone's dumbstruck gaze, ZD quickly responded and replied, yes. Magic light sprinkled, forming a formation contract in the air. After a moment, the formation concentrated and landed on Zidai's forehead, forming a magic formation tattoo. The Tower Spirit said, contract established. Please aid the Tower Spirit, Miss Zidai. Defeat the intruder and seize the control privileges again. Priority targets are as follows. Teleportation privileges are first. Weather privileges are second. Artificial magic beast privileges are third. No. Jia She madly roared. He raged violently as he suffered Zidai's attacks. The attacks were relentless, with vengeful snarls. The privileges Jia Sha had obtained with great difficulty were being quickly lost. The Bloodlight Punishment Institution and War Merchant ended in mutual destruction. During that bitter struggle, the Tower Spirit was heavily damaged. It was in a terrible state. As the control hub brain, it couldn't control the alchemy factory. Most of the time it was forcibly dormant, or else it would have been completely destroyed. As a result, as a silver-level priest corroded the control hub, the Tower Spirit couldn't resist. During the contest over authority, Jia Sha was successful in every endeavor. The true restriction was the silver-level priest's divine power. Through divine power, he could invade the control hub. In the mental fight over authority, divine force was a carrier of the mind. However, the current situation was different. After ZD agreed to help, her spirit was accepted by the entire control hub. She was a magician that hadn't used any magic. Thus, she was in good condition. Although she only had iron-level cultivation, her spirit exceeded that of an ordinary person. Jia was a priest. He had risked his life up until now and was already a spent force. He resisted. His spirit had to attach to the control hub and erode it. The conclusion of this contest was obvious. With Zidai's new strength and masterful spirit usage, Jia spirit retreated again and again. Not long after, the teleportation gate closed. ZD didn't close it. Rather, Jia did it at his own accord. If he didn't close it, ZD could learn where the teleportation door led to. How can you have authority? You've been here. Jia tenaciously glared at Zidai. Zhen Ren also looked at Zidai, stupefied. ZD didn't fear Jia's glare. Then she glazed at Zhen Ren and sneered, "So Lord Zhen Ren, where do you think the body double came from?" An insignificant iron-level magician. Jia's heart was furious, arousing his full strength. However, he had reached his limit. Even if he summoned all of remaining energy, he wasn't Zidai's opponent. Do you know what you're doing? Do you want to betray the Empire? Zhen Ren, do you want to betray your convictions? Do you want to become a depraved knight? Jia asked. ZD gently laughed. Lord Priest, please don't say such frightening things. We would never betray the Empire. You also don't need to unjustly accuse Lord Zhen Ren of betraying his convictions. We have no intention of being enemies. We only want to have a proper conversation. Jia gnashed his teeth. He really wanted to order the 4 Guardian Templar Knights to kill ZD. But crucially, Zhen Ren was in front of Zidai. ZD already saw through the situation and treated the Templar Knight as her protective talisman. This skillful arrangement was truly unfavorable, and Jia didn't dare to give the order. Feeling a slight dizziness in his mind, Jia knew it was pure anger. But he couldn't do anything but calm himself. What do you want to speak about? Jia asked. Let's discuss contribution. ZD immediately responded. During the whole journey, your lordship priest has the biggest. This we recognize. But can our contribution be negated? Zhen Ren reacted after and immediately added words with an attitude that clearly favored ZD. Now was not the time to investigate ZD's secret connection with War Merchant. I never wanted to negate your contribution, Jia gloomily said as he sweat. Then may I ask, where was the green jade golden coffin teleported to? ZD's voice was sharper than silver lightning. Jia coldly snorted and was exceedingly resentful. Do you believe I would easily say that? ZD sneered, but we also contributed to the acquisition of the green jade golden coffin. Lord Priest, you just said that you wouldn't negate our meritorious services and contribution, but your actions don't match your words. If I didn't receive the Tower Spirit's approval by a fluke, Priest Jia, did you want to abandon us? Jia's head was faintly sore. He didn't expect Zidai's sharpness and unreasonableness. He shook his head, then spat. His complexion had calmed down. Discussing this now is unnecessary. Even if I explained it better, with your lack of trust, you wouldn't believe me. It's like how I don't believe you. Thus, I'm not saying where the green jade golden coffin was teleported to. It doesn't matter. ZD smiled. Wait until my spirit completely defeats you. After I grasp all teleportation privileges, I can check where it was teleported to. Jia She immediately turned pale. If he controlled all of the teleportation privileges, he could remove the teleportation records. But his teleportation authority never reached 100. ZD, beautiful work. Zhen Jin laughed heartily. Perhaps we can make a transaction. ZD said. Her tone also became gentle. We won't force you, priest, and we admit your contribution is greater than ours. We only want to protect ourselves. What do you want in the end? Say it now. Jia Sha was extremely jittery with no way out. Jia Sha could only compromise under ZD's pressure. ZD gazed serenely. It's very simple. I only want your lordship priest to use a resurrection spell to immediately revive Zhen Jin's body double. What? Zhen Jin was stunned. He turned around and angrily glared at his fiancée. Chapter 180. ZD fights Jia Sha.